And welcome back to the Beast of the East 2013 edition in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, at the beautiful Arena St. Louis. We are into the first of the elimination bouts in this tournament. It is a double elimination on day one, and both these teams have lost a game, Slim.
Thank you for turning on my microphone, Captain Lou, and you are absolutely right. Each of these teams, having lost one game, faces elimination from the tournament should they lose this one. The Vicious Dishes, previously having lost to Les Filles du Roi, and the Rideau Valley Riot Squad
lost to the Chicks Ahoy. Both those teams just finished playing, with Filles du Roi moving on to day two. Chicks Ahoy losing to Filles du Roi and having to play one more game today to see if they can advance to day two. But we're going to get some roller derby underway. We're going to have number 9, Bottom for the Riot Squad, going up against the Hellcat of Pinar for the Vicious Dishes.
On your screen, folks, the Vicious Dishes of Tri-City wearing the black, and in the white, the Riot Squad of Rideau Valley.
And we're getting one last tiny equipment check for number 999. That's Necro Nancy for the Vicious Dishes. And that means everybody's ready to play. Jammer ref Velosa Rainbow brings down her hand, blows the initial whistle, and everything is in furious action. Again, these teams are playing for their Beast of the East life. Safanda beaten, unable to contain Bottom. Lead jammer goes to Riot Squad.
Bottom now with a comfortable half track ahead of the Hellcat of Pinar, but she is chasing a pack that is moving extremely quickly, Captain Lou.
And Bottom coming up on the back of the pack. The Riot Squad sprints into action to get her points. Safanda beaten, going down hard. Bottom picking up 2 points, having to call off the jam as Hellcat made up a lot of track. 2 points going on the board for the Riot Squad, 0 for the Vicious Dishes. First blood goes to Rideau Valley's Riot Squad, 2-0. 19 minutes to go in this game.
That's right. 2 points for the Riot Squad. Obviously, early days yet, but in these short format games of Beast of the East, Captain Lou, a large number of things can be determined in a single jam. If it's a power jam, so much the better. And now it looks like we have Skate Pastor jamming for the Vicious Dishes.
And that is, I like to call her Mudblood, but she is now skating under her real name, which is Cool. And she is lead jammer. Both these jammers play for their home league's travel teams. Skate Pastor skating for the Tri-City Thunder and Cool skating for the Rideau Valley Vixens. Both WFTDA members. Skate Pastor has escaped from the pack. Cool is coming up on the back, ready to score points once again. Rideau Valley slows things down and then sprints forward to get their jammer points. Nice timing. Big hit by Stacy Jones, knocking Cool out of bounds. Cool calling off the jam in midair. 3 points for the Riot Squad. 5-0, Slim.
18 minutes remaining in the contest. The Riot Squad jumping out to an early lead. The Vicious Dishes will have to act quickly in the short format game to get a handle on the situation if they want to remain at the Beast of the East 2013.
That's Damsel Squashington jamming for the Vicious Dishes, and that's number 1980, Death from Below for the Riot Squad.
Both jammers firmly within the pack, fighting for position. Death from Below put out by Safanda beaten. Damsel Squashington up against HP Love Crash at the front of the pack. She tries to cut around the outside, is unable to do so.
Damsel Squashington taken to the outside on turn number 1. Right back where she started from, trying to move through on the outside. Number 66. That's Accident knocking her to the out of bounds area, and she's cycled to the back. Coming through on the inside, that's Death from Below for the Riot Squad, and she calls it off quickly. She maybe thought that Damsel Squashington had gotten out of the pack. No points put up on the board this time around. Still 5-0, Slim.
And as they say, Captain Lou, sometimes the hardest jams are the one with no change to the scoreboard. So much blood, sweat, and tears comes into defensive play and nothing to show for it. However, Lots of great roller derby for the crowd here in Montreal.
Wearing the stars this jam are going to be Ashen Byrne for the Vicious Dishes and the Warden for the Riot Squad.
The Warden wearing 777 in the white. Up to the front, acting against Skate Pastor in a jamming or a blocking capacity. Skate Pastor normally a jammer. Cleo Thrashia, the last to beat, has to let her go, and the Warden is lead.
Knocked to the outside by number 91, Ostentatious. Ashen Byrne has to reset and take another run at this pack. While she does so, the Warden has made her way all the way around the track and is in there scoring points. Gets past number 15, Cleo Thrashia, hands waving to the hips, and she picks up all 5 points. That doubles the Riot Squad up to 10. Vicious Dishes still with the goose egg. 4 jams in, and we're at 15 and a half minutes to go in this 20-minute bout.
I think before this bout, there was no doubt in anyone's mind that it would be a close contest, but this early lead by the Riot Squad may be raising some flags for people observing the teams. The Vicious Dishes determined not to be shut out of this, I'll tell you that, and Sofanda Beaton has lead.
Number 420, juking and jiving with number 9. That's bottom up for Riot Squad. Both jammers out of the pack. Sofanda Beaton trying to hold bottom up back so she can be cycled. Megan Plead having to let her go. And we're going to get another 0-0. Nice jammer on jammer blocking going on there, Slim.
And Bottom forcing the call off from Sofanda Beaton, the Riot Squad, protecting the lead that they have, Captain Lou. And we've only 15 minutes left in this bout.
Looks like Cool is going to be back out there against the diminutive Hellcat of Pinar. 5-on-5 roller derby. Not a lot of penalties so far in this game, Slim. Quite a clean game.
Certainly textbook positional blocking happening from both teams and clean stuff, as you said, Captain Lou. The Hellcat of Pinar knocked down. Meanwhile, Cool comes around the outside, and number 278, Cool, is lead jammer.
Cool, when she was skating for the Vixens, was instrumental in the Vixens' win over CN Power at Quad City Chaos back in March, doing a stellar job of jamming for her home team, the Riot Squad, as well. She's through the pack one more time. That's going to put 5 points up on the board. Hellcat of Pinar has Accident chasing her down. Accident is going to have to let her go, so Hellcat is out of the pack. The question is when does Cool want to call this off? Will she go for another pass, or will she take the safe route?
Cool, perhaps trying to split the difference. Oh, I thought she was going to insert herself into the pack before calling it off, but no, as you said, Captain Lou, playing it safe, calling it off right away.
So the goose egg remains for the Vicious Dishes. Vicious Dishes, of course, the returning champions from last year. They won the 2012 Beats of the East. Quite a different team this year, but I don't believe that they think they should be going out in 2 straight, Slim.
Absolutely not, Captain Lou. Despite personnel changes in the offseason, the bones of the team remain quite strong, and I think they're going to make a play to put themselves on the scoreboard as soon as possible.
Hard hitting scrum start, bodies hitting the floor and jamming for the Riot Squad up the front. Getting absolutely crushed to the inside by Sofanda Beaton. That's death from below, but heading to the penalty box for the Vicious Dishes. Damsel Squashington's going to sit for a minute. Power jam.
Death from below, enduring some serious physical punishment, but of course she is now the only jammer on the track, the only game in town. And as she approaches the pack, she's going to look for some support from her blockers. There they are, breaking up the wall for her. As she heads to the inside line, she has to contend with Sofanda Beaton once again.
Tough blocker, Sofanda Beaton, absolutely crushing her to the outside. Looks like she picked up a high block on that hit going to the box. Death from below down. Jam called off. I believe that she's okay, but with the jam being called off due to, did she get hands on the hips, or was it called off by the refs?
I do believe, Captain Lou, that she had called off the jam of her own volition before signaling that she was down.
Well, that is a good benefit for the Riot Squad. She will not have to sit for 3 jams because of being called off due to injury, although she is being checked out.
I was going to say, Captain Lou, she may want to sit out for a few jams. She looked like she got the better end of one of Sofanda Beaton's legendary hits and being quite a small person herself, Death from Below hit the track pretty hard.
Yeah, quite the mismatch. 19-0 for the Riot Squad over the Vicious Dishes. Riot Squad in the white, Vicious Dishes in the black. 12 minutes and 24 seconds to go. And the Riot Squad will once again start this jam on a power jam. Damsel Squashington still in the penalty box.
And it's the Warden wearing the star for the Riot Squad. She's a jammer who's seen some success in this tournament.
And part of the charm of these 20-minute games is quite often the score does not get out of hand. 19-0 seems like it's a dominating performance by the Riot Squad, but that is literally one jam difference. If the Vicious Dishes can pull their game together, Riot Squad has had great luck getting their jammers out first, but they're going to have to be careful as the game continues. 12.5 minutes to go.
Interestingly, Captain Lou, out in a blocking capacity for the Vicious Dishes are two normal jammers, the Hellcat of Pinar and Skate Pastor. They are joined by Clea Thrasher, who is much more comfortable in this blocking role.
And that was a decision made after a timeout, so obviously a strategic choice on the part of Pops Bismarck. And we've got lead jammer for number 777. That's the Warden for the Riot Squad.
It's possible the rationale was that these were blockers with the foot speed to catch up with the jammer if they needed to bridge. However, the Warden now in a scoring pass.
Yeah, I think the Riot Squad and their rushes as the jammers approach the pack has been confusing the Vicious Dishes. I think they want to get some speed out there so that they can utilize the speed the Riot Squad has to put on, try to keep the pack moving, and I think they're doing that to pretty good success on this jam, Slim.
Skate Pastor and Clea Thrasher 2 to beat. Skate Pastor puts the hip into the Warden. There's no better blocker than an angry jammer.
And the power jam is over. Damsel Squashington escaping from Purella DeVille. She's out of the pack as well. The Warden, though, has 5 points and is looking for one more pass. Hellcat of Pinar doing a great job blocking up at the front, trying to keep her points safe. Stefan the Beaten coming out of nowhere, gave up her point but put a nice hip check on the Warden. Little exclamation mark at the end of that power jam. 25-1. Looks like Damsel Squashington snuck a point in there, Slim.
And the crowd responding. Nobody wants to see anybody completely taken off the scoreboard. Oh, and a second point added, now 25-2 in favor of the Riot Squad. Just under 11 minutes remaining, Captain Lou.
Jamming for the Vicious Dishes. That's Stefan the Beaten doing the blocking and doing the jamming, doing everything today for her black and pink compatriots. Commander Will Recker and Susie Slam attempting to contain Bottoма. Not gonna happen. Gonna have to let her go. She's out of the pack. Stefan the Beaten trying to put on some speed to catch the Riot Squad and get points on the board for the Vicious Dishes.
Stefan the Beaten up against Accident at the front of the pack. Accident cannot stop the progress of Stefan the Beaten, who puts up 4 and calls off the jam immediately. Doing it by spoonfuls. The Vicious Dishes may be finding the handle on the door back into this contest.
And it's only 25-6, 10 minutes to go. There's still lots of time for a team to come back if they figure out what the other team is doing. Death from Below, good to see her back on the track after that hard hit she took a couple jams ago. She'll be going up against Skate Pastor, who as well doing double duty, like you said, Slim.
Skate Pastor cruises through to the inside line, finds little resistance until a mobile wall of white in front of her. However, nice footwork there from Skate Pastor. She is lead.
Skate Pastor showing her experience. She took last year off, but she's come back to roller derby and doing a great job, enjoying her blocking role and still being able to get it done as a jammer. Still stuck in the pack. Death from Below. Ashen Byrne and Stacy Jones unable to keep her in there, but she tangles up with her own blocker, Purella DeVille, and she gets sucked to the back of the pack. Meanwhile, Skate Pastor has done a lap and put 5 points on the board for the Vicious Dishes. They're up to 11, and it's a 14-point game, Slim.
Yeah, Stacy Jones missed the big hit, but fooled Death from Below into a collision with their own teammate, and now Death from Below heads to the penalty box. This is a power jam for the Vicious Dishes.
And I think this is exactly the jammer that the Vicious Dishes were happy to have out on the track. Skate past her with lots of experience at the WFTDA level as well, putting another 5 points up on the board. Death from Below picking up that low block as she crashed into the back of number 15, Cleo Thrasha. And the Vicious Dishes need to take advantage of this. A big hit by Purella DeVille, knocking Skate past her to the inside. She resets, but looking a little more winded than she had before that hit.
Absolutely. Death from Below joined in the penalty box by Finite Skate Automaton, so the Dishes one blocker short. However, Skate Pastor has other things on her mind as she approaches the front of the pack with great tolerance for physical punishment. She makes her way through the pack one more time for a grand slam.
25-21 for the Riot Squad. There's 6 seconds left in this jam. Skate Pastor is back in there picking up points. It's a question of whether she's going to be able to get through enough to get this game tied. I don't believe she did. Only 2 more points, but that brings the Vicious Dishes to 23. Riot Squad still at 25. It is a 2-point game with 7.5 minutes to go, and that's the beauty of the Beast of the East, Slim.
Captain Lou Albamo. I don't know if the folks at home can pick up through these microphones some of the roar that we're receiving here in the arena, but this crowd loves a close contest just as everybody loves a close contest, and we're only 2 points apart.
Bottoма facing off against Safanda, beating Safanda, taking an outside line. Cool taking her out on the apex. Oh my God, absolutely running over number 69 Anderson. Safanda beaten, fighting her way through this pack. She's not going to get lead jammer, but she is out of the pack first.
Oh, but yes, a penalty assessed here.
Yeah, late call by head ref Mattisfaction, sending Safanda beaten to the box. The crowd roars in disapproval. That means Bottoма is the only person out there that can score. Power jam for the Riot Squad.
An out-of-bounds penalty taking Safanda beaten off the track. The crowd, as you said, disapproving of cutting down a skater in her moment of triumph, but the referee's got to do what they see.
And with Bottoma doing laps, we're seeing more skaters hit the box. Hellcat Pinar going to serve a minute as pivot for the Vicious Dishes. Pack is at the back. Megan Plead having to let her go. Susie Slam also sitting for a minute for the Vicious Dishes. 5 more points for Bottoma. Riot Squad up to 35.
Bottoma approaches the pack, and now Megan Plead, the only one to beat, and Megan Plead puts the shoulder into her, but the pack too thin, forced to let her go, and a grand slam.
Finite Skate Automaton and Megan Plead, the only 2 skaters able to hold down the fort. Safanda Beating is out of the penalty box, and I do believe she's on a scoring pass, so this should be points. It is indeed 4 points for the Vicious Dishes. Riot Squad have moved up to 40. Vicious Dishes at 27. What was a 2-point game is now 13. There is 5 minutes to go in this game, and Pops Bismarck looking for a timeout for the Vicious Dishes.
Indeed, a bit of time to haul in the troops and discuss what is happening. I think he is asking head ref Mattisfaction for clarification on the penalty that happened to Safanda Beaton in the middle of the previous jam, Captain Lou.
And it looks like you're dead on right, Lightning Slim. We're going to get ourselves an official review. Captains and coaches are going to gather in the center. Pops Bismarck will plead his case, and then the Zebras will huddle, and we'll find out what the end result will be. Official reviews. We love official reviews, don't we, Slim? Official reviews are a great time to thank our sponsors, AMJ Productions. Without those guys and Canuck Derby TV, we wouldn't have the technology to get our voices and pictures to your home through the magic of the internet. Additional black magic provided by Layer 9.
We'd also like to thank our good friends at Neon Skates, and in particular Georgia W. Tush, proprietor. Thank you, Neon.
Neon Skates, of course, now with 2 stores in Canada, 1 in Montreal, 1 in Ottawa, and you can search them online as well. We also would love to give a shout out to Holy Crap, the world's most amazing breakfast cereal. Slim, you and I had a taste of this cereal just before this game. Absolutely delicious. We also got to have some of the hemp version of it, which was dry and melted in your mouth. A fantastic little snack. You all got to try Holy Crap cereal.
Absolutely. I'm almost ashamed to admit, Captain Lou, that I had not tried Holy Crap breakfast cereal up until this very day. Upon doing so, I have definitely seen the light. It is absolutely delicious and a fabulous product.
So we've got zebras huddling in the middle. We're going to see if there's any satisfaction coming from Mattisfaction. Pops Bismarck talking with his team and pacing the line. Vicious Dishes down by 13 again. The loser of this game will be done at the Beast of the East. The winner of this game is granted a reprieve and will move on to play one more game today. That game will be held at 7:20. That's right. We started at 8 o'clock in the morning. Our last game will finish at 9 o'clock at night. 13 hours of roller derby. And Slim, you and I will have been here for every part of the action, won't we?
It's a full day for us, Captain Lou, but I would rather be absolutely nowhere else on earth right now. This is where the action is. Tremendous roller derby here in Montreal at Beast of the East 2013.
And if you're keeping count at home, yes, indeed, this is game number 10. There are 20 games in the day, which means this game, when it is done, will be at the halfway mark. The halfway mark, people. 10 more bouts. You've got so much roller derby to action all day to watch all day long. It's amazing what Beast of the East brings to you in your home.
If I look at trackside, I can see our colleague, Mr. Whistler, although he is now Mr. Wenser, as he is preparing to bench manage the Death Track Dolls in our next upcoming bout against the Contrabanditas.
Yes, indeed, and that is an advancement game. If whichever team wins that game goes directly to the quarterfinals on Sunday, the loser will get one more shot at surviving. In Beast of the East, they've won their first games. You still get to have a pass at some point in time. Vicious Dishes, who are losing this game right now, lost a game last year, but still managed to win the entire tournament. Stacy Jones taking the star for the Vicious Dishes and getting knocked around by the Riot Squad.
There seems to have been no change to the scoreboard or to the status of the penalty box after that official review, and now Stacy Jones pulls into lead position.
And Stacy Jones, a veteran blocker, but has been known to put the star on her head from time to time, coming off the bench and doing a great job at getting lead jammer for her team. We're under the 5-minute mark. The Vicious Dishes have to be careful with their time management. They need to make sure they have enough time to get the points they need in order to win. The Warden stuck on the butt of Sofana Beaton. And Stacy Jones is around scoring points, Slim.
Stacy Jones had to travel an awful long way to get to this pack. The Riot Squad turned on the jets and tried to speed up to get the pack away from Jones. Jones now able to get herself beyond a couple of fallen skaters. She has earned those points. They cannot be taken away once she has passed them, and she's going for more. Oh, what a hit there.
And with a minute gone in the jam, Stacy Jones is lead, but she hasn't finished a complete scoring pass. She's still stuck at the back of the pack, decides that's enough, calls it off. She did pick up all 5 points. That's going to move the Vicious Dishes up to 28. A 12-point lead for the Riot Squad. 3.5 minutes to go in this game. Looks like Bottoма is going to take the star once again for the Riot Squad, and that's Damsel Squashington for the Vicious Dishes. She is a rookie for the team. Gutsy call, putting her out there on the line. Let's see if she can come through. Comes through her own wall. Strong blocking at the back by the Vicious Dishes, but the Riot Squad being very tenacious. Multiplayer block. Susie Slam being sent off for that for the Vicious Dishes. And Damsel Squashington finding her way through the front. She is your lead jammer, but then gets sucked back into the pack by number 42. That's HP Love Crash.
And number 69, that's Anderson, going to work on Damsel Squashington, although finally she is in the free and open spaces.
So a gutsy jam on the part of the rookie for the Vicious Dishes. Finds her way through, cycled back, fights her way out again. She's lead jammer. The Riot Squad trying to speed this up so that she can't score any points, but she's back around. She's picked off the rearmost blocker. That's Restless Rose. She's going to have to be careful, quickly calling it off. Did she get past Purella DeVille? She did not. Only 1 point for Damsel Squashington, but that brings the lead to only 11 points for the Riot Squad, 40-29. Coming up on the 2-minute mark, Slim.
Seconds ticking away. As you say, Captain Lou, a difficult situation for the Vicious Dishes, although with 2 minutes remaining, it is possible that with the Vicious Dishes could catapult themselves back into the contest. And they have chosen Skate past her to do the work for them, and jamming for the Riot Squad, it is Death from Below.
Death from Below trying to find that inside line. Cleo Thrasher holding it down. Safanda Beaton knocking Death from Below to the ground. Lead jammer goes to the Vicious Dishes. We're under the 2-minute mark, Slim.
Skate past her, skating very quickly, trying to catch up with this pack. Death from Below bedeviled by Safanda Beaton, who has given her some serious physical punishment in this bout, but she has escaped the pack, but Skate past her has made a pass and called it off. Captain Lou.
Skate past her, 4 more points for the Vicious Dishes. They're making a desperate last push to keep this game within reach. 40-33. We're coming down to 1 minute to go. The loser of this game will be eliminated from the Beast of the East. I don't know that a returning champion has ever bowed out in two in a Beast before. And the Vicious Dishes certainly don't want to be that team. But Ashen Byrne looks like she will take the star for what could be the last jam of the game. Time not on the side of the Dishes. 7 points. Riot Squad sending to the front. That's number 777. That's the Warden getting lead jammer, Slim.
Ashen Byrne takes a hit, forced to re-enter on a track-cutting penalty. She was spun around and unfortunately drifted in front of the blocker who put her out. That could spell the end for the Vicious Dishes at the Beast of the East.
Beast of the East 2013 having upsets galore. We've got a high block where Safanda Beating heading off to the penalty box. Only 2 dishes left on the pack. Only 13 seconds left in the game. The Warden just has to bide her time, and she'll be able to finish this game out. Stuck in the box, Ashen Byrne unable to score. The crowd counting down the clock for the Warden so that she knows. And the Warden with the hands on the hips. The Riot Squad is going to win this game. 4 more points going up on the board for Bottoма and the Riot Squad, 44-33. Vicious Dishes gave it their all at the end of that game, but fell short, an 11-point deficit, Slim.
With that victory, Captain Lou, the Riot Squad have equaled their best performance at the Beast of the East to date. They've only ever won once before. This equals that, and you know what? I'm sure on the bench and in the dressing room there will be talk of how far can they go.
Yeah, I believe I had the Riot Squad making it today, too. It's going to be interesting to see how they do. They will be playing again at 7:20, and they will be playing against the loser of the game that's coming up next. And that game, I think, is going to be a pretty fantastic game. We've got the Death Track Dolls coming up against Montreal's Contra Banditas. Both these teams putting on impressive performances in their first round matchups. This is a game that you don't want to miss.
Who doesn't love a classic Montreal-Toronto bout? A competition between the two cities. As you said, Captain Lou, it's going to be great. Folks at home, you are watching Canuck Derby TV. Go absolutely nowhere.
Check, check, check. Bonsoir, bonsoir.
Bonsoir indeed. And welcome back to the 2013 Beast of the East. Derby Nerd here with Plastic Patrick. Patrick, it's a pleasure. We don't get to call enough together.
We don't. But when we do, it really matters.
Yes. And speaking of really matters, this game really, really matters. It's Toronto Roller Derby's Death Track Dolls versus Les Contrabandidas out of Montreal.
That's right. And it really matters because the team that wins gets the night off and gets to play tomorrow in the semis. The team that loses has to plead their case again tonight to hopefully get into the semis tomorrow.
That's right. Yeah, it's loser does not leave, but loser has to play that extra game, which is taxing on the bodies of these skaters.
That's right.
And mentally as well. But these two teams have quite an interesting history. Now, they have faced off 3 times in the history of the Beast of the East. Way back in 2010, the Adidas kind of blew out a rebuilding Dolls team, but in the last 2 years, there have been some very tight games, and they've gone both ways. So this is a little bit of a tiebreaker between these two teams.
That's right. The Contrabanditas are actually Montreal Roller Derby's reigning champions.
That's right.
They've had a substantial roster turnover this year as Tsilou and Chasing Amy have both left. Tsilou retired, Chasing Amy now with the Skids. Honey Badger is injured, so she is not playing. So new jammer rotation for the Contrabanditas, and the Death Track Dolls, as I understand it, have had quite a few good pickups.
Yes, they've made some really nice pickups. Their roster hasn't changed too much, but where they have picked up some skaters, they've been key. Number one, I think, is Rainbow Fight, the transfer from the 709 Derby Girls
in
St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador. She has been phenomenal and had a really strong game earlier. Dolls finished last in the Toronto Roller Derby League last year, but this year they are currently first in the standings. They're 2-0 to begin the 2013 House League season. So this is a Dolls team on the rise.
Well, if we base anything on what I saw this morning, they're looking good.
Yeah, very strong. And the Adidas had kind of a slow start, but ended up putting away the Thames Fatale in that opening game. But I don't think it was quite the performance they want, so they're going to be extraordinarily focused here.
I think so. I think that woke them up. Said, if you want to get this, you've got a big opponent on the way, hence the Death Track Dolls. So put your noses to the grindstone and au travail.
And we are back now. It looks like, is that Miracle Whips on the line for Les Contrabandidas?
That is Miracle Whips, a rookie from last year, who has been working really hard. One of the rising stars, I would say.
For sure. And Belfast, another second-year skater for the Death Track Dolls. Oh, and takes a big hit, but stays in bounds. First lead goes to Miracle Whips.
That's right.
Belfast still fighting through a big 3-wall at the front. Bikini Skills, the pivot, doing a nice job of pulling Belfast back. Belfast finally sees an outside lane, and she is through.
But in the meantime, Miracle Whips is already scoring. Passes the last opponent in Monochrome. Calls it off furiously. And picks up 4 points.
Jammers have been a little upset a few times today about some slow call-offs, so maybe just trying to be emphatic and saying, hey, look, I'm calling it off.
Well, I've noticed some jammers making that call very casually, as in just slightly moving their fingers on their hip bones. And I'm always thinking, the game is moving so fast. If you really want to make that call, you've got to pound your hips like you mean it. And this is what she was doing.
Some nice dueling going on at the start here as the Dolls at the back. So the Adidas tried to form a no-pack up front. GK getting knocked out.
Justin Powers, a rookie for the Contrabanditas.
Getcha Kick's kind of a rookie for the Dolls, but she has a long history of skating, just not with Toronto Roller Derby. She was a transfer from the GTA Roller Girls this year, and she picks up first lead jammer status for the Death Track Dolls.
Justin Powers stuck at the back of the pack, slowly making her way to the front. And speaking of which, here's Rainbow Fight right now, the last line of defense.
Oh, and a nice hit from Rainbow.
You got that right. Recycles her way at the back.
She was used as a primary jammer earlier today. I wouldn't be surprised to see her in the pack, though. She is an extraordinary blocker as well.
She just proved it right now.
She a recent addition to the Bay Street Bruisers, the Toronto Roller Derby B travel team as well.
She's on the B team.
Already.
I would say she's a rising star for your league.
I think so. It's safe to say.
I must say, I really appreciate her number.
Yes? What, you like the C3PO or you Star Wars
I do. I was a big fan of the two robots.
fan?
But he was the nerdy one.
Yes. Yes, I can appreciate that. All right, and we're off again. Santilli in your face now, jamming for the Death Track Dolls, and she is lead jammer. Whips again.
Yeah, that's Miracle Whips. I think she had a really good game last time, so they decided to put her in heavy rotation.
Heavy indeed. 2 in a row. Aims to kill. Trying to put her out. Nice stop by Whips to stay in bounds.
Yep.
And Santilli juking and jiving. Nice move to get around the pack.
Last line of defense, bikini skills. Oh, no, that's not.
Oh, a little slow on the call off, though.
Did she pick up? She picked up 2.
Yep.
And Miracle Whip picks up 2 to the 3.
I think it was full 4.
I'm having a 4.
Yes.
Yes.
9-6 then. 3 minutes in. It's as tight as we expected from the start. 2 really tight starts.
Dead Track Dolls in the white, Contra Banditas in the black.
Belfast out there jamming against Bikini Skills in black for Les Contrabanditas.
Yeah, Bikini Skills, a real veteran for Montreal Roller Derby. She's on the Sexpos, been on the Sexpos for 3-4 seasons with the Contra Banditas with the Ditas since she started playing roller derby. Pushing at the front again. Rainbow Fright putting her out to the outside, recycling her way at the back. And Gunmo Millie says, no, not further than this.
Yes, and Gunmo was, I think, looking for a direction to gameplay call, but she didn't get it. Belfast is approaching on turn 3 now, looking to score some points as the Dolls slow this pack down. Bikini Skills about a half track back. Belfast with a nice little move to stay on her feet and stay in bounds, but falls and is forced to call it. 2 points picked up for the Death Track Dolls.
Well, slowly but surely. But as we both know it, all it takes is Empower Jam.
Oh, in these 20-minute games, we've seen it, the momentum, how quickly it can shift.
Yeah. And I must say there hasn't been that many Power Jams today so far.
No.
Despite, certain games being more lopsided, there hasn't been an extravagant number of Power Jams.
No, there hasn't.
I kind of like it that way.
Yeah, me too. And in the few games where it seemed like there were a lot of Power Jams in certain games, but yeah, spread out over the tournament so far. It's been pretty balanced in terms of the Power Jam situation. Holy crap! This is a good start to this game.
Good segue.
Holy crap, of course, our sponsor here, Canuck Derby TV. We are grateful for them.
And the Contra Banditas send a Saucisse to the track as I believe somebody's fixing the outline of the track.
Is this the second season for Saucisse?
Second season.
Get your kicks back out there to jam in the white for the Death Track Dolls. Aims to kill, pivoting for the Dolls at the front of the pack.
And
it's hard to see who the
can't see
Adidas are
who's
on the track in that scrum
Adidas,
start.
yeah.
GK takes the outside. Saucisse looking for the inside. Very stretched pack. Scarcasm, Dawson, the last two on defense. Dawson tries to put her out of bounds. Couldn't quite get her.
And Getchakit still stuck behind Chaton and Ghostface Killer, but now both jammers out of the pack. Saucisse has lead jammer. She's approaching the pack. She's about to score. And calls it off. There you go. Another furious call. I guess that's a team thing.
Yep.
And picks up 4 points. Hey, we got a 1 point bout.
That's right. Do you know Saucisse from this height kind of reminds me of a You and What Army, similar skating style.
Yeah, compact.
The way the helmet sits on her head. And,
Yep.
of course, the Adidas uniform helps.
And you and What Army was also Adida.
Yeah.
Who is now coaching the News Kids on the Block.
That's right. Santilli in your face back out there to jam for the Death Track Dolls.
And I think that's Bikini Skills number 06.
4-3 4-3 pack advantage for the Dolls. Gunmo Mini with a nice hit on Santilli in your face. Gunmo Mini loves the back of the pack, but Santilli with a nice move. She's your lead jammer. Santilli in your face having a very strong season for the Death Track Dolls. She's a very athletic skater.
And another big hit by Rainbow Fright.
I'd like to see her and Gunmo Mindy dueling at the front, but Rainbow just locked in on Bikini right now, and Slam Wow coming in to help her out, and they're a nice 2-all at the back of the pack. And this nice defense, simple defense from the Dolls, holding Bikini in this pack. Clobber taking a hit on the inside. Santilli going through for another scoring pass after picking up 5 to help pad the Death Track Dolls lead. Wow, Patrick, I haven't seen Bikini handled like this in quite a while.
No, that's right. And that was a very easy pass. 5 points for the Death Track Dolls.
The Gunmo Mindy really trying to work the offense, but Rainbow Fight just waterfalling to the front.
And Bikini's out.
Oh, and a nice
and a
leap!
Great apex jump. Did she land it, though?
Giving her the 4.
They gave it to her. 4 points. Yeah, they gave it that. That was a clear jump, but she didn't quite land it. Had somebody put even a hair on her, would have been a penalty.
Yep. Very timely timeout now called by Lake Contra Banditas, down 25-10 at 7 minutes into this game. Whew, tight start. And you do have to think that first mistake could have a serious impact on this game. I'd like to take a moment to thank our sponsors, of course, Holy Crap Cereal, the world's most amazing breakfast cereal. Also, Georgia W. Tush's Neon Skates. And, of course, AMJ Productions, huge supporters of boatcasting, not only in Canada, but in Derby in general. Again, the winner of this game will go right through to the quarterfinals tomorrow. The loser gets another shot. And I believe that will be against the Riot Squad.
That's right, tonight at 7:20.
It's a great thing about this tournament, and if you watched the Beast of the East last year, you know both finalists lost a game on the way to the championship. So one loss does not mean the end at the Beast of the East.
And actually, the winner's out. The Vicious Dishes, in an upset last game, were just taken out of the tournament.
First time the defending champions have been the first team eliminated from the Beast of the East.
I would think so. Slaughter Daughters, though, who were second last year, made a strong case. And back on the track, we got Miracle Whips picking up lead jammer status for the Contra Banditas.
A nice job from Miracle Whips. Just followed Belfast past the Dolls wall, sticking close to her, and then was able to pop out in front of her own skaters to take the lead. You can hear the crowd, Patrick, really getting behind the Ditas here, trying to urge them on to come back.
And Miracle Whip on one skate.
Wow, looked almost like a cut there, but she managed to keep her feet on the track.
She stayed in. All she needed was a pirouette.
3 points picked up on that pass. Ditas inch closer again. 12 points is the difference. 12:26 remaining. In this tense showdown between Toronto and Montreal. Both these teams, of course, have been to every Beast of the East. Ditas, the only Montreal team never to win.
They've never won it. No.
The Dolls finished third in 2011, their highest showing at the Beast.
And there goes Justin Powers for the Contra Banditas.
Oh, and Rainbow Fight just able to get back in the front and just go one-on-one.
Oh, really making... Oh, Gunmo Mindy falling and tripping Justin Powers.
Oh,
and there you go. Death Track Dolls.
That jam looked like it was coming apart for the Dolls, but they recover nicely. Again, the Rainbow Fight, phenomenal play. She literally gets better by the game, I swear.
Wow. You know, Justin Powers is going to remember her number.
Yes, I think so. I think all these Contra Banditas jammers are going to announce her number. You know, I think it was just a matter of time, I guess, for Rainbow Fight to really get comfortable with her teammates, because I haven't seen her quite play this well yet.
Well, I think this makes the case for her to get on CN Power.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sure she'll be there. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, she goes putting Justin Powers out again. And finally, Justin Powers makes it out.
But Audrey Hellborn is chasing.
Getcha Kicks is scoring for the second time. And I predict a call sometime. No, she's running it.
I think GK is going to work this clock. Might be a little risky. There's still a lot of time left to be working the clock.
No, there she called it.
But Getcha Kicks is a smart skater. She knows what she's doing out there.
Well, 20 points.
Yeah, 34-13, 10:30 remaining in this one. I don't feel, though, like the Death Track Dolls are in complete control of this whatsoever.
10 minutes, 20 points?
Yep. That's
no
nothing.
big deal. No.
That's one good power jam. Both teams playing very cleanly so far. Been a few pack penalties, that's it. 5-on-5 derby right now.
Yeah, very little. And there goes Miracle Whips.
Aims to kill with a nice little hit out and drags her back. Dawson doing a nice job bridging. And Santilli in your face is Lee Jammer again.
Wow, incredible. She ducked it right on time. Low dive Jenny heading to the penalty box for the Ditas.
Beautiful work right there by Slam Wow and Downright Dirty Dawson working the cut on Miracle Whips. Dawson knocked her out. Slammy took a step back, and Miracle just came in. I could see in her eyes. She knew it was happening as it was happening.
Yep. And there you go, Power Jam for the Death Track Dolls.
Santilli in your face now working this Power Jam. She's had a strong game already. She's a rugby player as well. Plays competitive rugby in Toronto.
I see the link.
And this is her third year with the Death Track Dolls. Coming up slowly as the Dolls move into sweep to the inside.
And there she goes. Oh, Wonderbrat tries to put it to the inside. Doesn't work. Can't quite do it. I guess rugby would really accustom you to taking hits.
Yeah, those quick jumps. Being able to absorb those blows. She's not a very big skater, but she's extraordinarily fit. Oh, and breaks through that 2-wall. Calls it just in time before the Ditas Jamma can get on the track. Very smart Power Jam right now by the Death Track Dolls. Looking good.
Yeah, when the jammer stands up, or when anybody in the penalty box stands up, means they have 10 seconds left. So great strategy in starting the next jam with only one jammer, hence the Death Track Dolls jammer on the line, so they can pick up lead jammer status ASAP.
A power start.
That's what we'll call it.
Yes.
A power start.
If that's not official, we should make that an official term.
Patented.
All right, and we are away now. The Dolls flying into that front wall by the Ditas. Jammer back on the track. Belfast one to beat, and she's around Bikini Skills and Lee Jammer for the Dolls.
And there goes Miracle Whips. Makes jam out of that whole jam.
Yeah, nice job by Miracle Whip. She's also a very physical jammer as well. She's definitely got a bright future for Montreal.
Well, she's really evolved, I would say, from last season. She used to be one of those players that would just go into the pack with, closed fist and just knock everybody down. And I think she's learned over time that lands you in the box,
yes,
first of all.
Patience.
And that you have to find those holes. And she's able to do it because she's a very agile skater. So it's not all about brute force.
Yeah, my first experience with Miracle Whips was at last year's Fresh and Furious tournament that the Smash Squad won. And she was definitely a standout skater for them in that tournament. All right, back underway here. Getcha Kicks out there jamming for the Death Track Dolls. I believe it's Sauceuse for the Contrabanditas. Oh, and a nice hit by Aims to Kill. Oh, wait, sorry, that's Austin Powers.
Justin Powers.
Justin Powers, yeah. GK now working front wall of black at the front, but she's around them and outside for the lead jam. And Justin Powers having a hard time with Aims to Kill right now. The Dolls pivot. Dawson looks to lock in now with some defense. Gets knocked to the inside by Gunmall Mindy.
And Justin Powers exits the pack.
And Getcha Kicks. Nice job to absorb that blow. And again.
Already scoring. Ghostface Killer, last line of defense. Done. Getcha Kicks picks up those points. 4 of them. Calls it off.
GK, such a big,
start again.
Strong, calm jammer out there. And she's hard to rattle. Wow, impressive performance so far. 58-13 with 6 minutes remaining for the Death Track Dolls.
I think they're making quite a case.
They are.
Sending a message to everybody out there who's looking to play tomorrow. Hey, we're coming.
As I mentioned, the Death Track Dolls currently leading the way in the Toronto House League, so this could be finally the year of the doll.
And I see why. Oh, there goes Miracle Whips once again.
Phenomenal performance from Miracle Whips.
Yep.
Low dive Jenny, last line of defense. Got Mindy going up for some help, and she's able to knock out Santilli in your face. Santilli takes the no pass, and she's through. Oh, and Miracle Whip skips over her own blocker. And she's got 3 points at least, and looking for that 4th. Will she get it?
There goes Rainbow Fright again. Just when you think you've got it, there goes Rainbow Fright.
Yeah, coming from out of nowhere.
And calls it off furiously for 4 points. And it brings them a little closer, but I think not close enough to their liking.
They will need something big like a power jam to get back in this. There's still time, 5 minutes remaining. but they will need a big mistake that we just haven't seen from the Dolls yet.
No, 41 points is a tall order in 2 jams. That would be 2 power jams.
Yeah.
2 big power jams. But hey, stranger things have happened.
That's right. Stranger things have happened here at the Beast of the East.
That's right.
In that matter. Oh, but Belfast through for another lead jammer status, and as long as the Dolls continue to get these leads, they are going to continue to control this game.
And there goes Bikini Skill exiting the pack as well. Both jammers now scoring, but definitely Dead Track Dolls Belfast is in control.
And there are some points now at the back of the pack, and Belfast goes through quickly, calls it off as she gets at least 3. Will they give her 4? 3 points.
3.
For Belfast. But again, more important there for the Dolls is that they killed time on that clock.
Yeah.
Seeing lots of starts up at the pivot line, like old school derby.
I know. Well, I think they're trying to vary it and trying to confuse the other team into not doing one of those scrum starts, and because if the pack is too far spread, somebody gets a penalty.
Yes, and the Dolls also very strong on those scrum starts too, and as you can see when they get spread out, it's been working to their advantage, and Miracle Whips picks up another lead jammer.
Gunmo Mindy again. I guess she's a very key blocker in the Contra Banditas. There she goes again on Getcha Kicks, recycling her way at the back. And Miracle Whips picks up a grand slam.
5 more points.
Again, Gunmo Mindy on Getcha Kicks.
Finally, Getcha Kicks get through that pack. Amazing jam from Gunmo Mindy, a defensive machine on those 2 passes.
Oh, yeah. She was a transfer from Tri-City 2 years ago. She's now with the Sexpos. And there goes, again, those jammer call issues.
Yes. Miracle Whip's not happy about that, but she picked up a ton of points there. 61 now, 26, 3 minutes remaining. Death Track Dolls cruising right now. All they've got to do is play smart, clean derby the rest of the way.
Yeah, 3 minutes left on this game. Again, Dead Track Dolls are in the white. The Contra Banditas in the black. And the Dead Track Dolls have a serious lead. 61 to 26, 35 points.
And believe that's Rainbow Fight out now for her first jam with the star of this game.
Look at that. Against Bikini Skills for Montreal. Oh, hops over the blocker. If you're going to get in my way, I'll jump over you. I like that strategy.
Wow. Yes. Oh, and another penalty to the Adidas box. It's going to be a 4-2 advantage now in the pack for the Dolls, with Rainbow Fight just cruising and looking to play some defense as well.
She even takes the liberty out of passing the pack and looking back, saying, can I help my team keep that jammer?
Oh, she loves to feed that baby. She loves it. All 4 Dolls just doing a nice job of wrapping right now, holding that jammer in the pack and letting Rainbow Fight pad this lead.
And something we don't see very often, somebody from the Adidas Road Rage, her laces came undone, so she was tying her boot next to the track, leaving Wonder Brat as the only blocker to help out Bikini Skills trying to get through the pack and trying to stop someone like Rainbow Fight.
Dawson now trying to break through that back wall. She goes down. Rainbow Fight, though, does have a lane, and she's through. Another pass and another 5-point pickup for Rainbow Fight. Right now, Rainbow might be making a case for a tournament MVP. Aims to kill with the big hit on Bikini Skills. Rainbow's got a 3-wall. She's going to challenge it alone. Peels off 1, 2 to beat. Move inside. Bikini Skills being held again like I have never seen her held. Oh, and Rainbow stays on her feet.
And Bikini Skills really not getting through. They have got to get her through to try and stop the bleeding. Mind you, only 15 seconds left in the jam.
That's right, and Dawson finally, Bikini Skills able to get by. Dawson was holding her for about half a track. Now Raged in a Cage comes in with a big hit. Oh, and Rainbow Fight getting physical as the jammer too.
Absolutely, you gotta love a jammer that can take a hit and not even move. It's like she won't even blink an eye. And she'll just get through the pack, absorb those hits, and continue to skate.
I've got to say, Rainbow has been coming on strong all season, and I believe that this is the game when she finally broke out, and we can see what this skater is capable of.
Absolutely.
Impressive performance.
Adidas call a timeout. Try and stretch that game a little bit. 86 to 26 for the Dead Track Dolls.
Not expecting this difference,
No.
gotta say.
No, I wasn't expecting that either.
Impressive performance from the Dolls. They will now, barring some kind of miraculous 60-point jam, they will go straight through. They'll be the first team to qualify directly for the quarterfinals tomorrow.
Actually, if I may correct you, the FDR, Filles du Roi, were the first to get through
Oh, yes.
earlier today. Yes.
Thank you for that correction. The Filles du Roi are already through. The Dolls will join them. And again, this podcast is brought to you by Holy Crap, the world's best breakfast cereal. Huge thank you to them. Big thank you, of course, to the good doctor, Johnny Capote. He is the man putting all this together. And a real thank you to Layer 9, Mr. Force from Layer9.com, who has been huge technical support this weekend. All right, here we are. Final jam of this game between the Death Track Dolls and the Adidas. Again, this is not an elimination game. The Adidas will have one more shot to move on.
They will, and they look who they send up. Miracle Whips.
Miracle Whips. Speaking of breakout games, what a performance from Miracle Whips in the loss today.
And she picks up lead jammer status.
And, it's really important, I think, for the Adidas to end strong, to build some confidence and momentum moving into that elimination game that they'll be forced to play. Nice hit from Gunmole Mindy. Belfast is through.
But Miracle Whips is scoring, but takes the pack down. Their penalty, yes. Miracle Whips lands in the box for a low block.
I believe she came in a little hot. It hits Canadian Psycho in the back of the calves, and that sent her out. And that means we're going to have to finish this jam to end this game.
That's right. She was lead jammer, and if the lead jammer lands in the box, there is no lead jammer, hence a 2-minute jam.
And there's a minute left in the jam clock. Game clock is done.
Whoa!
Belfast, couldn't stay in bounds.
Hit by, and once again, Gunmole Mindy, a real game changer for the Contrabanditas.
Yeah, the Adidas should take a lot of solace in some of the great performances they've seen in this game from the likes of Gunmole Mindy.
And Saucisse, chest to chest. No, that's got to be so intimidating.
Yes, staring the jammer right in the face. Saucisse also having a very strong game for the Adidas as well.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, just put her out.
Yep. Oh, Belfast trying to call it off.
She's not lead jammer. You got to go on, babe.
26 seconds remaining. Gunmole Mindy in front of the pack, holding again. Oh, and Gunmole Mindy falls. 10 seconds now remaining in this one. And Miracle Whips back on the track, and Belfast just slowly skates around the track. 2-1. That's the game. Death Track Dolls take the game. Looks like it's going to be 91-30. We're going to wait for an official score. Oh, update, 96-30. An impressive performance by the Death Track Dolls, to say the least. And I think, Patrick, you mentioned earlier that might be sending a message to the rest of the teams in this tournament that the Death Track Dolls are a team to watch.
Think so. If you take out a team like the Contrabanditas, 96-30, you're definitely saying something to everybody else. And I hope they're watching, because the Death Track Dolls just made a case for themselves. They want this Beast of the East. Yeah, they've never won it. They've come as high as third.
Yep. That's their best performance.
This could be the year of the Death Track Dolls.
Yeah, they came third 2 years ago, and then were, I think, somewhat to them, shockingly eliminated in the first round last year. They were very disappointed about that, so they've come in very focused.
You know what else is really good for them? They won't have to meet the Slaughter Daughters, also a team that made a very strong case, until much later tomorrow.
That's right. Yeah, the Daughters looking very strong. They're going to play the Smoke City Betties coming up at 5:20. Another game to watch in terms of tournament favorites. Impressive performance, Patrick.
That's right. Well, the Contrabanditas, on the other hand, still get a chance. Tonight at 7:20, they'll be facing Rideau Valley's Riot Squad. They're not out yet.
Nope. And coming up next, tune in about 9 minutes' time. We'll be back with Le Cassegoule. Did I say that all right, Patrick?
Yes.
And the Thames Fatale. I've been working on that one all day in the Cassegoule. And the Thames Fatale. So, for the Canuck Derby TV crew, Plastic Patrick, we'll be back in about 9 minutes with the next bout.
Bonsoir.
Oh, hi, I'm ZZ Slop of Fog City Rollers, and you're watching Canuck Derby TV.
It's not true.
Oh, hi, I'm ZZ Slop of Fog City Rollers, and you're watching Canuck Derby TV.
It's not true.
Welcome back, everyone.
Hello, welcome back, everybody.
You are watching the 2013 Beast of the East live here at Arena St. Louis. If you've been tuning in all day, thank you. If you're just joining us, welcome.
Hello.
I'm the Derby Nerd.
And I'm Broad Crusher.
Broad Crusher, you're a vet now on the mic.
Yay! I spent a little bit on the floor there. Had a blast. It's good times.
It is fully packed now in Arena St. Louis.
Yeah, it's getting louder and louder. The more aggressive the games are, the louder the fans are. It's awesome.
That's right, and we're getting into that point where we're rotating between teams that advance straight through to the quarterfinals and teams that face elimination, and this is an elimination game. Forest City Derby girls, Thames Fatale in the black, facing elimination after an earlier loss this morning, 76-34 to the Ditas.
And they're going up against the Casgal. I think I said that right.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Hey, you were the one saying it right earlier.
I
What's
know,
going on here?
I didn't say that right that time. Okay, so on the line for them right now, we have Swing La Bacais.
But is Kindry Surprise, though, is your lead jammer for the Thames Fatale, number 555 in the black. She's having a breakout season for these Thames. Nice battle up front. Annie Takers with some nice defense, holding off that jammer for as long as she possibly could.
She did really good.
Kindry Surprise trying to call it off.
But her jammer ref was having problems seeing her. She still gets 3 points, though.
Yeah, she was all wrapped up in that tight pack. The jammers have not been happy with the way the jam refs have been calling them off all weekend.
On their defense, it's really hard to see
Yes.
when you're on the outside, surrounded by people.
Yes, no, completely.
It's impossible to see.
If looks could kill, we'd have a couple dead jammer refs so far this weekend.
Motorhead's got this, though. I think she's got it.
Yes, experienced jammer refs out there.
Absolutely.
And underway again. Tight start. It looks like Elbows jamming number 6-6 in the black for the Thames Fatale. And she's through as your lead jammer, but right hot on her tail is number 242.
Which is Beat on the Quads.
Beat on the quads. Thames Fatale, I think, outperformed expectations earlier in the day. Had a very strong showing against the Contrabanditas and looking to build on that. And Elbows comes in.
Elbows was doing really good earlier today.
Yeah, she is a veteran on this Thames Fatale team.
You can tell. Absolutely.
2 points picked up there.
All right, on the line we have number 40, which is Beru Beach for Casgal.
And we're off. Oh, Kindry Surprise getting knocked to the outside, forced into the back of the pack. Nice defense at the front, though. A big free
that's
wall.
a strong wall. She makes it through. She is your lead jammer. The crowd goes crazy.
Much needed lead jam for the Quebec skaters. But hot on her tail is Kindry Surprise, and she is making up a lot of track very quickly. Nice quick pace from the Thames.
Super fast pace.
Both jammers approaching and scoring.
Oh, and it looks like she would get 2 points.
2-0 is the call.
Bringing the Casgal onto the track, or onto the board rather, 2-5.
3 minutes into this one, Marambo, speaking of veterans, she has played in every single Beast of the East. Marambo, number 69 in black, jamming now for the
Awesome.
Thames Fatale.
Awesome.
You can actually friend Marambo's ass on Facebook.
Oh, I want to.
Yeah?
That would
She's
be
got
wicked.
her own Facebook page.
Absolutely.
Underway again, a nice tight scrum start.
Swing that back Heist is trying to make her way through. She gets pushed onto the inside there.
And Marambo now is almost losing her helmet cover, and she hasn't noticed it. Oh, and unfortunately, Marambo through. She's not lead jammer.
And not.
And she asked her why, and
Pick
she
it up,
just
pick it up,
realized
pick it.
it.
Up. There we go. That sucks.
So lead jammer goes to Le Casco.
Swing the back Heist is your lead jammer, number 7. And she's going to call it up as she sees Marambo approaching the pack again.
Marambo's got to be disappointed at that.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit of a mistake there. 5-2, 4 minutes into this one. Again, this is an elimination game. The loser will be drinking PBR trackside. the winner will be prepping for their final shot at the quarterfinals.
Ooh. All right.
Yeah, the winner of this one will go on to face the Chicks Ahoy for a shot to make it through to the final 8.
So exciting.
Kindry Surprise out there. Again, Thames going with a tight jammer rotation.
Same goes for the Cascade. It is beat on the quads. She's at the front of the pack, sneaking through. She is your lead jammer. The crowd goes crazy. And it looks like we were playing some jammer tag over there.
Holy crap, we've got a jammer race.
Holy crap, we've got a jammer race. This jammer race is brought to you by Holy Crap Cereal.
I really actually.
I love that. Oh.
Big hit there. Oh, and a low block major being called the Kindry Surprise. Power jam for the Cascade. Their bench is very excited about this opportunity to take their first lead here.
Yes, RDQ is sitting on the bench over there going, yes, the power jam, power jam.
Nice defense right now. That's Gemicide, the pivot leading the way for the Thames Fatale, one of the more experienced skaters here. Annie Taker's out there as well. Juicy Stars.
Yes, and their back wall just stopped them from making that trip extra hard for her.
And
so
Gemicide
helping the jammer as much as they can.
Nice defense, though. It took her a long time to pick up those points.
But she's taken home 5 points right there. Bringing the Casgoyle in the lead.
Lead change. Oh, and a nice breaking through that wall, but nice job by Thames Fatale to reform. Oh, and a big hit there. And that's going to send her off, unfortunately, for a direction of gameplay hit. 4-2 pack advantage on this power jam as well.
And she sneaks through. Awesome.
The Thames Fatale were eliminated in dramatic fashion last year in the second game on a last jam comeback by the Smoke City Betties.
Ooh.
I think they would like to do a little better this year.
Yeah.
They've only ever made it out of the first round once, unfortunately, in their 6 appearances in the Beast of the East. And that was in 2010. They made the quarterfinals.
All right. Current score is 12-5 for the Casgueule, all the way from Quebec.
Only 2 on the track for the Thames Fatale, but if you're going to have 2, it might as well be these 2, Marambo and Dollface Massacre, 2 longtime veterans of this league.
Oh, she was trying too hard. It made her fall down, which made it easier to get through. We are joined by number 555, yet again, Kindry Surprise is back on the path.
Yeah, so Marambo doing a nice job of stalling just long enough for Kindry Surprise to get out, force a call off. 12-5 remains the lead. 12:50 left in this game.
Awesome. This is a good game.
Yes.
The games have been getting more and more aggressive, more and more exciting. Everyone in the crowd is reacting with so much luster. I love it.
Yes, and I think that this tournament is just going to get tighter and tighter. Last year there was a lot of parity, some really good games in the later stages of the tournament, and I think we're going to see the same thing this year. These teams are really tight. Gemicide coming back out of the penalty box, the pivot for the Thames Fatale, but a 4-3 pack advantage remains for La Cascade.
Swing La Bacchus is trying to make her way through that front wall there.
Elbows at the back being held by a nice 4-wall of purple, but the inside lane is wide open and Elbows is through. She is your lead jammer. Big hit from Jewel C. Stars on.
That front wall is not letting her through. The Thems are not giving her a chance at all.
And Elbows now gets through, and she will pick up, I believe, just 3 points on that pass.
Yes, 3 points indeed.
Slowly working their way back in it. It's a 4-point game now, 11:35 remaining.
Very, very exciting. On the line, we have Beru Bitch, number 40 for Casgueule.
And Kindry Surprise for the Thames Fatale. The Thames Fatale have been running their lines and their jammer rotation like clockwork. I could probably close my eyes and just tell you.
Probably, yeah.
Jam line.
1, 2, 3, go.
Marambo pivoting for the Thames.
All right, what's going on?
Oh, Kindry Surprise hit to the outside, and she is all the way at the back. Nice defense from both teams here. Suffragette going one-on-one with the Cascade Jammer.
Betu's coming up, and she's looking to her teammate. Oh, hit
Sad-
from behind. Oh,
Sad Panda heading right to the penalty box. I don't even think she needed to hear the ref tell her that.
ooh.
But you know what? Didn't quite work out for her either. Lead jammer goes to Cascade, but right behind her, Kindry Surprise again forces another call. This is an extraordinarily low-scoring game. We are almost halfway, and it's only 12-8.
Exactly. They're keeping their points as close as they can, that's for sure. They're not giving it a shot.
Both these teams, of course, fighting for their Beast of the East lives. Marambo out there to jam.
Along with Beat on the Quads.
Two physical jammers. See if they engage in a little jammer-on-jammer action. Nice drum start, both through, pushing right through the middle lanes.
Beat on the Quads, making her way around the outside, making her way to the inside. That front wall is giving her a lot of problems.
And enough of a problem that Marambo is able to sneak around it and take lead jammer. Big pickup for number 69 in the black.
It doesn't look like her teammates are helping her out much. That'd
Yeah.
probably be beneficial for her.
Oh, and Beat on Quad's taking a big hit to the inside from Annie Takers, and that's going to force her to the back of the pack.
She still has not made her scoring pass yet. This is still her first pass.
That's right, so huge opportunity for the Thames Fatales as Marambo's already made. Oh no, she's coming around on her scoring pass right now, trying to battle through, but she's forced to earn these points. And finally just calls it off after picking up big 4 points, tie game.
Tie game. Whoa, that was fast.
If you are playing the DNN, Derby News Network drinking game, it's time for you to take a drink. Have you ever played the DNN drinking game?
No, but I want to. Explain.
Well, you have to go on
Explain at the
DNN.
next time out there.
Yeah, go to DNN.com, do a little search there. You will find the rules. They keep on getting more and more elaborate.
Ooh. Oh, I'm excited.
Things like lead changes, tie games, those kinds of
Oh,
things.
Swing That Back Ice comes up to the front, makes her way through. She is your lead jammer.
Really nice move
good.
to the inside. Her pack orchestrated that nicely, opening up the inside lane.
You also see two Thems in the penalty box, too. That might have had something to do with it. But she
Yep.
just took her on and she stared her down. She was looking her in the eye and said, get out of my way.
Sociopath doing a nice job one-on-one against a jammer and forces that call out. She might have even protected her point along the way. She did. Nice.
We only got 3 points
Only got 3
on that
points.
pass. It's not a tie anymore.
Cascade. So lead change. So you can still take a drink.
Take a drink.
Take a drink. 15-12.
Just under 8 minutes.
Amazing. This would be a really big victory for this Cascade team. They just formed last year, the House League teams.
Yes.
Quebec Roller Derby has been around for 3 years. They're now a 3-team league with 2 House League teams and 1 travel team. Dollface Massacre, last line of defense.
Oh, sneaking through the inside. 2-4-2. It's Beat on the Quad. She is your lead jammer.
And elbows about 1 straightaway back, half a track to make up. Nice fast packs, though. Gemicide, the pivot, coming back on the track for the Thames Fatale 4-3 pack advantage for RDQ.
Oh, she calls it off. She hit. What did she get? Nothing.
0-0. 15-12 remains the score under the 7-minute mark now. Have a feeling this one's going to come down to the end.
Nerd, have we ever had a tie game in Beast?
We have never had an overtime game in Beast history.
Oh,
That would be
amazing.
It would be amazing. I didn't actually see my first live overtime game until last year.
Me too.
Took a long time. Kingston Derby Girls. All right, underway again.
Swing That Back Ice is making her way through the pack. She's at the front and falls.
Dollface Massacre with a nice hit, and that allows elbows through to take lead jammer. The Thames Fatale veterans coming on strong here late in this game, trying to get their team back in it. Marambo,
And
one-on-one.
Marambo's not letting her through at all.
Nice defense from Marambo. Finally has to let her go. Oh, and a nice knockout from Jean Bond. forcing Kindry Surprise to come in. She'll pick up at least a point. 3 points picked
3
up.
points. Awesome.
And you know what that means?
It's another score. Tie. Oh my God.
5:45.
So do you take 2 shots of that? Is that the game?
Pretty much you can just keep drinking continuously this game. There's so many rules now. Oh, a skater turned around on the track. Have a drink.
Oh, have a drink.
There's a pivot on the track. Have a drink.
Really?
No, I'm making these up. Speaking of pivots, Gemicide is your pivot. Number 50 in black for the Thames Fatale. Outside line for the Cascagoula Jammer. Oh, an elbow sneaks in on the inside. Number 66 is your lead jammer.
Chucky's mom, for the first time, I haven't seen her be a jammer yet, so this is her first time at the Beast this year.
Interesting decision at such a tight point in the game to put in a fresh jammer like that. Maybe they were hoping she had some fresh legs, but she's having a hard time right now.
Maybe the other ones were tired. It's a possibility. Who knows?
Oh, elbows with a nice move on the inside to pick up a big 5 points. And still
trying to make her first pass. It's not working out for her at all. That green wall is not happening.
Phenomenal pack work right now from the Thames Fatale. Elbows, comes up against the back wall, and she's pushing her way through. Nice defense right here from the Cascagoula.
And Chucky's mom finally made it through the pack.
And Elbows picks up all the points. A massive jam for the Thames Fatale. 24, a 9-point pickup.
Ooh.
This is the biggest lead of this game so far, believe it or not. It's been a tight one. Kindry Surprise, no surprise out there. And I believe that's Speed on Quads.
I believe that is correct, yes. Speed on Quads, number 242, is on the line as well. Oh, our first time out.
And taken by the Thames Fatale. Interesting. They seem to have momentum. But Bad Pits and Henry Brawlins want to talk to their team about this. You know,
I think Smegmark is also going to take the chance to just, yeah, we got this. It's all good. You can see them like brooding over there.
And they've been playing phenomenally well. Marembo is talking to the captains in the middle, and this has become an official timeout now, or an official review.
Lots of derby love going on down here.
So Marembo talking with the refs about something. And they're not happy about. Obviously, that's why this timeout was called. Bad Pit saw something.
Yeah.
Bad Pit is a veteran bench manager, like Smegmark. He is also the coach of the Forest City travel team, the bench coach.
Now, I was talking to Smegmark before, and he said that he's been to every single Beast.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
Huh.
Whether that's as a spectator, in the last 3 years he's been here, as a coach, of course. But he's been to every single Beast.
Wow, nice. An O-Beer, an original Beaster.
Absolutely.
Thames Fatale are one of those teams that have taken part in all 6 Beasts of the East. They came up here in 2008 with the London Thrashers, who no longer exist. A Forest City Derby team that was retired after that 2008 Beast of the East.
That's it, eh? That's it, that's all.
Marembo trying to get the crowd into it. 4 minutes remaining. This timeout was brought to you by Georgia W. Tush's Neon Skates,
which is just around the corner. There's also a location in Ottawa if you're watching from Ottawa. And you're missing out on the awesome merch village over there. It's awesome. Have you checked it out?
I have had an opportunity to check it out.
So many cool things. I just want to buy it all.
Lots of amazing companies, of course, led by our big sponsor, Neon Skates.
Yes.
And I would just like to point out that Tommy Toxic has outdone himself yet again and made the ugliest trophy I've ever seen in my life.
It's so ugly. It's beautiful, though.
It is, yeah, so
I
ugly.
I helped him carry
beautiful.
it in this morning. His actually, don't tell anybody, but one of the skates fell off.
Oh, and it had to be repaired?
Yeah.
He goes out of it. He makes all 3 of the trophies for the Beast of the East team and a tournament.
All right, they're back.
Back underway.
When did that happen?
Kindry Surprise is your lead jammer, so a big move now for the Thames Fatales. They try to hold on to this lead with only 4 minutes remaining.
Beat on the Quads just makes her way through.
Kindry Surprise coming around back on the initial straightaway, looking to score some points. She's got 1. 2 to beat up front. Falls, forces to call, and she'll get at least 2, if not 3 on that. 3 points for Kindry Surprise. 27-15 now is the score.
All right, that gap is widening.
In terms of this game, that lead is commanding.
It really is.
But in terms of roller derby, it's not. One mistake could change the course of this game.
One power jam is all they need, really.
Marambo out there to jam for Thames Fatale.
And Swing the Bakais is on the line as well.
2 skaters that have had successful games for their teams. And it's a nice tight scrum start. 5-on-5 roller derby. Marambo takes the inside. She's your lead jammer, but right behind
Swing
her.
the Bakais follows her through that window. Done. That's it. 0 points for a grab.
Marambo, she might have wanted to take some time off the clock, but I don't think they're feeling comfortable enough with their lead to start working the clock quite yet. So they'll go back to Kindry Surprise.
And again with beat on the quads.
Both teams shortening their benches now in the late tense stages of this elimination game at this 6th annual Beast of the East. Interesting formation at the start.
And it's a cluster in there.
Both jammers right in the middle of those packs, but it looks like Kindry Surprise was knocked to the outside. Now she's got a lane on the inside.
She kind of used that last hit to actually push herself forward, which is great, making her come through the pack right on her heels there.
But there was a no pass, no penalty. She did pass a skater
she's
who...
also the lead jammer.
So she is not lead jammer. She passed that skater who knocked her out of bounds.
Okay.
And the RDQ fans on the sidelines telling her to call it off. And
Makes
I think,
sense.
Thames Fatale were happy to go for a skate there. 1:34 now remaining on the clock. 27-15. The Cascagoula have been stuck at 15 for
a while.
A little while now. Elbows back out there on the jam.
Swing the back ice as well.
Marambo in the pack. Again, 5-on-5 roller derby between these two teams. It's been a very clean game. Whistle blows.
And stuck in the rear is Swing the back ice.
Elbows in that front place. A nice
And
little block.
nice in the inside.
Marambo with some nice offensive blocking at the front of that pack to get her through. With under a minute to go, that could be a game changer. Elbows coming around to score now.
This will be it. This is the last jam. I bet you anything.
No,
38
Elbows
seconds.
calling it off.
Oh my gosh. With 34 seconds left.
That, risky play right there from Thames Fatale. Tempting fate,
Tempting fate.
perhaps, and timeout called.
We're going to have a timeout there.
By the Casco.
Smegmark is gathering the troops.
So this will be it, our final jam, barring a tie and overtime.
Right. Ooh,
of this
that'd
game.
be so exciting.
29-15. The way this game is going, it's going to take, I believe, a mistake from the Thames Fatale.
A power jam would help a lot.
Yep. I don't like using that term because I don't want to curse anyone. That's why I always say mistake.
Okay.
No, that.
You could say it in French.
Yeah.
A super jam.
A super jam. I like the French terms.
I love it too.
Les jammers.
jammers.
Yeah.
Saying super jam. Love it. Love it. That's why I love coming to Montreal.
And the derby's pretty good too.
Absolutely, for sure.
So it's Kindry Surprise
Along with Beat on the Quads.
for this final jam, this elimination game. These two teams fighting for their lives.
So excited.
And the whistle is off. Both jammers engage. Kindry sees an inside line. Gets knocked to the inside and down.
Beat on the Quads is coming on the outside. Going through the inside. Oh, knocked into the inside. And
Great defense from both packs so far. Fast moving. Dollface Massacre goes in for the hit. Doesn't quite connect. Suffragette follows through as well.
oh, couple hits here and there.
Sorry, I believe I said Annie Takers throwing some hits. Wow, neither jammer able to get through. The game clock is down. We have 1:20 left on the jam clock. No lead jammer indicated yet. It looks like Casco is going to get it. Lead jam.
Yeah, being on the quads is your lead jammer. Les jammers à Cascoil.
Kendry surprise, one to beat. Can she make it through? She's still held right now. 56 seconds remaining.
So intense.
Fast pack.
Oh.
Beat on the quads now coming in to score. Finally, Kendry surprise is going to make it through.
There she goes. She made it through. Widening that gap even there.
And that will be the difference. And just nice defense here from Thames Fatale, picking up the speed. Good clock management.
Thames are definitely moving to the front, doing their best to block with all costs.
23 seconds left, and she is running out of time. Oh, and she called it off.
Oh.
And that will end it.
That's it. That's all. Valiant effort, guys. Valiant effort.
Very nice performance. A very good turnaround from their big loss earlier in the day to the Death Track Dolls. So a nice way to end their first Beast of the East tournament, I think, for Le Casco. They'll be happy with that performance for sure.
Oh, for sure. Yes.
In that game for most of it. But the experience, I think, of the Thames Fatale was the difference in the end. A lot of years of Derby experience on that team and in that game.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of fun, lots of Derby love. As you see, everyone's rushing out to give them a congratulatory handshake.
And it's getting loud in here.
I think the bar's open.
Yes, I believe the bar is open. 29-18, I think, is going to be our official final. It hasn't been listed as official yet, but I can't see any changes being made at this point in the game.
The Zebras are all huddled over there.
And nonetheless, whatever the final score, Thames Fatale are through to fight another bout. They will be taking on the Chicks Ahoy in what should be a fascinating showdown tonight at 6:40.
You can join me then, I think.
Yeah, be sure to tune in for that. Do not miss that. Chicks Ahoy against Thames Fatale, 6:40. Coming up next here on Canuck Derby TV, the TKOs and La Racaille will be playing.
They were both victors from earlier on today.
That's right.
So it should be awesome.
And the winner gets an advance straight through to the quarterfinals tomorrow. The loser gets one more shot.
Yep.
To make it. I think we're going to call it a game. That final is now official. 29-18 is your final score. Broad Crasher.
Thank you so much, Nerd.
Thank you. Another game under our belts.
All right.
So again, tune in about 10 minutes time for the next Boatcast here on Canuck Derby TV on behalf of the Canuck Derby TV team and the Broad Crasher. I'm the Derby Nerd. See you soon.
Take care.
Oh, hi, I'm ZZ Slop with Fog City Rollers, and you're watching Canuck Derby TV.
It's not true.
It's not just about the shorts. It's about inspiring others. It's about having fun and making new friends. It's about getting hit down and getting back up again. It's about being a team. Pivot Star. It's about roller derby.
Well, Lightning Slim, look at that. We've got more roller derby about to happen at the Beast of the East 2013. Who's playing this time round?
Looks to me, Captain Lou Abemo, like in the blue, you have the total knockouts of Tri-City, and they're facing Larakai in the green from Montreal.
Total Knockouts having a great first game, putting down the Derby debutantes 133-8, but they are in tough against the current queens of Montreal Roller Derby, Larakai. Larakai also having a fantastic first bout of the Beast, putting down the Rouge et Gore 116-12. So could be a close game. We'll have to see if the TKOs can hang with the ladies in green from Montreal.
On the jammer line right now, Meliwana for Larakai. She is out in front. She lead jammer. Her opposite, number 11, Overkill. But it is Meliwana in lead.
Both these jammers are members of the travel team of the representative leagues, Tri-City and Montreal. Meliwana not playing last night, but Overkill has been playing on a regular basis this season for the Thunder. Meliwana getting the better of Overkill first time through, picking up a big roller derby point. A 1-0 lead with 30 seconds gone in this game, Slim.
Larakai with a conservative start to things, just putting up the single point. We'll see if they have other tricks up their sleeves. The TKOs obviously trying to suss out their opponent, quite a high-level opponent for the TKOs.
And we have seen this a bunch today, the Montreal team taking the pivot line, bringing back old school roller derby starts. TKOs managed to bridge that pack to keep the Rakai jammer in, but a nice uniform whip around on the outside. And that's number 66, Falcon Punch, lead jammer.
Falcon Punch, a comfortable lead. Her opposite number still, Booty Two Shoes trapped at the back of the pack, being pulled backwards. And that is a full scoring pass.
And one of the blockers pulling her back is Meliwana. She jammed and then stayed on the track and blocked and heading to the box for Larakai. That's Nameless Horror. They've got two blockers in the box. Looks like they're discussing multiplayer blocks while they sit and serve their time. But meanwhile, Falcon Punch has done another lap and another 5 points up on the board for Larakai.
Falcon Punch skating on, approaching the pack once again. Booty Two Shoes has now escaped from the pack, but Falcon Punch has a couple of passes on her. Falcon Punch cutting through to the inside line, now trying to deal with Fox Smolder. Calls it off.
And another 4 points on the board for the ladies in green. Again, Larakai wearing their traditional green colors for this bout. The TKOs in the black and blue, the bruised colors of the Tri-City junior team. 15-0, 17 and a half minutes to go in this 20-minute bout. Winner of this game moves on to day 2, and the loser will have to play late tonight.
Indeed, we're going to be playing all day and well into the evening. Another lead jam situation for Larakai. That's number R3D. It's Legs.
Legsite. She is an up-and-coming jammer, rookie, I believe, for Larakai. Doing a fantastic job out there for the ladies in green in their first game. Getting lead jammer first time out in this game. She gets through before Overkill can put points up on the board.
Meow Wallace grinding with the jammer of Larakai a little bit towards the end of the jam. However, after the whistle, nothing more can occur, and we reset for another go-round.
And the TKOs picking up their first lead jammer of the game. Praying Mantis getting through first, but sucked back into the pack. Meliwana jamming for Larakai is ahead of Praying Mantis, number 69, so she wisely calls it off. Slim, preventing Larakai to put any more points up on the board. They stay at 16-0, 16 minutes to go in this bout.
Once again, taken to the jammer line for the TKOs, number 96, Booty Two Shoes. hoping to change the fortunes of the girls in blue and black, the TKOs of Tri-City, putting some points on the board. A crowd of bodies prevents me from telling you who is jamming for Larakai.
But we will mention her name as soon as we can see who she is. She fights her way through that wall, getting lead jammer. And once again, that's number 66, Falcon Punch.
Booty Two Shoes not far behind. She escapes the pack also, but Falcon Punch a comfortable half a track as she chases this fast-moving pack.
Yeah, Sneaky Devil unable to contain Booty Two Shoes. Falcon Punch coming up on the back of the pack, ready to score. Larakai blockers trying to pick off the TKO blockers, so there are easy points for Falcon Punch to get. She's got the hands on the hips. She picked up 3 points, I believe. If I can see Mr. Bonesy Adams, her jammer ref, indicating 3. Yes, no points for TKO's Goose Egg on the board on the side of the Tri-City team. 19 for Larakai.
Larakai maintaining a shutout situation. It looks like we have, yes, a timeout being called by the TKOs, perhaps wisely, as Coach Business tries to install some wisdom into his troops here. He's got them all gathered around, giving him a bit of a speech as to how to get back into this competition, Captain Lou.
Yes, indeed. You are allowed 2 timeouts in this short 20-minute game. It's good to use them properly. Time management is essential. Sometimes you need to save them so you can get more jams in, but sometimes settling your team down, getting them reorganized, hitting the reset button, getting back on the track can be essential as well. Let's see how successful the TKOs are after this timeout. We're going to get Legcité going up against Overkill.
Just waiting for the referees to get into position. We get the 5-second warning.
And away we go. Vigorous scrum start. Legcité taking an outside line, hopping her way through. Gets tripped up, unable to get out the front, but did pick up lead jammer. Now she's recycled her way back to the front of the pack. Praying Mantis has to let her go. She's got lead jammer, and she's free and running around looking for points, Slim.
Overkill got tied up at the back of the pack with Meliwana, who, as you pointed out earlier, although she's been jamming, she's been also very, very strong in a blocking role for Larakai. Meanwhile, at the front of the pack, legs through once again.
And solid blocking in the pack for Larakai. Jam called off by Legcité. Overkill given a bit of a reprieve there, not having ever escaped. Larakai a little hit it and quit it. 24 points on the board, 0 for the TKOs. 6 minutes gone in this game. TKOs are going to have to regroup quickly, or they may find themselves on the wrong end of a big score.
Both teams skating at full strength. Fairly mild penalty-wise in terms of this bout so far.
A pretty clean game again, fighting her way through that pack. That's Falcon Punch getting lead jammer. And now the TKOs drop back, trying to give their jammer some support. Meliwana putting a hip on Booty, knocking her to the outside. Meanwhile, coming around, picking up 5 points for Larakai. That's Falcon Punch.
Falcon Punch skating in the free and open spaces. Booty Two Shoes yet to emerge from the pack. In fact, held at the very rear. She's being blocked very effectively, and Falcon Punch sails through to the inside line.
That's right. TKO's trying to free their jammer, not paying attention to where the opposing jammer was. Easy 5 points for Larakai. And Booty Two Shoes still hung up on that wall of green. Chantal Crazy Ass Kick trying to get her through. Unsuccessful. Falcon Punch around for another 5 points for Larakai. And they move up to 39-0.
Difficult times for the TKOs. Screamfield Cupcake moves her way to the front of the pack, tries to hold down the inside line against Nameless Horror. Falcon Punch, however, eludes Chantal Crazy Ass Kick, and that is another grand slam for Larakai.
Big smile on Falcon Punch's face as she goes by the bench, checks if they want her to keep on going. They give her the signal to continue, still stuck in the pack. Did we get a... Yeah, we did. We got a star pass there, Slim.
Indeed, it looks like Booty Two Shoes has passed the star to Meow Wallace. Meow Wallace maybe not having much more luck than her predecessor.
And once again, Falcon Punch through for another 5 points. An absolutely devastating jam by the Larakai Jammer. Number 66 putting big points up on the board. And Larakai has moved to a 54-0 lead over the Total Knockouts. 11 and a half minutes to go in this game.
Meow Wallace tearing the helmet cover from her head and having been the recipient of a star pass, able to make the gesture twice before sitting down on the bench. Some frustrated faces on the TKO bench right now.
Looks like Legsite is going to be back out there wearing the star for Larakai. And Overkill starting 10 feet back of the line, looking to get some momentum, finds her way through this wall. She's got 2 to beat. She's pushing hard, and she's going to be your lead jammer for the TKOs.
A clever ploy to draw out the size of the pack until it is too thin to be sustainable. And Overkill in that lead jammer position now approaches the pack in a scoring pass.
We've got one blocker from Larakai going to the box. Overkill through the pack. And the goose egg has been cracked. 4 points on the board for the Total Knockouts. The score is 54-4. 10 and a half minutes to go in this game. Still time for the TKOs to mount a comeback. They're going to need to do that a couple more times to get this game back within reach, Slim.
Absolutely, Captain Lou. Not a lot of time, however, enough if the TKOs can be crafty in terms of what they can put together on these scoring passes, and they've chosen Booty Two Shoes to do the job.
Meliwana on the line for Larakai. Larakai just basically needs to keep doing what they've been doing all tournament long. Heavy blocking, great jamming, putting lots of points up on the board. They are definitely one of the favorites to win this tournament, and they're showing us why once again. Meliwana with lead jammer for Larakai.
Number 420 in the green now inside the pack once again. She cuts from the outside to the inside, back to the outside again. A classic serpentine through the pack, and that is a grand slam.
Slavic Slayer wearing the pivot panty, doing a real number on Booty Two Shoes. Booty looking a little bit tired, but number 187 for Larakai continues to slow her down. And meanwhile, back around and looking for more. That's Meliwana.
Meliwana through the pack once again. 5 more points for Larakai. Penalty on the play here as Latoast will have a seat in the penalty area.
I kind of like the name Latoast. I think that's, I don't know if it means anything else in French, but straight up Latoast is a good name if you ask me.
Booty Two Shoes has escaped from the pack, but the damage is done. Meliwana having made a few passes in the past minute. Just less than 9 minutes remaining. Larakai 68, Total Knockouts 4.
And Meliwana deciding to continue to run with this has put another 4 points up on the board. Booty Two Shoes is on a scoring pass, but looking absolutely exhausted. She's been getting banged around in that pack. K-Dog doing a job on her. Russian Croulette doing a job on her. And Slavic Slayer hitting the ground hard there. Meliwana looking a little winded. Calls off the jam.
Hashem Slashem going for a low blocking penalty. And she will take a seat there. Each team skating with one blocker in the box. 76-7 the score.
8 minutes to go in the game. So TKO is managing to get 3 points on that last jam, but Meliwana, I believe, putting up 22 points all by herself.
Praying Mantis surges to the front of the pack. Lead jam for the TKOs. Praying Mantis.
Yeah, Praying Mantis is also a player who is on the Tri-City Thunder WFDDA sanctioned charter, showing that she can jam as well as block. About half a lap behind her, trailing is Falcon Punch. Praying Mantis is going to have to hustle. She's going to have to make it past the tough blocking form of Nameless Horror. And hands on the hips. Any points? No. She gets goose eggs.
The speed of Falcon Punch allowed her to catch up with the pack. Praying Mantis being held up by the defenders of Larakai. Forced to call it off with nothing neither way, Captain Lou.
And back to the track, we're going to see Legcité once again wearing the star for La Racaille. And that's, I believe, Overkill for the TKOs. Overkill having some success in this game. And she blasts her way through that scrum, trips over her own player, Rainbow's Bright. Meanwhile, Legcité is being pushed to the outside by Psychosonic, but they are unable to contain her. Legcité is lead jammer and 10 feet behind her and trying to close the gap. That's Overkill, Slim.
Overkill almost blows the tire, maintains her vertical integrity as she chases Legs. However, Legs inside the pack being chased by Overkill. Heavy collision between Legs and Psychosonic. Legs is not perturbed by this, continues to skate, although there is now a penalty to Legs. This is a power jam for the TKOs.
Yeah, it looks like Legs was a bit too exuberant in that crash into the back of Psychosonic. Psychosonic also going to the box. Looks like it's one of those back block, low block combinations. Both sides going to the box. Power jam TKOs. They're going to need to work hard to get this power jam to be worth enough points to get this game to within reach. But again, they are not done if they lose this game. They have an opportunity to play one more time today.
Absolutely. The TKOs with a single victory, even in this defeat, would have another chance to redeem themselves. Overkill at the front of the pack, being pushed to the very limit of the track. However, they got to let her go.
Yeah, out of play call, blocking call on Clara O'Kee. She'll go serve a minute in the box. Overkill is back around looking for more. Overkill forcing her way through the wall of green. Slavic Slayer unable to contain her. 5 more points for the total knockouts. They've moved their way up to 19. 22 seconds left in this jam. Overkill trying to call off the jam, not realizing she is not lead jammer.
Luckily for Overkill, the refs ignoring her attempted call-off. She would have been in trouble if they'd taken heed.
And Legcité getting out of the penalty box and through the pack on a scoring pass, picking up 4 points, nullifying Overkill's 4 that she picked up on that final pass. TKOs are at 24 at the moment, and La Racaille at 80. That is a 56-point lead with under 5 minutes to go. A daunting task for any team to come back from. La Racaille probably fairly pleased with the way this game has gone, Slim.
A difficult situation indeed, Captain Lou. On the track, it looks like Praying Mantis getting ready to jam for the TKOs once again. The whistle goes. Praying Mantis straight through on the inside line, picks up lead.
Yeah, right past Nameless Horror. Nameless Horror tried to pop back, and there was nobody there. Nameless Horror landing on the ground. Praying Mantis getting lead jammer. Falcon Punch is out of the box as well. Light pack for La Racaille. 4-on-2 pack advantage. TKOs trying to slow down Banana Havoc, who's wearing the pivot panty. Praying Mantis through. And we're just looking for points from the jammer ref. That's 4 points for the TKOs. They move to 28, 3 minutes and 47 seconds to go in this game.
A respectable turn of events for the TKOs in the last few minutes of this bout have allowed them to climb back into the contest. However, the clock is not their friend, Captain Lou.
No, it is not, and they have used one timeout already, so they only have limited ability to control. Oh, a big hit by Agrosaurus on Legcité, knocking her to the ground. Up at the front is Booty Two Shoes. She's going to get lead jam. Another huge hit by Agrosaurus once again. Legcité hitting the ground twice and still getting back up and racing her way through the pack. She's got half a lap to make up as Booty Two Shoes tries to hustle her way through and pick up points for the TKOs. Booty Two Shoes calling it off. Jammer ref indicating 2 points were obtained on that pass. That puts the TKOs to 30 to the 80 points that La Racaille have.
Nice even numbers, 80 to 30. Just under 3 minutes remaining. About 2 3/4. Agrosaurus, a known hitter for the TKOs, previously quiet in this tournament, decided she wanted to lay down the boom, and that got a roar of approval from those in attendance here in Montreal.
We've got Meliwana going up against Overkill. Meliwana having a fantastic game. Nice bit of a uniform whip by Overkill. She's going to get through for lead jammer. Meliwana not that far behind her, Slim.
Indeed, we now have a bit of a race as Meliwana strives to catch up with Overkill. The TKO serving notice that they're not going to go out of this thing quietly.
This Jammer race is, of course, brought to you by Holy Crap Cereal, the most amazing cereal in the world, and that was impressive. Overkill having to call it off, picking up 2 more points for the TKOs. Looks like the TKOs are going to fall a little bit short. It's under 2 minutes to go in this game, a 48-point lead for Laurakai, but a nice recovery for the TKOs in the latter half of this game. Laurakai looking to book their ticket along with their league mates, the Fidawa, into day 2.
The TKOs, having fallen behind quite a bit in the first few minutes of the contest, seem to want to go out on the climb. Booty Two Shoes and Falcon Punch Jammers of the right now.
Lots of blocking going on in this pack. Bodies churning, and then coming out the front with Agrosaurus on her tail. Falcon Punch escaping. She's going to be lead jammer for Laurakai. There is only about a minute left in the period, so Falcon Punch could run out the clock if she so desires. Booty Two Shoes getting pushed to the outside by Nameless Horror, coming back in. Falcon punches around and scoring, trying to get past Fox Smolder, the final blocker. Out of play on Fox Smolder. Falcon Punch goes free. Falcon Punch puts 5 points up on the board for Laurakai.
Meanwhile, Nameless Horror holding down the inside line, and Booty Two Shoes getting pinballed around. Oh, another hit there from Nameless Horror sends Booty Two Shoes out between turns 3 and 4.
And a nice little skip move to the outside, a little bit of acceleration. Falcon Punch through for another 5 points. She's checking the clock, 57 seconds left in the jam, 22 seconds left in the period. She's going to grind this out.
Falcon Punch getting squeezed there by Agrosaurus and Meow Wallace. Now through again, Falcon Punch has achieved another Grand Slam.
Laurakai coming dangerously close to the triple digits. One more pass will put them over if she wants to do it. Falcon Punch probably can. Time is out on the period clock. The game will end whenever she wants it to. She looks up at the clock. She's got 5 more points. That is 100 points for Laurakai. You know, if you're sitting at home, you should have a sip of whatever beverage you've got, because triple digits is something to celebrate, especially in 20 minutes.
Falcon Punch at it again. Does not want to end the jam. However, the clock does it for her. And this is a victory and an advancement for Laurakai of Montreal Roller Derby.
So Laurakai joining the Fidawa and the Dolls in the quarterfinals. Looks like the TKOs are going to have to move on and play in an elimination game later today. They will play at, let me just see if I can find it here. They will be playing at 8 o'clock tonight. And they will be playing against the winner of the Gores, the Gorgor Girls and the Lunch Ladies, which that game will be happening at 6 o'clock. So they have to wait to see who they're going to play. But Laurakai, they get the rest for the entire day. They come back tomorrow nice and fresh. And Montreal has advanced 2 teams already.
A big roar from the crowd for the victors, Laurakai. They're taking a bit of a skate here. Some high fives for them. A well-earned victory. They certainly handled the total knockouts of Tri-City.
They did indeed, Slim. So we're going to take a little bit of a rest. We've got another game coming up in short order about 15 minutes from now. We're going to see the Derby debutantes from Greater Toronto Area Roller Derby, the GTAR Derby Debs, taking on the Quebec Roller Derby Rouge et Gore. This will be an elimination match. The loser will be gone from Beast of the East. The winner will move on to have one more shot at advancing to a Sunday berth. I'm Captain Lou Albamo.
And I'm Lightning Slim. Keep it right here on Canuck Derby TV.
It's not just about the shorts. It's about inspiring others. It's about having fun and making new friends. It's about getting hit down and getting back up again. It's about being a team. Pivot Star. It's about roller derby.
Necromaniac.
Oh, hi, I'm ZZ Slop with Fog City Rollers, and you're watching Canuck Derby TV.
It's not true.
Game number 14 about to get underway. We've got the Derby Debs going up against the Rouge et Gore. I am Captain Lou Albamo back on the mic, and I am joined for my first bout of the day announcing with the lovely
Broad Crusher here on the microphone yet again. Yay!
Very exciting to announce with an announcer I have not called with before. Always nice to meet the new voices across Canada.
Absolutely, for sure.
And even better for all you listeners out there,
Different
Broad,
voices.
and you speak French, so
Oh, yeah, a little bit. Un petit peu.
which will be miles more than I do. So hopefully you'll get Broad helping out with some pronunciations and making it sound good as opposed to my absolute butchering. Whistle underway, Broad, and who do we got jamming?
911 for Le Rouge et Gare. That is Nana Bisturi.
And jamming for the Derby Debs coming through on the outside. That's number 52. That's Sofirmi.
Nana Bisturi making her way through. She is going to the box for a backblock major. First jam and already in the box with a power jam going to the debutantes.
So advantage Debs, one jam in, 90 seconds to go in this jam. So a good opportunity for Sofirmi to put points up on the board, and 5 of those are indicated by her jammer ref. She's coming around for more, Broad.
Holy cow. Moby Dith is on her way to the box as well. She has been a huge hitter the entire games ever seen her play.
So a little bit more real estate for Sofirmi to skate with one blocker on in the box. 3 blockers left for the Rouge et Gore. The pivot desperately trying to keep her in the pack. Unsuccessful. 5 more points for the Debs. They move up to 15-0. And there's still time in this power jam, Rod.
Oh, for sure there are. With Moby Dith gone, they're going to have a time, that's for sure. First jam, and it's already this intense? Holy cow.
That's right. And the Debs having a tough first game.
And the Rouge et Gare through the pack. And she's picking up 4 points as well.
18 seconds left in the jam.
Ooh, 4-20 for the debutantes. The Rouge et Gare, they have some work to do. Oh, she picks up 5 more points.
So having spent a minute in the box, Nana Bisturi has come out and put 9 points up of her own for the Rouge et Gore. The Derby Debs in pink putting up 20 points in the first jam of the game. 23 points.
23 points. We have updated that now.
And as in roller derby, we wait 30 seconds and we do it all over again until the time expires from the clock. We're going to do our best to spot the jammers from here. I cannot see their numbers through that wall.
I am not
of
100%
blockers.
sure. I think that is Nelson Mendel for Rouge et Gare, but I'm not 100% sure. That was not it. Either way, she is your lead jammer, KO, which is Lappy Knock You.
And that is Fifi. I'm going to mangle your last name, Batbachet. I'm going to call you Fifi for the rest of the game. Fifi wearing the star for the Debs, stuck in the pack, coming through on the outside, looking to score points. That's Lappy.
Lappy's making her way around for her scoring pass. She picks up 5 points, having lapped the debutante's jammer.
That moves the Rouge et Gore up to 14, and the jammer for the Debs still stuck in the pack, allowing Lappy Knock You an opportunity to put another pass, and she's about to do that right now. Nice hit by number 1914, Ginger Fightus, shrugged off by the jammer from the Rouge et Gore. And Broad?
We also see 2 a debutant and 1 Rouge et Gare in the box as well. So we are even on the track.
5 more points indicated for Lappy. They're at 19 right now, and on this scoring pass, the Rouge et Gore have an opportunity to erase all the damage done in the first jam and take the lead. Lappy Knock You coming out.
Nice. She's coming up through the pack. She picks up another 5 points. Amazing job. Amazing job. She is also by her other friend from the penalty box.
And you're looking at 24-23. The Rouge et Gore have taken the lead for the Quebec Roller Derby.
If you guys are playing the game, the drinking game, that means you need to take a drink, I believe, right? Because we've got a lead change. Picking up another 5 KO. Lappy Knock You.
And so 2 jams into this game. The Rouge et Gore have taken the lead back 29-23. Both jams have gone the full 2 minutes, which means we'll probably have some pretty tired skaters out there on the track, Broad.
They probably are. Absolutely. I think they had some time to sit down, though. They had some time to sit down in between their last games.
And we're getting lined up once again, looking to see who the jammers are.
Never an easy feat for us, but she
Nope.
makes it through. Rouge et Gore is your lead jam. It's number 911, which is Nana Bisturi.
Nana Bisturi jamming for a second time in this game. This is only the third jam, even though over 5 minutes are gone. 5 points on the board for Nana Bisturi, and Lioness, who is jamming for the Derby Debs, having a lot of trouble. The Rouge et Gore blockers knocking her to the ground repeatedly.
And she makes it through the pack yet again, though. Nana Bisturi picking up 5 points.
And one more scoring pass for Nana Bisturi. Coming through the front, 5 more points go up on the board. The Rouge et Gore are on a rampage, 44-23. The Debs starting off this game with a power jam. Look like they might be able to take control. 9 points out of the box for Nana Bisturi on that jam, and now Nana Bisturi with the jammer Lioness stuck in the pack for the Debs, and as I say that, she escapes. Nana Bisturi putting points up on the board by the handful. Skips through, hands on the hips. Looks like 4 more points indicated by jam ref Bonesy Adams. Rouge et Gore at 53. Derby Debs still at 23, Broad.
Wow. Wow. What a lead. What a lead. Those refs are actually really, really exercising a lot today. Those packs all day long. Really, really fast games, eh?
And the joy of Beast of the East means that the winner of this game will get to move on to play one more. Unfortunately, if you lose 2 on day 1, you are done for the tournament. One of these teams will be going home at the end of this game. And the Rouge et Gore with Lappy Knock-You getting lead jammer again, Broad.
Lappy Knock-You is definitely the lead jammer. She's coming around really close to that back wall. They see her, but not a problem. Zero problems.
4 more points for Lappy. Rouge et Gore getting some blocker support coming out of the box. 1 blocker aside, sitting in the penalty box. 3-on-3 pack. And Lappy finding some nice
just
assists.
pushing her teammate out of the way there. Get out!
Get out the way. I got points to score. 4 more for Lappy Knock-You. And 61 points for the Rouge et Gore in under 8 minutes.
Impressive, right? Impressive. We are almost at the halfway mark, and that's quite the lead right there.
Yes, the record for today is 133 points, which was scored by the total knockouts against the Derby Debs as well. Looks like the Rouge et Gore are looking to push that limit as well.
We'll see what happens. I just get excited every time they break 100. Not gonna lie.
Which has happened with a fair amount of regularity.
Quite a bit today, absolutely. I love it.
So the Debs taking a timeout, hopefully trying to regroup after getting pummeled over the last 3 jams. I suppose we have an opportunity to thank some sponsors like AMJ Production.
Thank you, AMJ Production. We love your work. We love it. And I'm sure everyone at home is loving it too, right?
If you're watching it at home, you better be loving it because that's how you're seeing it. Georgia W. Tush's Neon Skates and holy crap, the world's most amazing breakfast cereal all help bring this broadcast from the Arena St. Louis to your home. Rod, we're going to have roller derby playing again. What's going on?
Well, I wasn't paying attention. I was paying attention to you, but it looks like we are off again.
Don't pay attention to me.
Sorry, my bad. Nana Bisturi is your lead jammer. That's what's happening right now.
I am so far less interesting than roller derby, Broad. You know that. Also getting out of the pack, that is Fifi for the Derby Debs, but already coming around, calling
Nana
off the jam.
Bisturi is calling it off. so that she can't even get a scoring pass done, which is awesome. Good technique. Most frustrating technique, I'm sure.
I'm sure it is. It's a lot of work for those jammers to get out of the pack once someone else has lead, and then next thing you know, all your work
And
is
then
for nothing.
it's done. Oh, I didn't get anything.
The Lappy knock you once again.
Coming through the pack again, lead jammer. Oh. She cut the inside line. She didn't even wait for the ref to blow the whistle. She's like, yeah, I know.
Yeah, she had that look on her face that jammers get when it's like, yeah,
that totally just
that's
happened.
it. I think she actually stamped her skates a couple times as she started going to the
She
box.
didn't even
so.
look at her ref. She knew it.
So yes, Lioness is going to sit in the box for a minute, which means Lappy Knock You will have an opportunity to do laps and pick up points on a power jam, Broad.
C'est un super jam pour les Rouges et Gars. I love the French.
It's awesome. That's it.
It's so much fun.
The Première Jameuse.
Première Jameuse. Picking up 5 points in that pass. See how this wall goes with 2 in the box. We've got 2 debutantes in the box and 2 on the track. Oh, now we've got 3 on the track. Let's see how this goes.
A little bit more defense for the Debs, but they're looking the wrong way as Lappy Knock You comes through on the inside, puts another 5 points on the board. Rouge et Gore getting dangerously close to that triple-digit mark, Rod.
Oh, looks like we have another one headed to the box. K9 from the debutantes is Hades Comet. And looks like Rouge et Gore is calling it off as well, Nana.
I don't know if that was an attempt to freeze the jammer in the box, but it was unsuccessful. Either way, they have moved their score to 85 to the Derby Debs 27. Most of those 27 points were scored on the opening jam when they had a power jam. 9.5 minutes to go in this game. And I'm saying
we are over the halfway mark.
yes, we are. So Fear Me on the line for the Debs, and that's number 911 once again, Nana Bisturi.
She is your lead jammer as well. I think it's the colors. They're fiery, right? Oh, big hitter. She is headed out to the penalty box. That is Moby Diff headed out to the penalty box.
And so Fear Me has managed to clear the pack herself for the Debs. 5 points on the board for Nana Bisturi. She's going to have an opportunity to get some more points if she hustles, but so Fear Me is coming up on the back of the pack.
And it also looks like we have another blocker in the box for the Rouge et Gore. Mitsubishi is joining her on the track, so maybe this will be the advantage that the debutantes needed.
That's right, a lot more real estate for the Jammers to skate in. 3-on-2 pack advantage for the Debs. Just trying to see who they're going to send out to try to take that advantage. I see Lappy Knock You out there for the Rouge et Gore.
The pink numbers are not very good, but it looks like it's Fifi.
It is indeed jam underway. Fifi trying to take an outside line, knocked out of bounds by the Rouge et Gore blocker, but she comes back in again
And
with
on
only...
the inside line, she is the lead.
That's right, only 2 blockers on the track, unable to contain her. Lead jammer for the Derby Debs, first time in this game.
That's true. Wow, look at that.
Fifi looking back, seeing that Lappy Knock You.
She just called it off just as she knew she was right there.
So 92-27, Derby Debs prevent Rouge et Gore from climbing any higher, but unable to put points on the board themselves. So Fear Me going back on the line for the Debs. And that's Nana Bisturi once again for the Rouge et Gore.
For the Rouge et Gore. And go.
I like it. It's like you have complete control over this, Broad.
You're welcome. Rouge et Gore, surprise, surprise, lead jammer.
So even though the Debs had a 4-2 pack advantage, Nana Basturi got through, got lead jammer, and so Firmi picked up a penalty and is now sitting in the penalty box. Nana Basturi going to be able to put up a pile of points, Broad.
And all the jammers or all the blockers from the Rouge et Gore are back on the track, so they actually have a disadvantage with one debutante in the box. Oof. That's all we can say is oof. Score is finally beating 100. We've hit the 100 mark. We are sitting at 102 to 27 for the Rouge et Gore. Oh, I love it when they beat 100.
And when you hit triple digits, people, if you're sitting at home and you're enjoying a beverage, you know what you're supposed to do. Everybody have a sip of what you're having right now. As Nana Basturi's cracked that triple-digit egg, and she's coming back for more points. She's at 107, another 5 going up on the board.
Front. Absolutely. Racing to the front, picking up as many points as she possibly can. Take those big gulps, guys. I mean, don't drink. No, that's bad for you, right?
It depends what you're drinking. I'm personally having water, so it's perfectly fine for me to have a sip.
Yes, water.
Nana Basturi through for another scoring pass. 5 more fingers in the air, 5 more points on the board for the Rouge et Gore. 117 to 27. A 90-point lead for the Rouge et Gore with 5.5 minutes to go in this game.
All right, let's see what the debutantes got for us. Oh, we're going to take a little time out. The Rouge et Gore just want to, make it even that much of a difference. I think they're looking for that new highest score for the game, possibly. Who knows?
And Broad, we sit here and we talk about roller derby, and it seems like we're doing work, but behind the scenes there's a bunch of people doing all the hard stuff that we can't. There's people like El Kaboom and Skinsy, Megaboosh, Olivier, Skanky, and Honey Boom Boom working the cameras, bringing pictures to your living room. Pascal is a runner for Johnny Caput. Stacy is doing the holy crap demos around here, letting us taste it.
It's right there.
It's
so close.
Yeah, this is awesome. Alex and Jason doing some tech support and on the chat board. So if you're chatting, those are the guys that you're chatting with. And William providing the magic that Layer 9 always does. So thanks to everybody who's making this broadcast work.
Thank you so much. And don't forget, support Connect Derby TV. I believe there's a button that you can click. Yeah, click it.
Jam underway. That's number 92.
That's a new one. That's Minnie Small. She actually was a jammer in the last game. However, they haven't used her yet today. Or for this game, I'm sorry.
That's right. Rouge et Gore realizing that they're going to have to play one more game. Minnie Small.
Minnie Small totally cut the track there. She is on her way to the box.
Yeah, she was almost forced back in bounds by a blocker. Picked up that track cut. And that means the Debs are going to have an opportunity to put points up on the board. 90 points down with under 5 minutes to go. It's a tough row to hoe, but we'll have to see if they can do it with multiplayer.
Totally a multiplayer block. Totally.
And that's the usual block, or usual jammer going to the box with a multiplayer. Lappy knock you, and the jammer knocked to the back.
She's too far out. She's out of play, but we'll see what happens.
That's Douche Nukin, who did a good job knocking Lioness out and bringing her all the way back, half a track.
Absolutely.
And even though this game is out of reach, the crowd is still supporting the Derby Debs. Everybody loves an underdog. They'd like to see the Debs be able to put some points up on the board. Lioness looking a little tired, looking to her bench. Bench indicating perhaps a star pass might be in order, but she can't find her pivot.
And she sneaks in from the penalty box on the inside line. Your jammer, number 92, Minnie Small, has picked up some points for the Rouge et Gore.
And the star pass is complete for the Derby Debs. It's now Red Hot Jilly Pepper who is the person who can score. Coming through the front one more time. Time ringing on the clock. 5 more points on the board for the Rouge et Gore. They move to 126 points, Broad.
Oh, 126 to 27. What did you say was the highest scoring game?
Well, the highest scoring game this weekend has been 133. Somewhere in this giant pack of paper that the Derby Nerd provided us, there is the record for the all-time points, which I believe is in the 160 range.
Wow. Wow. Impressive.
That was back in the day when the Skids were still playing on their home teams, and the Montreal home teams absolutely dominated Beast year after year. So
back in the good old days. Hey, look at that. We have a lead jammer. Number 906 is Fifi. Debutantes getting lead. Oh, Moby Dith is also a jammer right now. I have not seen her jam at all. She is a heavy hitter.
And she's motoring her way around the track. Fifi trying to get some points for the Debs. She gets through, calls it off. Small victory for the Debs. They put points up on the board. They are running out of time. Their Beast trip is running out of time. They move to 31, 126 for the Rouge et Gore. And so Fear Me doing some fine dancing on the line for the Debs wearing the star.
Line dancing. Line dancing is awesome. The best.
It's a whole different meaning to line dancing.
Right? Right? Nana Vistori is taking the line for the Rouge et Gore. Powering her way through the pack. She is your lead jammer.
So with only 90 seconds left in the period and more than that left in the jam, Nana Bisturi could run the clock on this if she desires. She has complete control over whether she wants to end the game on this jam or run one more. In the meantime, she's put 5 points up on the board.
Making it 131 to 31, so we have 100 score difference. And she's calling it.
Which is all right with me. One more jam is always good.
We're also looking at a timeout. They're using their last timeout of the game for the Rouge et Gore.
So the Rouge et Gore will have to play one more game today. They will end up being victorious over the Debs. The winner of this game is going to go on to play the loser of the next game.
They are actually playing the last game of the day. So they have a couple hours to kill until they have to be on skates again.
That's right. 8:40 is the final game of the game. Game number 20. First game started at 8 o'clock this morning, so more than 12 hours later, the final game will start. And one of the teams in that will be Rouge et Gore.
All right, another timeout. Nope, and it's ending. There we go. That's what's happening.
And it looks like they may have put a little time back on the clock. We have 1 minute and 3 seconds to go in this game. 135 to 31.
That power wall is holding back the jammer. Oh, heavy, heavy, heavy hit. That looked like it hurt.
That was Ginger Fitus putting her weight behind that hit, knocking Minnie Small into the stands and getting lead jammer for the Derby Debs. That's Fifi. Fifi coming up on the back of the pack. Feline Dion knocking to the outside, tapped again by her pivot. And coming through the front, tangling with Ginger one more time, who's pursuing her halfway around the track and getting an out-of-play skating call.
Actually, she's getting a penalty because she failed to return.
That is correct.
There we go. Oh, and look at that. We also have the jammer going into the box.
Track cut for the jammer from the Derby Debs. That means we're going to run the full 2 minutes of the final jam of this game. No time left on the clock. 45 seconds left on the jammer clock. 5 more points on the board to Rouge et Gore. They're at 149. They are in danger of breaking the all-time Beast record.
Close. Can they do it? This is exciting, and she picks up another 5 points. 154 GTR to 31. She's coming around again. This is it. Done. Another 5 points. And, oh, knocked out. And that's it. That is it. Did not quite make 160, but so close.
159 points in 20 minutes. That is a
Oh.
monstrous number of points to put
Oh.
up.
That was awesome. Quite amazing. I'm sure the people at home are like on their couch. What? Don't forget, you have to drink.
That's right. So final score 159 for the Rouge et Gore, 32 for the GTAR Derby Debs. Derby Debs Beast of the East 2013 is done. They have been eliminated. Rouge et Gore live to fight another day.
And here they go around for the victory hand fives. And the crowd goes crazy.
And as we know, Beast runs like clockwork. In about another 15 minutes, you're going to see a matchup. This will be an advancement game. It's going to be the Slaughter Daughters from Rideau Valley going up against Toronto Roller Derby Smoke City Betties. The winner of this game goes directly to Sunday's quarterfinals. The loser will have to play one more game today to try to qualify for the final 8.
Very, very, very exciting times. The games are getting more and more exciting. You don't want to miss it. Keep it tuned in. The only thing that you need to do is get a refill and head to the bathroom. You should probably do that now.
So I'm going to sign off, Captain Lou Alabama. I've had a wonderful time announcing with you, Brad.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Lou. My name is Brad Crasher. And, yeah, I'll see you later.
Peace.
It's not just about the shorts. It's about inspiring others. It's about having fun and making new friends. It's about getting hit down and getting back up again. It's about being a team. Pivot Star. It's about roller derby.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2013 Beast of the East. Live here at Arena St. Louis in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. I'm the Derby Nerd, joined by Tipsy McStaggers.
Hello, everybody at home.
Now, this is an interesting little bit of trivia. The last game we called together was the final of the 2011 Beast of the East.
It was a very memorable final.
A very memorable final, yes. So nice to call with you.
Yeah,
again,
excellent to be back here with you, Nerd.
And we are about to call a showdown between the Slaughter Daughters and the Smoke City Betties. Both of these teams are currently 1-0 in the tournament and looking for a direct bye to the quarterfinals.
That's an important distinction to make because the loser of tonight's game still has another game to play. Will it be this evening?
It'll be this evening. Yep.
And that's a lot of roller derby stretched out over a long period of time. It still only amounts to about 60 minutes of game time, but still, you stretch that over a full 24-hour period.
Yep.
You're going to feel that the next day.
And the intensity of these 20-minute games is extraordinarily high as well.
Mm-hmm.
Smoke City Betties coming off of a tight victory against the Luscious Lunch Ladies, 47-37 to get to this spot. Slaughter Daughters had a slightly easier time, past the century mark with a 105-29 victory over the Gorgo Roller Girls.
And that score was not indicative of that game. That was an actual fun game to watch.
Yeah.
Lots of back and forth.
And fairly close right up until about the 8-minute mark, and then there was a controversial power jam call on Santa Muerta that sent her to the box and that the Daughters took advantage of, and they just kind of cruised the rest of the way. But it was a very good, scrappy, hard-hitting game.
And the pace of that game was up. That was probably one of the first really fast, high-paced games we'd seen on the morning.
I really think the Gores, they came into this season with a kind of a decimated roster, but they have turned it around very, very quickly. They've got some super hot rookies, and they look really good, actually, to win their next game as well. But for this one, the Betties looked a little shaky at times. It took a late-game comeback for them to push their way through to this matchup. For the Slaughter Daughters, I think they come in here as heavy favorites, and they're looking for bye right to the quarters.
But by no means is this one out of reach for the Betties. This is a completely still a winnable game for them.
Two experienced rosters. I think the Daughters have the slight edge in experience. Betty's tracking a few rookies, as we're seeing. Zomboni out there just played her first ever Toronto Roller Derby House League game a couple weeks back. On the line, though, kind of a change-up. Jamming for the Betties is Misery May.
I'm curious if you think that the Betties are just going to try to turn this into a physical affair.
Well, I think that might be their best bet. Keep these tight packs loose.
Ooh, but not when you got Soul Wrecker moving at that kind of speed.
That's right, and Misery May now fighting through. The Betties used 6 different jammers in their victory earlier today. They're missing their current leading scorer and primary jammer, Slaptrick Swayze, for the weekend, so they've been forced to go to a deep rotation.
Yeah, that's a tough loss to have.
But Misery May doing a nice job, and I think that's probably indicative of your pick about them being a little physical, trying to put some blockers on the line.
Trying to muck up the works a little bit and just see what comes out at the end.
And here's So What out there to jam as well. Again, primarily a blocker. It's her first year with Toronto Roller Derby.
She'll be facing off against one of the Rideau Valley veterans, DDT, a veteran of all the Beast of the East tournaments.
That's right. There's still a number of skaters on the Slaughter Daughters team who took part in the 2008 Beast of the East with Ottawa Roller Derby.
I'd say about half the core were around for the original Beast of the East.
DDT spurts through the center of the track, and she is your lead jammer now. Second straight lead jam status for the Slaughter Daughters. Margaret Tote taken down there hard at the back of the back.
Right on the... Oh, Sister Disaster putting the hip out. Doesn't quite get it done on the jammer.
And nice job for So What to get through that pack.
But still in the hustle to get up there, she opened up a big hole for DDT to come on through.
So What, as I mentioned earlier, a transfer skater. She spent a couple years in Australia, originally from Toronto, recently returned to the city, and is now a key member of this Smoke City Betties team. 8-0 is the score, just coming up to 2 minutes into this game. Now the Daughters are looking to become the first team since La Rocaille to go to 3 straight finals.
Yes.
Which would be an amazing feat.
Yes.
To pull it off.
Well, speaking of newer skaters, we've got Amanda Pummeler out there wearing the star. She made her debut for the league at the Beast of the East a I believe, was it last year?
Last year,
Yeah,
yep.
and she was a breakout player of of the tournament.
Yeah, phenomenal. She had a phenomenal beast, and she's having another phenomenal beast right now. Helicopter,
Yep.
number 1, jamming in the black and blue for the Betties, having a hard time getting around number 10, Hannah Murphy.
Yep.
Blackout Susan coming in to complete the 2-all.
Yeah, she would not be the first one to have a trouble with that, getting around
No.
Hannah Murphy. No.
And just to add to the matters, Annihilator getting involved there as well. Oh, and Pummeler almost forcing a cut there
Yep.
from Low Blow Palooza, but smartly goes back to the back of the pack.
Yep. Those of you might notice that Amanda Pummeler moving with a lot more nimbleness and dexterity. She had been rehabbing a knee injury, and definitely you won't be seeing any of the effects of that today. She seems to have that beat 100%.
Yeah, 5-point pickup there for his Helicopter having a hard time breaking through that front wall. And that is an intimidating front wall.
Yep. There's Brennan and DeBlock doing an excellent bridge right there to keep their players in play for as long as possible.
That's right. Sorry, should we be calling her Brennan? I noticed she is wearing an Annihilator jersey.
There are some of the girls in our league that still haven't quite made the switch on all their jerseys.
Right.
Perhaps she's only going by Brennan for the travel team.
Yeah, maybe she is. Definitely Brennan with the Vixens.
Yeah, not all that information always trickles down to the gentleman holding the microphone.
No, I'm going by what's on their jersey.
Okay, Annihilator it is then, folks. Another standout player who came and made her debut last year, I believe.
Yeah, phenomenal. She's been a big pickup for both this team and the Vixens. Off again, Carnage out there jamming in the red for the Daughters, and that's Rennie Rumble in the black and blue.
Margaret Chook forcing her right to the back of the pack.
Tushy Galore and Genuine Risk holding Carnage for as long as they can at the front, but Carnage through for another lead jammer.
Oh, the Betty's jammer up against a tough defensive 3-wall right now with Sister Disaster, Margaret Choke, and looks like Eastern Blocker.
Eastern Blocker, a nice pickup for the Slaughter Daughters from Capital City.
Capital City Derby Dames, yep.
Rennie-
Oh, there's someone blows a tire, and there's a pileup in turn number 1.
And Tropic Thunder is going to pay the price. She's going to the penalty box with a low block major. Or penalty, should say.
Oh, I know. I still call them majors half the time as well. It's a tough habit to break, my friends.
And Rennie Rumble able to come through and steal a single point before that jam was called off. So that's the first point on the board for the Smoke City Betties now. 20-1 is the score. Just coming up to the 5-minute mark.
Yep. It's a commanding start for the Daughters, trying to set the tone for this early.
So the score updated 20-2 is the updated score now, and Soul Wrecker again attacking that wall.
Yeah, just
Nice
trying to rugby her way through that.
Nice job by Leia Beaton working with Helicopter to push her out of bounds, but then just takes that outside lane.
Yeah.
Blows by with the speed.
It's the fast acceleration on Soul Wrecker where she can kill you almost every single time. And on top of it, excellent dexterity.
Yes. Killer at Large is the rookie that's in the black and blue jamming for the Betties. Doing a nice job of pushing through those walls, but every time you seem to take a step, there's another daughter there, water falling to the front, putting you out of bounds.
And the focus on trying to get the Betty's jammer out of the pack is leaving large holes for Soul Wrecker just to blitz her way on through. You don't want to give that girl an inch because she'll take a mile.
Misery Mays, the last line of defense, has to let her go. Soul Wrecker through for another 5 points. Killer at Large is a true rookie as well. Most of the rookies usually spend some time on the Divas before joining a house league team, but Killer at Large was drafted right out of fresh meat.
Well, that's excellent. It's showing actually a lot of potential then.
Yeah, and learning on the job with Hannah Murphy and Screaming Mean Massacre taking turns.
Well, you could, if you're going to learn, you're going to learn a couple things, how to take a hit and how to get up from one real fast.
Nice job by Misery May, though, to knock Hannah Murphy out of bounds, allowing Killer at Large to enter early.
With the new rule set, you're going to find a lot of that. Blockers assisting their jammer in getting back on the track, trying to avoid that cutting the track penalty, taking the player that removed them out of the play.
Oh, and Killer at Large almost got a cut before she pulled that off and passed it, but referees assessed that it was okay.
Yep. Soul Wrecker having her way with this Betty pack, unfortunately. This will be a big jam for her, another 5 points.
Misery May now has taken the star, the pivot for the Betties. And that jam comes to its natural conclusion.
Betty's trying to shake things up and get something started, but to no avail.
Huge start now, 47-2 for the Slaughter Daughters. 13 minutes remaining in this game. This is, remarkably, we're already at game number 15 here at the 2013 Beast of the East.
I'm not sure about what you folks. I was up at 10 after 6 this morning. How about you, watching at home?
That's right. You were up at least at 8 if you caught the first game, and then you should have. It was a phenomenal game.
Yeah, it was an excellent first match.
All right, back underway here. DDT fighting through a front wall, breaks a Tushy Galore Wolverina 2-wall, and she is your lead jammer. Udra close behind her, the Finnish transfer.
She's in hot pursuit. Finnish transfer actually played for Team Finland, if I'm not mistaken,
Yes,
at the World Cup 2 years ago.
That's right. Toward picking up a number of talented transfers in this offseason between 2012 2013.
But she's in tough against the 2 Team Canada members that the Slaughter Daughters boast, both Hannah Murphy and Soul Wrecker.
Hannah Murphy is out there right now. Blackout Susan pivoting the Daughters line. Misery May back out pivoting the Betties line. And Rennie Rumble with the star for the Betties.
She'll be facing off against Amanda Pumler. Both jammers jockeying for position right there, trying to find a favorable side. Oh!
Rennie Rumble sees the inside line, and she takes lead jammer.
That'll probably be the first for the Betties this bout.
Betty's, I think, hoping for maybe a little more of a physical approach, and Rennie Rumble, who is primarily a blocker or pivot.
Oh, miscommunication in the pack for the Betties. I think for some reason they were thinking they were getting away with a power jam.
Yeah, it looked
like they were moving into that passive offense kind of position.
I think they were trying to keep it slow, but maybe you don't want to line up along the outside like that, leave your points so exposed. Carnage out there against So What? So What in the black and blue, Carnage in the red of the Slaughter Daughters.
Carnage in her first year with Rideau Valley Roller Girls, coming from a figure skating background and adapting very well to the more physical style of play of a roller derby game.
Yeah, she's been excellent both for the Daughters and the Vixens as well.
Yeah, she's just trying to muscle her way through the front of that pack.
Wolverina. Nice hit by Wolverina. The last line of defense just gets her out of bounds.
Yep.
And So What through lead jammer for the Betties.
Well, she's got Carnage in hot pursuit right behind her. It's going to be a little bit of a foot race. We're going to see who's going to be able to grab the first point when they come back into the pack.
And Carnage, I think, has the speed advantage here. So What? Just really jamming for the first time for the Betties.
Yep.
The usual blocker.
Wise play by the Betty Jammer because all the points were far up in the front for her while Carnage was coming out and going to make her first part of her scoring pass.
Hitting the midway point now, 10 minutes remaining. This one 49-2. Not a bad job defensively by the Smoke City Betties, but they just don't seem to be able to get any offense going. Wade Wilson going to call a timeout, see if the Betties can regroup.
And that's an excellent opportunity just to remind everybody that Neon Skates is in the house.
Yes.
Neon Skates, the proud business owned by one Georgia W. Tush. You can find Neon Skates online at Skate Neon or in their brick and mortar stores here in Montreal and recently opened in Ottawa.
That's right, and we have actually been eating Holy Crap cereal throughout the day. They've been giving us these little cups of Holy Crap cereal, and it's been very energizing. I actually feel very energized right now, considering we're 12 hours into a turkey tournament.
Yeah. And not even lying here, there is always a bag of Holy Crap in our kitchen at home.
Nice, it's good.
Yeah, that's an unpaid advertisement right there.
That is the world's most amazing breakfast cereal, and they are a massive supporter of not only the Beast of the East, but boutcasting in Canada.
Yes.
And also, of course, AMJ Productions. Another big sponsor for not only the Beast of the East, but roller derby boutcasting.
Now, I'm not entirely sure what goes into it, but I was instructed that all today's black magic will be provided by Layer 9.
That's right. Tech support coming from Mr. Force, he of layer9.ca. A phenomenal website for Toronto and Southern Ontario roller derby video archives.
Mm-hmm. And he does an excellent job managing that. Absolutely excellent. High quality stuff.
Soul Wrecker out there jamming again up against Low Below Palooza, the rookie on the Betties, doing a nice job of holding her, but you can only hold her for so long. Mm-hmm. And Helicopter having a hard time at the Big Block and Hannah Murphy and Annihilator.
Looks like we're going to have actually an even pack on there as Blackout Susan's making her way to the penalty box. Not sure, I didn't catch what that was for.
3 packs. Leia Beaton in the box for the Betties.
But looks like Soul Wrecker's on her way for another scoring pass. Racking up another right into the wall.
Helicopter finally doing a nice job of absorbing some of those vicious blows from Hannah Murphy, and she stays in and finally gets through in her first pass.
Hannah Murphy, it's a tough one to use that momentum like for you when she comes at you. It's actually a lot of skill to be able to bounce off Hannah.
Yep.
Some teams are starting to figure out a way to do it, but most of them still are just picking themselves up back off the ground.
Helicopter is an experienced jammer for the Smoke City Betties. Also plays on towards B travel team, the Bay Street Bruisers.
The Rideau Valley Roller Girls are actually proud to bring their B travel team. They made their debut just a couple weeks ago, the Rideau Valley Sirens. So I know we have some Siren members watching at home.
And that was a victorious debut.
There was a victorious debut up against Durham.
The Devils.
Yes. Good game as well.
Oh, Rennie Rumble was so close to getting through that pack, but it is DDT who sneaks around on the outside and is your lead jammer, but she's only got about 10 feet on Rennie Rumble right now.
Yeah, it's a foot race right now.
Holy crap, we've got a jammer race. DDT coming into the pad hot, and she calls it off, but does she call in time? And I believe she did.
Yeah. Sister Disaster took her inside hip and knocked the jammer out of bounds. No points for the Betties.
And just one.
Oh, did you grab one?
No, one for the daughter, sir.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just confirming
Excellent.
what you are.
Excellent work. Excellent work.
60-2, 7:45 remaining in this, the 15th game of the 6th annual Beast of the East tournament, hosted by the wonderful Montreal Roller Derby.
And again, an excellent job done by all the volunteers who are making this day go off so far without a hitch, staying on schedule.
Yes, for the third or fourth year in a row, staying on schedule remarkably. Oh, and Amanda Pummler taking that outside line.
Yeah, you can't give a girl like Amanda Pummler that much space to work with. And oh, the big block on the wrong end of a hit. You don't see that very often. Someone putting big block on the ground.
And so what? Getting called on a direction of gameplay major.
That's unusual for a jammer.
Yes, it is. And she's in the penalty box, though. Power Jam Daughters. Now, was that Tushy Galore who put a big block down?
I believe it was. There was a...
She's a big hitter.
Oh, and that was Hannah going in to break up that wall for Amanda Pummler, allowing her the space to make her way through. Penalties starting to rack up for the Betties.
6:40 left, 70-2, a commanding lead right now for the Slaughter Daughters.
Well, if you're going to try to get yourself a buy-in...
Oh! Big hit by Tushy Galore. Oh.
No, I think the referee decided that she stayed mostly in bounds.
Yes. All right. Tushy Galore heading to the penalty box.
Shaking her head.
Yeah. Amanda Pummler through with another 5-point.
Oh, it is a parade to the penalty box for the Betties. The Betties right now with only one blocker on the track. That'll change in a second or two, but...
And that is Killer at Large, too, putting the rookie into the fire.
Yeah, you're not going to get 5 easier points than that.
So what is back on the track now? Immediately runs into Dilator, does a nice job to stay in bounds. Oh. But can only take so many of those Slaughter Daughter hits before she's finally knocked out.
Hey, and more power to her, bouncing right back up and throwing herself right back into the game. That's excellent work.
Yeah, she's a tough skater, and another great pickup from a transfer for Toronto Roller Derby. Oh, and Pummler through on the inside, easy.
Well, if you're trying to win yourself a bye into Sunday, this is the way you want to do it, with a massive statement-type game.
Yeah, we've got a couple teams making statements. Levrakai has looked good. The Death Track Dolls, with that 96-30 victory of the Adidas, announced themselves as a team to watch. And, of course, I think pre-tournament favorites, the Daughters, living up to all the hype.
Yes. I don't know. All my picks have been wrong today, so this is still anybody's tournament as far as I'm concerned.
Udra out there to jam against Carnage.
Yeah. Carnage finding that line that just one person to beat and gets bopped out of bounds.
Yeah, great game from Low Blow Palooza, another rookie. Spent some time spent a season on the Divas. Last year was a key player for them.
Eagle skating to stay in bounds.
Wow.
There's some of that agility from the figure skating background.
Margaret Choke heading to the penalty box now as Udra still has a hard time getting by that wall of red at the back of the pack. Carnage around to score. Wolverina, Low Blow Palooza, last line of defense. Finally, Udra able to skip her way through. That's her first pass, though.
Yeah. She's got Carnage in hot pursuit right now. I imagine Carnage is going to be calling it up. There it is, right like that.
95-2.
Yeesh.
4 minutes remaining. We haven't had any shutouts this year at the Beast of the East, but this is as close as we've come so far. 2 points so far for the Betties on the board. That's it. And again, going back with a non-traditional jammer, Misery May.
Yep. She'll be facing off against Soul Wrecker. It looks like there's Blackout Susan, Hannah Murphy, and who is that?
The big no.
No,
Yep.
it's a Screaming Meanie
Screaming
Massacre.
Meanie Massacre. Yeah.
And that's some size you got to work yourself around. That's a formidable wall of red.
Oh, and Mouth of the South heading to the penalty box for the Betties. Rennie Rumble pulling Hannah Murphy back now.
Solid hit by
Hannah
Screaming.
Murphy comes in front of Rennie Rumble, and she's going to go off for a cut. Nice job by Rennie Rumble to get the most effective Daughters blocker off the track.
Mm-hmm. And then that's again that thing. It's goading into the major into the cutting penalties.
Oh, and Screaming Meanie with a nice hit. Oh, and a nice move by Rennie Rumble to knock Screaming Meanie Massacre down and allow Misery May to re-enter.
To the pack, yeah. Screaming Meanie gets up with a smile on her face after that one. And she realizes she was caught with her head looking the other way.
That's right. Rennie Rumble, a very dangerous and effective blocker.
Mm-hmm.
Also plays for the Renegade Derby Dames Misfit Militia.
Excellent.
In Alliston, Ontario.
While the score may be a tad on the one-sided bit, it should be said that all things are still all good for Toronto Roller Derby. With the crop of rookies that are making their way through this tournament right now, The future does look bright. There's a lot of talent in the Torrid system.
For sure. And the Smoke City Betties, this is not the end for them. Assuming they lose, there's 2.5 minutes left. They're down by 102 points.
Cue the comeback.
The Betties will have another shot to make it to the final 8 tomorrow. Now, the loser of this game will go on to play at 8:40 tonight in the final game of the first day of the Beast of the East.
That's what we say about stretching out your derby playing for the full day. No one wants to be playing derby at 8:40 tonight when you started at 8 a.m.
Yes, very true. It is a huge advantage to get that direct bye straight to the quarterfinals.
DDT on her way. She is your lead jammer.
So what? Fighting with Big Block and Sister Disaster at the front of that pack. Sister Disaster pulls her back deep.
And not happy until she puts her on her keister out of bounds. Sister Disaster letting her presence be felt. Literally.
And so what, though? Right back up against that back wall. Eastern Blocker out there with the big block. Hannah Murphy. DDT coming around another scoring pass. Sister Disaster heading to the penalty box.
Didn't catch what the call was on that one, but she'll serve a minute regardless.
So what? Still trying to get through here on her first pass. As we come up to the minute mark left in this game, 114 now to 2 is the score. Dominant performance from the Slaughtered Otters.
If they were favorites going into this tournament, they're giving you the example why.
For sure, again, looking to tie a little bit of history here with their third straight appearance in the final. Those great La Racaille teams of the early days of the Beast. Led, of course, by the Iron Wench, star in the early days of this tournament.
Iron Wench, one of my first roller derby crushes.
Yes.
Yeah, she was absolutely amazing. When I first came to this sport, watching her move through the pack was incredible.
She was the first skater I noticed, for sure, in my
Yes.
first game here in Montreal, because they were getting smoked at the time by the Charm City B team.
Mm-hmm.
And anytime that Iron Wench went on the track, I just noticed that Montreal was getting points.
Yep. And Iron Wench was actually one of the first skaters from Montreal to travel to Ottawa and hold a mini boot camp kind of style practice for us. So again, very, very welcome. And it was just one of those things where the sisterhood came in and they come out helping out a brand new league. And boy, if you're going to learn from somebody, you could do a lot worse than Iron Wench.
That is true. Slaughtered Otters calling a timeout here. DDT went out to discuss something with Mattis Faction, the head referee for this game. 16 seconds left on the game clock. 116 to 2 is the lead for the Slaughtered Otters. I think we can put this one in the books.
Yeah, I think so.
And that means that the Daughters, heading to the quarterfinal, they'll be playing tomorrow at 1 o'clock. If you're watching from Ottawa and you want to catch your Slaughtered Otters on Sunday, 1 o'clock game. Opponent to be determined.
Do we know it'll be either who it will either be?
It will be either the Chicks Ahoy or the Thames Fatale.
No, I'm not going to make any predictions on air right there.
No, but looks like the Slaughter Daughters could have a clear path to the semifinals. Amanda Pumler back out there to jam against Helicopter. Oh no, Helicopter getting blocked by Rennie Rumble.
She still got lead jam though. She made her way. Her hips passed first, but it's Amanda Pumler who's the first one clear of the pack. And steel bearing coming out of nowhere.
Oh, an annihilator knowing that low block major.
Yeah, fully accepted that penalty. And I think that's the game, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, Helicopter calls it off. Annihilator going over. Classy to apologize for that inadvertent low block. Helicopter, though, is I think she recognized that was not intentional.
Yeah.
So it looks like that's going to be a final. 118-2. Thoroughly dominant performance from the Slaughter Daughters, Tipsy.
Yeah.
Looking good.
Well, we're going to shut this thing down. We'll join you guys again in about 15 minutes for more excellent and exciting Derby action from the 2013 Beast of the East.
That's
this
right.
is Tipsy McSaggers signing off.
And I'm the Derby Derd saying thank you, and we'll see you soon. Welcome back, everyone, to the 2013 Beast of the East, live from Arena St. Louis here in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. I'm the Derby Nerd, joined by Lightning Slim.
Nice to be here with you again, Derby Nerds. It's been a while since we've called together, and I think we've got a fun one ahead of us here with the luscious Lunch Ladies of Forest City, that is London, Ontario. They face the Gorgo Roller Girls from your own league, of course, Toronto Roller Derby.
That's right, and this is an elimination game, so all the pressure is on these two teams to win this one, keep their hopes alive of playing on Sunday at the 6th Annual Beast of the East. This is, of course, the first ever tournament for the Luscious Lunch Ladies, so to advance would be phenomenal. For the Gorgo Roller Girls finalists in 2011, they're hoping to reclaim some of that past glory.
This being a double elimination tournament, of course, these teams have encountered some suffering on their way to this point.
Yeah, the Slaughter Daughters put it to the Gorgo Roller Girls, just their first of now two massive victories over Toronto Roller Derby teams. They lost 105-29. The Luscious Lunch Ladies had a much closer bout, but still came out the losers, 47-37 against the Smoke City Betties.
I think the Heartbreakers hurt even more, Derby Nerd.
Oh, I think so, yeah. There comes a point when you're just numb when you're down by about 100 points, but when you lose it just by 10 in the final couple jams, it's got to hurt a lot. But these Lunch Ladies have really handled themselves exceptionally well in their first ever appearance here at this tournament. A couple standout players. They really shortened their jammer rotation in that opening game. They literally went with Torquay Mata and Andy Slamberg for the whole game, back-to-back,
and
50% jams.
Not a bad strategy, Derby
Nope.
Nerd, considering the short format of the games at Beast of the East. They are only, in this preliminary round, 20-minute competition, so if you think you can ride two hot jammers to victory, you might as well give it a shot.
Yeah, and they almost did that, too, in that game. The Betties, the opposite of that, went with 6 different jammers in that game, so it was kind of an interesting contrast between those two teams. I expect to see a similarly shortened bench in this one against the Gorgo Roller Girls, who did well against the Slaughter Daughters. Right up until the midway point of that game, it was kind of tight. But then, of course, Gores made that mistake, gave up a power jam, and the Slaughter Daughters ran away with it. So the Gores looking to rebound from that, put in a good performance here, make it through to the one more qualifying game for the quarterfinals.
It's been a full day of Derby here in sunny Montreal. Coming up on 6 p.m. We've been here since 8 o'clock this morning, and, of course, more Derby to come. Well, up until about 9 o'clock this evening. That is 13 solid hours of roller derby action. Who could ask for more?
That's right. There's still 4 more games to go after this one. They will all be elimination games, so tension is just ratcheting up as we get deeper and deeper into this Beast of the East. I'd like to take this opportunity now to thank our absolutely remarkable Canuck Derby TV crew this weekend. Big thanks to the camera operators, Al Kaboom, Skinsy, Megaboosh, Olivier, Skanky, and Honey Boom Boom, doing a great job on the cameras.
Thank you also to Pascal, who has been a runner for us, and to Stacy for demonstrating Holy Crap, the world's most amazing breakfast cereal.
Oh, she's been the one feeding us this Holy Crap all day, getting us in this game. Also, of course, I'd like to thank Alex and Jason for their tech support and working the chat board. And, of course, Mr. Force, Layer 9 himself, who's been giving a lot of technical support for this game. Looks like we're ready to go.
It is Derby time.
R.I. Pink out there jamming in the leopard print for the Gorgo Roller Girls against number 42, Torquay Mata, for the Luscious Lunch Ladies. And R.I. Pink is your first lead jammer.
Torquay Mata held at the rear of the pack, looking for support. Roses clears for her jammer, but Torquay Mata absorbs a hit as she tries to exit the pack. Meanwhile, Pink inside the pack, spun around on her scoring pass.
She's got at least one, picking up a few more now as she is in the middle of that pack. Very experienced pack out there for the Gorgo Rollers Girls, and R.I. Pink through for all 4, and she calls it off to end this first jam. Would like to give a little bit of a shout-out, 65 Roses, who's playing for this Luscious Lunch Ladies. It's her 30th birthday tomorrow.
Happy birthday, Roses.
We will be sure to celebrate that tomorrow night.
I think she would take a victory as the best of all possible gifts.
Yes. All right, Andy Slamberg. So Luscious Lunch Ladies sticking to their tight jammer rotation early on in this one out there against T-Rex, Tyrannosaurus Rex, first-year skater for the Gore Roller Girls.
T-Rex, also a member of the Bay Street Bruisers. I've seen her do some impressive work for that team, and now here she is going to work at the inside line for the Gores.
That's right. She is a Juki and a Jivey jammer. A nice block, offensive block from Junkie Jenny on the inside, and T-Rex is your lead jammer.
Classic jammer support by the blockers of the Gores, and that sprung their jammer. She's coming around the mountain looking for points.
Andy Slamberg having a hard time with Santa Muerta, and pulls down a couple skaters there. That's Gamma Ray, another veteran, and that's going to send Andy Slamberg to the penalty box. First power jam for the Gores.
A gore-on-gore collision in the middle of the pack there, but they don't seem to mind too much because they have the driving hand at the moment. T-Rex approaching the pack, looking to score more points, cuts to the inside line. Fantastic. Rubs out T-Rex in turn number 1.
Fantastic, having a great tournament. She's been an amazing skater for the Luscious Lunch Ladies. Santa Muerta slow to get up, and it looks like she's being sent off for a low block as well. Annie Taker's sticking to the back of the pack, the captain, and pivot right now for the Lunch Ladies. Oh, big hit taken by Rexy from Glamachrist.
Glamachist, number 33, heading to the penalty box now.
Yes, she's actually already given me heck a few times for mangling her name before this tournament. It's a great name. I just have a little hard time with it for some reason. That ends the jam. 5 more points picked up there for T-Rex. Big pickup early on for the Gores. Now up 19-0, just coming up to the 3-minute mark.
That is a commanding lead, considering we're only 3 minutes into a 20-minute bout. The Gorgors, if they continue this pace, could run away with this fairly soon if the Lunch Ladies do not try to run their system. Although it looks like the power jam will continue to begin the next jam.
Yeah, and the Gores are running into some penalty trouble in the pack as well. You see Santa Muerta and Foxy Sinatra, the two of the most experienced skaters on this team in the box. Lexicon pushing that wall all the way up. Oh, and a big collision on turn number 2. And Lexicon is through as your lead jammer, and Hillary Tuff heading to the penalty box.
Indeed. Hillary Tuff trying to destroy Lexicon. She does make contact, but incurred a penalty doing so, and it looks like the birthday girl Roses heading to the penalty box, but finds the in is full.
4 more points for Lexicon, the rookie, another rookie on this Gorgor Roller Girls team who is doing exceptionally well this weekend. And a pseudo-rookie, a rookie transfer now. Beaver Mansbridge up on the line for the Gorgor Roller Girls. Her skate broke in the earlier game. They fixed it. She was back on the track before the 20 minutes was up.
A good number of skate vendors and repair people on hand at Beast of the East. Of course, she probably had some expert assistance.
Torquay Mata out there, number 42 in the yellow for the Luscious Lunch Ladies again. Very, very short rotation for the ladies. Beaver Mansbridge has the lead, and she is your lead jammer, but Torquay Mata gets out ahead of her. Holy crap, we've got a jammer race.
Absolutely. Torquay Mata not putting too much effort into it because she knows that the jam will be called.
Torquay's pretty happy about that.
The face of victory in a 0-0 situation.
Yes.
But those are the hardest battles, Derby Nerd.
That's right, they are, and she did force that call off, and they get to reset. 2-2 pack. Coming up to the 5-minute mark of this bout. 23-0 so far for the Gorgor Roller Girls in clear control, but we know that can change quickly.
Andy Slamberg on the jammer line for the Lunch Ladies. Looks like T-Rex returning for the Gores.
In the pack, we have 65 Roses and Annie Takers, and they open up the inside line for Andy Slamberg. She is your lead jammer. T-Rex, though, not far behind, about a half a track back, and she's making up a lot of space quickly.
Roses now serving the penalty. She was assessed earlier. There's room for her in the penalty box. Andy Slamberg throws herself into the pack and calls it off.
And she will pick up at least a point, 2 points there for Slamberg. Santa Muerta doing a nice job of limiting the damage. And T-Rex quickly making her lap and forcing that call.
The symbolic gesture has been made. The Lunch Ladies making a mark on the scoreboard. Score 23-2, 14.5 minutes remaining.
Like clockwork, Torquay Mata back out there for the ladies. And she will be jamming, I'm going to guess Lexicon, and it is Lexicon jamming for the Gorgor Roller Girls.
2 blockers out there for the Lunch Ladies. It's Glamour Kist and Grizzly Blair as Lexicon picks up, does not pick up lead. She picks up a cutting penalty. And Torquay Mata flying solo in a power jam.
Yeah, I did see that. Lexi's foot just slipping into the inside on that tight turn. And that's going to give the Luscious Lunch Ladies a huge opportunity to get back in this game. Nice defense from the Gores, though, slowing her down, killing some time in the clock. Emma Dilemma finally has to let her go. 5 big points for Torquemada.
Torquemada putting her hands up in the air and dancing her way through the pack, trying to keep things legal, keeping her hands to herself. She goes to the outside now as she tries to juke her way through the pack. 2 to beat.
Oh, and a nice job. Oh, and a nice job by Junkie Jenny. Oh, they're saying that's an okay re-entry. That was definitely close. Nice job by the Gores on this power kill.
No cut there. Yeah, Torquemada coming around the mountain once again. Coach Hot Carl very angry that he didn't get a track cut penalty. Coaches always want their way, though.
Oh, once again, Junkie Jenny laying a big hit down on Torquemada. And she's through again for another 5 points.
Torquemada did fall as a result of that hit, but managed to keep herself in the bounds of the track, and she's coming around once more. And this is a very significant jam for the Lunch Ladies.
They are right back in this one as Lexicon comes back onto the track. Oh, Lexi goes hard into that pack, and she's going right back to the penalty box. Back-to-back power jams for the Luscious Lunch Ladies.
A little too hot on the re-entry. You're right, Derby Nerd. She gets the backblocking penalty and will sit down again. And Torquemada with a multi-point jam doing some heavy lifting for the Lunch Ladies.
That's right, 20 seconds left, too. She can at least get 5 more, and will she make it around in the last 12 seconds? Lead change. Lunch Ladies pull ahead, 27-23.
And Torquemada, seconds tick away. Can she pick up a point or two? And yes, her wall moving out front. Did she pick up a point, Derby Nerd?
She picked up 3 points on that pass to increase their lead. They're up 30 now to 23. 12 minutes left in this one. And that just goes to show you in a 20-minute game how one little mistake, or 2, I guess, in the case of the Gorgo Roller Girls Jammer, can change the course of the game.
Track cutting, of course, now that we are in the new WFTDA rule set. And this is the first beast played under that rule set. Track cutting, always an immediate penalty, and very, very damaging to the fortunes of your team if your jammer is going to cut the track.
Gorgo Roller Girls taking probably a very well-timed timeout. Hart Call, though, looking to talk to head ref, Matisfaction. Do you think he's talking about that cut? If we were to read minds, that supposed cut he was arguing about earlier?
I think we can surmise from Carl's body language, and there's plenty of it.
Hot Carl, of course, a former ref, a WFTDA certified referee at that, so he does know the rules. He knows that rule book inside and out.
He seems to have put together an argument of enough force that Matisfaction is skating over to the officiating table to check some of the records.
Oh, I think what he's doing is, I think that was turned into an official review as opposed to a timeout. Oh, nope, everything's underway. Timeout was scored to the Gores, so they have one remaining. 2, of course, in these 20-minute Beast of the East games. 30-23 is the score, 12 minutes remaining.
Andy Slamberg jamming for the Lunch Lady, spun around as she tries to exit the pack. The defenders of the Gores going to work on Andy Slamberg.
And again, very experienced skaters there for the Gores. Santa Muerta, Candy Bar, and Chronic. Junkie Jenny returning to the track.
For the Lunch Ladies, Antastic, number 21, will take a seat in the penalty box.
Big loss for the Lunch Lady. She is one of their top blockers. Nice job by Santa Muerta pushing Andy Slamberg to the inside. Big hit from Chronic. Oh, a nice job by the Gores to pull Andy Slamberg back just as Lexicon comes on the track. Takes the distraction to get through. Quick pass for Lexicon.
Very impressive footwork from Lexicon. She saw exactly what her teammates were doing defensively and took advantage of the situation.
And it looks like another Lunch Ladies blocker, Hillary Tough, being sent to the box on a direction of gameplay major. So that'll be a 4-2 pack advantage for the Gorgo Roller Girls.
And a score of 35-23, currently in favor of the Lunch Ladies. 11 minutes remain.
Foxy Sinatra coming out there with the star blocker and pivot for the Gores. She's been jamming quite a bit this year.
She faces, unsurprisingly, Torquemada.
Oh, and a nice hit by Glamicrist, putting it back, and I believe Foxy Sinatra is going to be called on a cut. Wow.
Jammer referee Brady Cardia signaling the X of a cut, and Torquemada on the power jam. Oh, taking a hit there from Chronic, but she manages to endure and pick up lead jam.
Power jam again, the third power jam for the Luscious Lunch Ladies, and it's pretty hard, I think, to win a Beast of the East game when you give up this many power jams, and that could be the undoing for this Gorgor Roller Girls team.
A skater who is not on the track cannot participate in the winning or losing of a game.
No packing call, but I don't think anyone can hear it. And 65 Roses being sent off now for destruction of the pack, and Junkie Jenny being sent off for another penalty as well. Should mention 4 trips to the box will get you kicked out of a Beast of the East game. Fouled out, I guess is the proper term.
Indeed, the accumulation of penalties as opposed to doing something egregious, and luckily we've seen very little of that in the tournament. Nothing at all that I can recall.
1 ejection, but no foul outs yet. Oh, nice move by Chronic. Oh, and Chronic takes a big hit from Annie Takers. And Annie Takers being sent to the box now on a direction of gameplay as well.
Yeah, that's number 21. Meanwhile, double that, number 42, Torquemada skates on and keeps putting up points for the Lunch Ladies. Looks like Glamour Kist will join Antastic. There is no room in the penalty box. It is full. Glamour Kist will have to get back on the track.
Foxy Sinatra burst her way through, but suddenly it's a 44-23 lead for the Luscious Lunch Ladies. 3 straight power jams, giving the ladies a big lead with 9 minutes remaining.
The Lunch Ladies cheering section is at the apex of turns 1 and 4. And every time Torquemada came around, she gave a little wave to the people waving the big yellow flag.
The 4 City Derby girls, I could say, are famous for their great sportsmanship and their phenomenal attitudes. I'm sure they'll be trying to win the after parties this weekend.
Absolutely. I should also point out that they are known for their loud voices in supporting each other on the track. Definitely a big cheering section for the Lunch Ladies. And with 9 minutes remaining, and the Lunch Ladies with a score of 48-23 currently in the driver's seat of this bout, those folks have a lot to cheer about, Derby Nerd.
That's right. Each team has 1 timeout remaining, and with how close some of these games have been, those timeouts can come in and be very important late in these games.
Absolutely. The coaches wouldn't want to waste their final timeout in case they need it to force an extra jam at the end of the contest.
3-2 pack advantage for the Gores. They're sending out Candy Bar. Santa Muerte and Foxy Sinatra. Foxy and Candy Bar have been in Tord for as long as Tord has been Tord, so this is a very experienced line out there. T-Rex jamming.
Andy Slamberg, her opposite number. One of the 2 towers of power for the Lunch Ladies in this Beast of the East.
And Andy Slamberg getting physical right away, but T-Rex bounces off and bounces into that 2-wall at the front. She's working her way through, and I believe... Oh, sorry. That's a Luscious Lunch Ladies blocker heading to the penalty box. And no, it is Andy Slamberg being sent to the penalty box for a cutting major.
That is both of them, jammer and blocker. That allows T-Rex to pick up lead. T-Rex had been rubbed out by Ima Decker, but gained her skates quickly enough to cut through that pack.
And T-Rex through with their first Grand Slam. 5 points. Cue the comeback potentially for the Gorgor Roller Girls here.
And now Ima Decker also taking a penalty. No room in the penalty minivan for Ima Decker. She will have to rejoin the pack and serve her penalty later. Lots of penalty trouble for the Lunch Ladies now, Derby Nerd.
They seem to be trading off penalty woes in this game, and that is really, really affecting the momentum. And right now it's clearly in the Gore's favor as T-Rex is eating up this track, putting up a ton of points. 10, now 15 points on this jam. 48-36. 37, sorry, updated score. Phenomenal performance right here from the Gores. Oh, and T-Rex finally getting knocked out.
She gets clipped by Roses. A nice positional hit there by Roses. A nice piece of timing. Knocks T-Rex off her game and forces her to recycle to the back of the pack, but not for long.
Yeah, T-Rex known for being a feisty, scrappy jammer. You can put her down, but you can't keep her down. She's back up on the track, picking up 5 more points.
Penalty there to the Gorgors.
Oh! Big hit from 65 Roses. But again, Rexy right back up and right through for 5 more points. And there's 15 seconds left. Will she get around on another pass? Oh, it's a tie game, Slim. Tie game.
48 apiece. T-Rex, the small but very resilient spiritual successor to Bambi, perhaps, on the Gores, taking a huge hit from Antastic at the end of that bout, but you know what? She's back up and she's smiling.
Yes, very astute observation. She is definitely filling in that role that Bambi once had so prominently on the Gorgor Roller Girls. And a massive power jam pickup has changed the lead again, 52-48 with 6:40 left in this one.
Now I have to wonder, Derby Nerd, I'm a Decker spent the majority of that jam with a penalty yet to be served, and I think it affects the mental game when you're out there skating on the track knowing, oh, I got to go to the box, and it's always in the back of your mind, and I think it can really throw you off.
Yeah, very good point. You're probably constantly checking, and just knowing that if you do something else, you could potentially be serving 2 minutes in that penalty box. So it is something to be concerned about for sure. Official review or official timeout being called by the refs.
Zebras gathering in a huddle in the center of the oval. You see them all there in a group. And that's about time for a rally from the cheering section of the Lunch Ladies.
Yeah, huge cheer. I don't know if you can hear it at home, but the crowd is getting intense in here. It's packed in Arena St. Louis right now. There's a big ketchup bottle running around the track.
I am not entirely sure of the allegiance of the ketchup bottle. I know Stompin' Tom tells us that ketchup loves potatoes.
Yes, it's
but
true.
Apparently ketchup also loves roller derby.
That's right. And I'm sure roller derby loves ketchup. All right, when this is all gets said and done, it's going to be 3-3 in the packs. Powered start for Lexicon. Although I think Andy Slamberg, she seems like she's been in there for a long time.
Indeed, I think you're right, Derby Nerd, but there she remains as the jam starts. 48-52 currently in favor of the Gores, and 6.5 minutes.
But there has already been some wild swings and momentum in this game. And I have a feeling it's going to come down to the end. Lexicon fakes outside, comes in. She's your lead jammer very quickly. Very important pickup of lead jam. Finally, Andy Slamberg standing in the penalty box. Lexicon coming around on her scoring pass now, around turn number 2.
Hillary Tuff tries to knock down Lexicon, didn't get enough a purchase on the hit.
Andy Slamberg coming on now. The Gores pack just realizing it just in time, and Candy Barrow delivers a massive hit. And Andy Slamberg waiting to come back in.
Andy Slamberg has taken I thought she had taken a penalty on that apex jump she took. She was merely arguing with the referee, but now she's back skating on the track. Meanwhile, Lexicon skates on.
And picks up 5 points to pad the Gore Roller Girls lead. Andy Slamberg with a brief momentary loss of focus there. And having a hard time with Candy Bar. And now Foxy Sinatra goes in for a big hip hit, too.
Solid hit by Foxy. Puts down Andy Slamberg, perhaps still a little discombobulated from that failure to launch on the apex jump.
Lexicon's going to have to watch it, though. Slamberg is on a scoring pass, and Lexicon with a beautiful move on the inside, calling it off and picking up 4 points for the rookie.
Lexicon skating with great confidence and poise. That was a very nice jam for her. 5 minutes remain. The Luscious Lunch Ladies 48. The Gorgo Roller Girls of Toronto Roller Derby now at a score of 71.
And I call Lexicon a rookie, but she did spend a season and a half on the Divas. That is Toronto's House League farm team, so she did play in a lot of games last year and get a lot of track experience. So she's a rookie, but with an asterisk. R.I. Pink. Torquemada and R.I. Pink jamming for the Gorgo Roller Girls. Oh, and R. Pike just staying in bounds, and she is your lead jammer.
Pink making short work of rounding the track as she tries to keep up with this pack and score some points. She passes Roses, she passes Glamoricus, sails on through.
Takes a look at her bench, decides to call it off. Interesting little bit of a tidbit of information I brought up earlier, but this is R.I. Pink's 3rd season skating in Toronto Roller Derby and her 3rd derby name. She began her career as Pinky Violence, skated last year as Draculaura, and now R.I. Pink.
A woman of changing moods, perhaps.
Yes. And she's definitely having a strong season, her 3rd and strongest season so far of the game. Oh, and we do have finally a switch up on the Luscious Lunch Ladies jammer rotation.
That is number 21, Antastic. Well known as a blocker, having some trouble with her own blocker, trips over I'm a Decker. That allows the Gores to pick up lead jam.
Foxy Sinatra out there again to jam. She's been doing a little bit of everything this game, jamming, pivoting, blocking, and she gets through for a nice clear pass and 5 points. The Gores have totally taken control of this game.
Antastic has emerged from the pack, but having some difficulty keeping up with Foxy Sinatra. Foxy Sinatra putting on the Jets. They want to put this bout away. Andy Slamberg falls, knocked down by Foxy Sinatra on her way through the pack. And this jam is over, Derby Nerd.
Yeah, big pickup again. 2 scoring passes there for Foxy Sinatra, 84-48. What a turnaround in this game. For a while there, it looked like the Lunch Ladies were starting to run away with it, but the Gores have come on strong in the last 5 minutes and have taken complete control of this game.
On the jammer line now, we see Torquemada has been returned for the Lunch Ladies. She faces T-Rex.
That is T-Rex. Both jammers with huge smiles on their face, enjoying themselves out there. It's 5-on-5 roller derby here with 2.5 minutes remaining in this game. And Torquemada's through, and she is your lead jammer. A very important pickup for the Lunch Ladies as they try to fight their way back in. 65 Roses is a nice hit. Glamour Kiss getting into it as well.
Direction of gameplay penalty on Glamour Kiss on that hit.
And that frees Rexy. Lexi.
Torquemada forced to call off the jam as T-Rex approaches on a scoring pass.
A little bit of derby love going on the track. Santa Muerta and Torque sharing a moment after that jam. Wow, under 2 minutes now. 84-50, 34-point difference for the Gorgor Roller Girls as they fight to stay alive in this 2013 Beast of the East.
Winner goes on, loser goes home. This is an elimination game. Antastic, number 21, with the Jammer Star on her helmet for the Lunch Ladies.
Yeah, Antastic having a great tournament, having a great season, really, for the Luscious Lunch Ladies. She is definitely someone that they're going to build this team around in the future and doing a nice job right now against a very experienced Gores wall. And Lexicon fighting a 2-wall of her own and finally is able to juke her way past them, and she is your lead jammer.
Lexicon with the fancy footwork she's been showing us throughout this bout. Andy Slamberg, Hillary Tuff, Ima Decker forming a wall there and making life difficult for Lexicon.
Lexicon takes a look back, sees where Antastic is, goes in, tries to pick up a few more points. And she just got one on that pass.
And a chippy how do you do last moment hit from Andy Slamberg on Lexicon just to maybe establish a little dominance.
Yeah.
With the dying seconds of the bout. We're looking at 40, 39, 38, and the score. Lunch Ladies 50, the Gorgo Roller Girls at 87.
What a game. Massive shifts in momentum. This is kind of like your perfect Beast of the East game. Both teams start off really tight. Each takes a seemingly commandable lead early on, and then finally the Gores here late in this one able to start to run away with it. And Beaver Mansbridge out there to jam for the Gorgo Roller Girls.
Torquemada in thick for the Lunch Ladies, pushing, shopping carting her blockers ahead of her, trying to get them outside the zone.
Wow, and nice work from the 2 Gore blockers on the track, Foxy Sinatra and Santa Muerta. I guess if you're only going to have 2, it might as well be those 2, and they are doing a fantastic job on Torquemada right now, just pounding away at Torque, but to her credit, Torque, finally goes down.
And how they laugh.
Yes.
As Torque steps back out of the truck with Santa Muerte. Roller derby is many things. It is also a lot of fun.
That's right. And the game clock has ended. Oh, and Torque went in for a hit on Beaver, fell, and Beaver able to get free. She is your lead jammer as well. Minute left on the jam clock. Beaver picks up a couple, calls it. Gorgo Roller Girls stay alive in the Beast of the East. Whoa, Slim. That was quite a game.
Absolutely. As you mentioned earlier, both teams seemed like they could have grabbed the brass ring in this one, and it swung back and forth, and it seems when the music stopped, the Gorgo Roller Girls are the ones who have retained themselves a seat at the table.
That's right, and what they earn for their hard effort is yet another game today. And
indeed, your reward is pain.
Yeah, more pain, and it's going to be a tough one. Tune in for that. That's at 8 o'clock. The TKOs, the total knockouts from Tri-City Roller Girls, will be facing off against this Gorgo Roller Girl team in an elimination game. Wow, Gores living to fight another game.
And receiving some congratulations from the crowd there.
Looks like the final score, the official final, is 94-50. Lunch Ladies ending their first Beast of the East tournament, but I think they handled themselves extraordinarily well for their first experience in this tournament.
Absolutely, Derby Nerd. Certainly. Lots of youth and fire on the Lunch Ladies team and a bright future for Forest City.
That's right. So I think we're going to call this one a game. But Slim and I will be back with you in just 8 short minutes. For our next matchup, it's another elimination game between the Chicks Ahoy and the Thames Fatale coming up.
So go absolutely nowhere. Stay here on Canuck Derby TV. We'll see you shortly.
Oh, hi, I'm ZZ Slop at Fog City Rollers, and you're watching Canuck Derby TV.
It's not true.
It's not just about the shorts. It's about inspiring others. It's about having fun and making new friends. It's about getting hit down and getting back up again. It's about being a team. Pivot Star. It's about roller derby.
Welcome back, everyone, to the BCDs. Derby Nerd and Slim still here on the mic for you for this elimination showdown between the Chicks Ahoy from Toronto Roller Derby and Forest City's Thames Fatale.
The Thames Fatale have just seen their Derby sisters from Forest City, the Lunch Ladies, eliminated by the Gorgo Roller Girls of Toronto. So we have almost a repeat, a Forest City-Toronto rematch.
And that's right. Again, both of these teams facing potential elimination. Our last 4 games this evening will all be elimination games between teams getting a second chance to move on to the quarterfinals. Chicks Ahoy, third-place finishers in last year's tournament, facing elimination. And they're going to send out Dinah Hercha, number 21, co-captain of the team, to jam.
Dinah Hercha, a very physical player. I imagine she will make contact as soon as possible.
I believe that is Kindry Surprise, a rookie for Thames Fatale, who has been phenomenal all weekend. Dinah Hercha is through as your lead jammer, though.
Hop, skip, and a jump over the apex there. She went through on the inside line. Nice footwork from Dinah.
And Kindry Surprise, though, not too far behind. Yeah, I was always surprised to hear that Kindry Surprise is in her first year. She's just got a poise about her on the track.
Indeed. I've seen her skate a few times, and she has, you're right, tremendous nerve.
And Dinah Hercha in the pack there. Did she call it off in time? She did, and she picks up 1 point, 1-0 for the Chicks Ahoy after the first jam.
First blood, Chicks Ahoy. And quickly, back to the track we go. It looks like Cookie Dough taken to the line for the Chicks.
And I believe that is Elbows, number 66 in black for the Thames Fatale.
Yes, number 66.
My eyes not as good as they once were, Slim. It's getting harder and harder to read those numbers down on the track. Maybe I just need some new glasses.
It also has been an awfully long day, Derby Nerd,
Yes.
but
Maybe
we're glad to be here, folks.
And Cookie Dough with a nice job, a brilliant job of knocking Elbows out and then forcing the cut. I don't even think Elbows saw it happen. It was right off the start. And Cookie Dough orchestrating a power jam for the Chicks Ahoy.
And indeed, fist raised in victory because she knew she had pulled off a devious plan. Dollface Massacre tries to stop Cookie Dough. Cookie Dough shoots on through to the outside.
Nice move on the straightaway. One little juke to Dollface on the outside and then burns by for a 5-point pickup.
No loss of momentum for Cookie Dough as she breezed through there using her own teammates as a handhold. She does it once again, Derby Nerd.
Yeah, knocking down Sad Panta. Cookie Dough really able to add a physical element to her game. She's a strong skater. Of course, skates also with CN Power, Toronto Roller Derby's WFTDA charter team. And makes a nice juke around Marambo. 5 more points. This is exactly the kind of start I think the Chicks Ahoy wanted. They are skating short-handed this weekend, so they need to use their resources wisely.
Cookie Dough coming to the inside line, 2 to beat. It's Sad Panda and Marambo. Sad Panda cannonballs Marambo into Cookie Dough, but unfortunately they both go out of bounds, so Cookie Dough is allowed to re-enter.
That's right, only picks up 5 points on that one. And Cookie Dough coming up to that back wall as the penalty expires for Elbows. And Elbows is back on the track and in the pack, but Cookie Dough through for another grand slam.
Inside the pack, Elbows forces her way to the front. She has now escaped the pack, but the damage is done. Chicks Ahoy well over 20 points ahead as this jam continues. Cookie Dough looking for more.
That's right. She goes in, calls it quickly. Maybe not quickly enough. She does give up a point. So a steal of 1 for the Elbows at the end of that jam, but nonetheless, 27-1 is your updated score. 3 minutes.
Perhaps a moral victory only for the Thames Fatale. 2. I am seeing 2 points for the Thames Fatale. They are on the scoreboard, and just under 17 minutes remaining for the Thames Fatale to build on.
Again, my eyes failing me. It looked like she had 1 finger in the air, but obviously it was 2. All right. Again, 5-on-5 roller derby, clean games through the first 2 jams. It's Rosemary's Rabies jamming for Chicks Ahoy.
And that is Kindry Surprise for Forest City.
Kindry Surprise back out there again. I think we're going to see a lot of her, and she is your lead jammer for the Thames Fatale as they try to claw their way back in this one. Oh, nice blocking. I believe that is that Sociopath?
That's right, Sociopath. Number 75 for the Thames Fatale. Kindry Surprise has been very impressive for them. They have been looking for an all-day jammer since the departure of Kilson from Forest City, and I think they've found it in Kindry Surprise.
Yeah, that's for sure a very good point. Kilson, one of the great another of the great early heroes at this Beast of the East tournament. And 2 more points put on the board there for the Thames Fatale. 27-5 now is the score. 15 and a half minutes to go in this elimination bout at the 2013 Beast of the East. 4-3 pack advantage to kick things off. Marambo putting on the star for the Thames Fatale, and Dinah Hercha, number 21, in the green for the Chicks Ahoy. A lot of rookies on this Chicks Ahoy team, but they do also have those experienced skaters. Cookie Dough and Dinah Hercha electing to stay on their home teams for one more season.
A similar situation with the Thames Fatale. And Marambo has lead.
And Dinah Hercha working hard to make up some of this track that she is back, but Marambo already coming around to score. Good quick steps. Almost had an inside line. Finally, the Chicks able to recover, force her out of bounds, force the call off. 2 more points on the board.
Marambo with large gestures calling off the jam. A product of a large personality.
27-7 now. 20 points is the difference just over 5 minutes into this game.
Kindry Surprise return to the jammer line for the Thames Fatale. They are going to rely on her, it would appear, and Cookie Dough taking her accustomed place on the jammer line also.
That's right. Both teams shortening up their jammer rotations. Really for the Gores, where they're suffering some injuries right now, missing some key skaters, so they're going to have to use Cookie Dough and Dinah Hercha a lot more than they've become accustomed to so far.
That's the story of the Beast, though, Derby Nerd. Short game, short bench, no problem.
That's right. Kindry Surprise having a hard time right now, battling hard with the nice move there by the rookie. R2 Smack You pivoting.
Indeed, strong power footing maneuver there.
Robert Blind, Tess Derbyville trying to push Kindry Surprise out of bounds. Couldn't quite do it, but Cookie Dough is around to score. Around Andy Takers, calls it off. 4 more points on the board for the Chicks Ahoy.
Widening the lead. Looking at 31-7 for the Chicks Ahoy. 13 and a half minutes.
I've got to say, this is the best sustained push from the Chicks that I've seen in their 3 games so far. Finally coming together. It's been a long day for this short bench.
You're right. They've tried a few different tactics throughout the day. Seen some mixed success. They seem to be gelling quite well at the moment.
Won a squeaker earlier, then lost big, and now fighting for their lives. And elbows jamming once again for the Thames Fatale. Rosemary Raby's thinking she had an outside line that was quickly closed by Marambo. Takes a big hit.
Elbow scooting through for the lead. Penalties to both teams will send a blocker off. More room to skate for these jammers.
Oh, and Marambo with a nice last line of defense hit, forcing Rabies out.
Marambo doing what she's known for. Oh, and she is going to work on Rosemary's Rabies. As Elbow scoots through on the outside, that is a grand slam in favor of the Thames Fatale.
Rabies finally pushing Marambo out of play. And it looks like Marambo's getting a delayed penalty on that call, on that play. Elbow's coming around to score once again.
Marambo put back on the track. There is no room in the penalty area for her.
So she will stay on the track to eventually serve her time in the box. And Rosemary Raby's taking a big hit from Dollface Massacre at the end of that jam. A little slow to get off the track, but she seems to be okay.
Marambo, now taking a seat as one of the blockers, is standing. That technically will allow space for her in the penalty area. She'll take a seat, and that's a good sign for the Thames Fatale as she can begin her penalty immediately.
Also a good for the Chicks Ahoy, though. They've only got one blocker to deal with. It's Annie Takers on the track for Thames Fatale, and Dinah Hercha's trying to work her way through. Dinah Hercha also playing a little defense, though, making sure her blockers are locked in.
One to beat, Annie Takers. She does so.
A nice job by Tess Derbyville right now to hold Kindry Surprise at the back of the pack. Robert Blind, R2 Smack You also out there. And finally, it's Gemicide in with a little bit of an offensive block that's going to send Kindry Surprise through on her first pass.
Tess Derbyville going to the penalty area. Tess Derbyville is in the free and open spaces, but she does not have the lead. That belongs to Dinah Hercha, who goes shoulder to shoulder with Sociopath.
And Dinah's thinking about it, looking at it, and she's going to call it off. A little bit of confusion there. I don't know if she knew she was lead jammer or not.
I'm not sure Dinah really... She tried to change her mind in the middle of calling it off, but the refs could not unsee the hands on the hips.
That's right. Some confusion on the bench, perhaps. She looked to the bench for a call. There was none given. Elbows back out there to jam against Cookie Dough. 3-3 packs. Cookie Dough talking to her pack. I'm not trying to hide anything. And another very physical start. Dollface Massacre pounding away on Cookie Dough, but she's going to go off for a direction of gameplay major. Meanwhile, Elbows is your lead jammer.
And sometimes it is worth taking that penalty if the stakes are high enough and the reward is sweet, and Elbows is half a track ahead of Cookie Dough, although Cookie Dough is gaining on her.
Every stride she seems to be making up a few feet. Cookie Dough has that nice low stride. And Elbows forced to call it off. Nice skating from the Chicks Ahoy jammer, forcing that call.
I think Elbows was surprised by the gaining speed of Cookie Dough.
Took a look behind. Saw her coming up. We've just passed the halfway mark. It's 35-16. Very much still a tight game here. Again, both teams facing elimination. Remarkably, with all their success in history, the Thames Fatale have only advanced out of the double elimination round once in the history of the Beast of the East.
Well, the atmosphere of Beast of the East is festive and tempting, Derby Nerd.
That's true. And the Thames Fatale like to have a good time. Nice job by Robert Blind, pushing Kindry Surprise to the outside. Robert Blind having a very strong tournament for the Chicks Ahoy. And Rosemary's Rabies takes a big hit. Oh, and it looks like cut forced on her from Gemicide. Power Jam, Thames Fatale.
Clever work there from Gemicide. That allows Kindry Surprise into that Power Jam position. The Thames Fatale maybe aiming for a comeback here as Gemicide encounters the pack.
Nice job by the Chicks Ahoy, again orchestrated by Robert Blind. Slowing her up at the least, but she does get through for her 5-point pickup.
A roar from the crowd as the two Forest City teams have traded places from the track to the cheering section, and the lunch ladies are cheering on their comrades.
The lunch ladies looking to swarm right now, cause some trouble, open up some space for Kindry Surprise to get through. She does get by Robert Blind. 5 more points. 35-26 now will be the updated score. Kindry Surprise already back around for another scoring pass. Machete Maiden holding her.
Test Derbyville.
And RT Smack You being called for out of play. And with 5 more points, it's going to make it a 4-point game. We've got ourselves another tight bout here at the Beast of the East. Oh, and Kindry Surprise calling it, but just a little too late. As Rosemary's Rabies comes back on the track, and the Chicks will be able to field the jammer. Whew, 1 point is the difference right now.
Single
Slim.
Derby Nerd. 7.5 minutes. Chicks Ahoy 35. The Thames Fatale 34.
Wow, 2 power jams, one for each team, has really opened up the scoring here and kept this one tight. 7.5 minutes remaining. Boy.
We've seen them before. Here they are again. Elbows and Dinah Hercha.
Dinah Hercha quickly goes to the inside, duels with Marambo, and she is through as your lead jammer.
Dinah Hercha just getting low and cruising at speed to catch up with this pack.
Nice offense from Marambo there, holding Furious Georgia back, allowing Elbows to get through. Dinah Hercha, though, coming up on her scoring pass. Chicks pacing a little bit. Dinah sneaks through on the inside and picks up all the points, calls it off. 4 points. Chicks Ahoy.
Suffragette cruising in for a big hit against Dinah Hercha. Realized perhaps the jam was lost at that point already and pulling up a bit short. 6.5 minutes.
We're hearing a massive FCDG chant coming from the suicide seats. And Chicks Ahoy have no one on the track right now. Oh, and it looks like Tara Part's going to wait to the final minute to call a timeout, buying a few extra seconds for the Chicks to discuss things on the bench. Well, Slim, we've had some tight games at this year's Beast of the East for sure, and this looks like it's going to be another one. Chicks and Thames Fatales, 5 points is the difference. 6:15 left.
A matter of one scoring pass, of course.
Holy crap. thanks for tuning in, all of you fans at home watching the 6th annual Beast of the East. It's the 4th time that Canuck Derby TV has broadcast the Beast of the East.
We'd like to thank the mastermind behind this broadcast and Canuck Derby TV, Johnny Kaput. Thank you, Johnny. Thank you for having us. We know we are completely untrained for this situation, but for some reason you gave us microphones anyway.
They trust us with microphones and an audience. Also, of course, I'd like to thank our sponsors. Holy crap, one of the finest supporters of roller derby in this country.
It is, in fact, the world's most amazing breakfast cereal.
Yeah, I've heard that. Heard that. I can attest to that, too. It is
Absolutely.
fueling me currently. All right, Kindry Surprise back out there against Cookie Dough. 3-3 in the pack. This crowd has not been quiet at all for the last few minutes as both fans of both teams urging them on. Cookie Dough gets the front wall. Kindry Surprise at the back, and neither jammer able to make much room. Kindry finally getting through.
Kindry Surprise with tenacity, with lead jam status.
And Cookie Dough out, but about a half track back, and it's going to be hard to make up this distance. Stop pack now at turn number 4. Robert Blind goes in for a big hit on Kindry Surprise.
Robert Blind almost run over by Cookie Dough as she fell to her knees, and the jam comes to a close. That is a 4-0 for the Temp Patel. And what does that mean?
That means we still have a 1-point game with 5.5 minutes remaining. Wow.
I won't lie, Derby Nerd. I thought we were tied. My math was bad.
We're not paid to do math. Marambo out there jamming, number 69 in the black for the Thames Fatale against number 21, Dinah Hercha in the neon green. And Marambo is through as your lead jammer.
Marambo, always a crowd favorite, now pumped up and enthusiastic. Marambo has a power jam.
Wow, Dinah Hercha, I didn't see it. It was a tight pack work and a cut somewhere in the midst of that pack.
Marambo knocked down by the defenders of Chicks Ahoy, but she has cruised on through for the first of what she hopes is many Grand Slams on this power jam.
That's right. Lead change. Thames Fatale back in front. 4.5 minutes remaining. This could be a very timely power jam for the Thames Fatale.
In the short game format, the power jam is crucial. It has crippled teams on this very day, Derby Nerd.
That's right. And a nice move right there by Joss Whelan to pull Marambo all the way back. The rookie with a nice heads-up play. And Marambo has to re-enter, trying to get these points, calling it off.
Marambo wants to get some fresh legs on the track while a little bit of that power jam remains.
Nice penalty kill, though, by the Chicks Ahoy, limiting the damage. But nonetheless, it's a 9-point lead right now for the Thames Fatale. 48-39, 4 minutes remaining.
Both teams crowding against the jammer line. They are going to initiate that rugby-style scrum start as Kindry Surprise flying solo on the jammer line.
4-4 in the pack, full packs for both teams. Power jam for about another 30 seconds or so. Machete Maiden, last line of defense, but again, Chicks Ahoy able to recycle, get back to the front.
Kindry Surprise tries the outside and does so with a nice bit of speed, turns on the afterburners. 555 in the black. That is Kindry Surprise, and she is a great surprise.
Yeah, lead jammer, but a nice stalling by the Chicks Ahoy. She is not able to get around on a scoring pass before Dinah Hercha comes out of the penalty box. Machete Maiden being sent to the penalty box and direction gameplay. Dinah immediately hits Kindry Surprise. Looks for a lane on the outside. Kindry through, though, with a full pickup. And now Dinah Hercha forcing the call off.
Dinah Hercha never afraid to get physical when she's jamming against the other jammer.
Wow, that could have been a devastating error for the Chicks Ahoy now, as the score is 53-39 with 2:50 remaining. Chicks in quite a hole right now, Slim.
Absolutely. Just about 2.5 minutes remaining. However, if this could turn into a power jam, they could be able to build something out of that. We will have to wait and see. Stranger things have happened to Beast of the East.
That's right. Rosemary's Rabies is out there, jamming against Elbows, the veteran.
Elbows trying to cut to the inside line, has a wall of 3 in front of her. being defended tenaciously.
And Rosemary's Rabies is through, and she is your lead jammer. Suffragette being sent to the penalty box to pivot for the Chicks, or for the Thames Fatale is out.
Suffragette tried to jump the apex and made airborne contact. That's a no-no.
Rosemary's Rabies, though, losing track to Elbows as Elbows flies around, tries to catch up. Rosemary's Rabies needs to score here.
Sad Panda throws a hit against Rabies, but Rabies calls off the jam.
3 points picked up for the Chicks Ahoy. That's a lot of time burned off the clock for 3 points, and it's only going to pull them within 11 with 1:45 remaining. And the Chicks only have one timeout left. So they're not going to be able to stop the clock.
Chicks Ahoy will need more than 2 full passes in order to get back into this, Derby Nerd.
They do have Cookie Dough out there. If you're going to put a jammer out there in a key stress situation like this, it's going to be her.
She has proven to be one of the fastest skaters on the track in this tournament.
And she's got one to beat in Gemicide. She is your lead jammer. She's through. Robert Blind doing a nice job right now on Kindry Surprise, holding her back. Oh,
Kindry Surprise fights her way through.
Breaks through that 3-wall. The Chicks deciding to slow down. They know they cannot speed. Cookie Dough is going to need to score and call it quickly so that they can get a timeout called.
Marambo and Annie Takers, the only 2 defenders. Cookie Dough calling it off immediately.
And with 45 seconds left on the clock, we're only going to have time for one more jam. And it is a tight one, 53-46. This will be the final jam of this game. Oh, Slim, these last 2 games. I need a break after this.
Absolutely. We've been privileged enough to call 2 of the tighter races in this great tournament. Elbows back on the track, as is Dinah Hertscha. This is for all the marbles for these teams.
And a lead jammer status for the Thames Fatale would ice it. Dollface Massacre and Marambo doing a nice job of holding Dinah Hertscha back. Elbows is your lead jammer. Control to the Thames Fatale. Calls it off. The game is over. Thames Fatale, hold on.
And they will advance to the next round of the tournament, Derby Nerd.
That is right. For the second time in Beast history, the Thames Fatale are through to the quarterfinals. They will have the unenviable challenge of facing the Slaughter Daughters in the quarterfinals.
And indeed, that is a challenge for them. If I may shine a light on a player, I think if you want to be in the right place at the right time, Dollface Massacre, who had been quiet in the pack, was present in that final jam at exactly the right moment to allow Elbows to gain that lead jam status and clinch the victory for the Thames Fatale.
Totally. She and Marambo at the back of that pack there, just buying enough time for Elbows to get through, able to call it off. What a great game, though. And again, a short-handed Chicks Ahoy with a very young lineup, though. Played very well, earning that victory early on against the Riot Squad, falling mightily to the FDR, a very good team, and doing very well here against, again, a very experienced Thames Fatale team. So, take a break, have a drink, have a breather. We've got 14 minutes before our next game. It's coming up at 7:20, the Contrabanditas and the Riot Squad, and yet again, it's another elimination bout. So 2 teams fighting for their lives. Boy, Slim, it's been quite a day here, opening day of the Beast of the East.
Absolutely. Folks, if you like what you see on Canuck Derby TV, remember there is a donate button. Give it a click. Give what you can to keep Canuck Derby TV on the air, keep bringing you the great roller derby that they always have, and continue to do so. And
yes,
we'll be back shortly.
That's right. Thank you for tuning in. On behalf of the Canuck Derby TV crew, Lightning Slim, I'm the Derby Nerd. We'll be back in 14 minutes.
It's not just about the shorts. It's about inspiring others. It's about having fun and making new friends. It's about getting hit down and getting back up again. It's about being a team. Pivot Star. It's about roller derby.
And we're back for some more roller derby action from Arena St. Louis in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. I'm Captain Lou Albamo, and I am joined on the microphone by
Tipsy McStaggers here, welcoming everybody online. So I think we got a bit of a burner going to go on now.
I'm hoping we are.
Yeah, this will be by far, I think even in the history of the Beast of the East tournament for Rideau Valley's Riot Squad, I think this will be the toughest match that they're actually going to face. They're in real tough against the Ditas, but let's just see how they manage to fare.
Sure enough, the Contrabanditas, the third of the Montreal roller derby teams, the only one that has not qualified for day 2 yet, and the Riot Squad's hoping to follow their sister team, the Slaughter Daughters, on to the quarterfinals starting tomorrow. And we're going to get the first jam underway, Tipsy.
And it looks like jamming for Rideau Valley is Teresa Botmont. She's trying to beat that one skater, and she grabs the first lead jam of this bout.
Miracle Whips is the jammer for the Contrabandita. She's about 20 feet behind Bottomah for the Riot Squad. Bottomah with all sorts of black skaters at the back, waiting to be points.
And that's wise. We got Rideau Valley putting their points up at the front of the pack. And I think she'll grab a two and through on this one.
Just a nice work by the Riot Squad to put an early lead on. Once again, these are 20-minute games, double elimination tournament. Both of these teams have won one and lost one today. If you lose this game, you're going home. If you win, you get to play again on Sunday.
Yeah, it's definitely about the right to continue, and each team right now feel that they have the right to continue on to Sunday. There's a big collision off on the jammer line. Looks like Death from Below trying to make her move. One skater left to beat. And there she goes. Second lead jam for Rideau Valley.
Solid blocking on the part of the Riot Squad, holding Justin Powers, the jammer for the Contrabanditas, in the pack. Justin Powers finally escaping, but Death from Below is in the pack and ready to score.
Yeah, she had actually Purella DeVille hot to trot right on her tail. And there's 4 points from Death from Below.
So 2 for 2 getting lead jammers, 2 for 2 getting points on the board for the Riot Squad. Riot Squad moving to 6-0. 18 minutes to go in this game. These games are quick, nasty, and dirty. You make a mistake, you go home.
I tell you, and it doesn't matter who has the lead in the front half of the game. It's who has the lead at the end, because we've seen it swap multiple times.
Multiple times today, multiple times in a game. We'll have to see if the Riot Squad can hold on. The Contrabanditas definitely do not want to bow out early in this tournament. They've got something to prove to their Montreal roller derby sisters. Pushing out the front of the pack for the Contrabanditas. That's number 123, Miracle Whips, getting lead jammer for the first time.
And she's got about a half a track length on Jessica Cool, trying to catch up, wearing the star for Rideau Valley. Riot Squad picking up the pace of the pack, making that Dita Jamma work. She's grabbed 1 point, puts an eye over her shoulder to see where her competition is. And the Ditas are on the board. Looks like that'll be a 2 and through for her.
I think Miss Divine Intervention may have indicated 3 points. She picked up 1 just as she was calling it off. That was some pretty amazing pack work on the part of the Riot Squads. Very aware, saving 1 point, and 1 point could be the difference in these games. We've seen it close all the way through in several games today. You don't want to give anything up that you don't have to when you don't have a lot of time to play.
Exactly. Every single one of these games is winnable for each team. And it's whoever can keep the mistakes to a minimum has the best chance.
Jam underway. Flurry of activity in that pack. Coming through on the outside, that's the Warden for the Riot Squad, hot on her tail. Is that Saucisse? It is Saucisse.
Both jammers broke the pack at practically the same time, so they're just going to call it off and line it up again and try to get a more definitive advantage going into the next jam.
So 4 jams in, score 6-3 for the Rideau Valley Riot Squad. The Montreal Roller Derby, Les Contrabanditas, trailing, but only by 3 points. Lots of time left in this game. The teams are dueling very evenly, and look at the Contrabanditas taking the pivot line.
Yes, and We got Purella DeVille standing dead center between the jam line and the pivot line, creating that bridge to keep her team in play. Also, whoa, trying to focus some defense, but it's a no avail. The Dita Jammer cuts her way around that outside.
Miracle Whips picking up lead jammer. Death from Below has also escaped from the pack. The Miracle Whips. We got a wheel on the track.
We've had 2 skate destructions today. Someone, a referee and official, is going to have to spot that. Oh, calls off the jam. The Dita player wisely took herself out of the play. Oh, it's another broken truck.
Oh, dear. Beast of the East being tough on the skates all day long. Contrabanditas picking up 4 points, taking the lead 7-6. No, look at that. The Riot Squad picked up 2 points on that, Tipsy.
It's an 8-7 favor of the Riot Squad, but, boy, we're getting a tight one to start. And, yeah, definitely Beast of the East. Tough on the skates, tough on the mind, tough on the girls, and tough on your bottom if you've been sitting on that floor all day.
Sure enough, we started here at 8 o'clock in the morning. It's 7:30 right now in the 11.5-hour moment. We're going to get lead jammer.
Teresa Bottom makes that inside line with a huge assist from HP Love Crash.
So, Tipsy, is that her real last name? Is that why? Or is there?
That is her real last name, Bottom, which is a Dutch surname.
Fair enough. I was wondering what the reference was to in her name. What was that derby name? Turns out it's really her name, just like Jessica Cool, who is going to the box for a penalty at this moment. Jam called off 4 points for the Riot Squad. Riot Squad go to 12. Contrabanditas still at 7. 14 minutes to go, Tipsy.
And look, with the Riot Squad showing a new look for the day. They're putting the power jammer, Purella DeVille, out there. This is the play that you want to do when you actually want to get your lead jam through brute force.
So we're going to see some non-power jamming, power jamming from the Riot Squad. We'll see how this works out for them. Again, the skaters up near the pivot line. Miracle Whips crashing through that line of white, getting lead jammer, but cycled to the outside, unable to contain them. The Riot Squad, Contrabanditas with lead jammer.
And it's a power jam for the Ditas because there was in that big pile up, Purella DeVille, and they need to control her limbs a little bit more. It was called on the low block.
So they roll the dice, come up snake eyes.
Yes.
Contrabanditas looking to take advantage of a reduced pack for the Riot Squad. Only 3 skaters out there.
Yeah, she's got 60 seconds to work with it. I'm not sure why the Riot Squad were throwing in a stunt play at that point. It was too early to try to shake things up when they were having success.
They were indeed. Miracle Whips to the outside. Big
Oh!
hit. Oh! Bodies hitting the floor by the handful. That's number 666 who put a nice pick on the jammer and then was cleared by Gunwale Mindy.
Yeah.
Kiki Von Carnage doing a nice job to take out the jammer and then getting taken out herself.
Yeah, with this new rule set, it's almost a necessity that if your jammer gets out, you have to take out the player who blocked her out. Otherwise, there's too much risk of a power jam.
Sure enough, Contrabandita is now in the lead. You know what to do at home with a lead change.
Oh, time to tip the glass. But in all honesty, Riot Squad doing a fairly strong defensive effort here. Contrabanditas haven't run away with it on this power jam. Only looks like a lead of 10 points. 10 points, respectable.
So only a 15-point power jam. Again, in a 20-minute game, 15 points is not a bad thing to score in one jam. However, it's only a 10-point lead for the Contrabanditas. Riot Squad needing to recover from that little misstep.
Yes, and they've got about just under 12 minutes to do it, which is an eternity so far in a 20-minute game.
Another jam underway. Saucisse for the Contrabanditas. Can you see who's jamming there for your Riot Squad? That's number 777.
That's the Warden. She's got a little bit no end of trouble with a strong 3-wall back on the Ditas. She's still trying to make her way through on her initial pass, and there's a tumbling right there. That'll be... I think she might have taken a skate in the head while she was down. There was a low block, and they're actually calling it on the Warden.
So back-to-back power jams. Contrabanditas looking to take command of this game. They already put 5 points up on the board. And Saucisse is coming around for another scoring pass. Accident leaving the penalty box. Jessica Cool is sitting in there for the Riot Squad. But Saucisse through again, Tipsy. 5 more points.
5 more points. Right now, the Riot Squad talking a little strategy, how they want to hold on to this pack, and then when to turn on the afterburners. Oh, Axie Dent with a teaming up with HP Low Crash to drive the jammer out of bounds. Oh, there's a lot of tumbling going on.
So Saucy's taking a beating.
Axie Dent trying to pick up the speed and had a little trip on her feet. Made enough room for the Dita Jammer to take the outside line. Excellent. Axie Dent with a strong block takes out her girl. Followed up by a big hit by Jessica Cool.
Jessica Cool escaping from the penalty box and coming out and absolutely mugging Saucy.
Hello, I'm here.
We're going to get a timeout for the Riot Squad. I got to tell you, that is a good timeout. They need to get this game under control. They were actually doing quite well before those two power jams came through. 41 for the Contra Banditas, 12 for the Riot Squad. Still 10 minutes left in this game. If they can buckle down, they can claw their way back, but they can't let this lead get any further ahead. Contra Banditas, on the other hand, got to be pretty pleased that they're sitting 29 points ahead when they were down early on.
Exactly, with 10 minutes left to play, that's not a bad lead to hold on to, but still, it's something that you have to build on. You can't rest on your laurels with a 10-minute left in the period, particularly in these 20-minute games where things turn so fast.
And as Montreal are the hosts of the Beast of the East, they never want to see one of their home teams disappear on day one. Contra Banditas want to join the other two teams, La Racaille and Fidois, who have already booked their ticket to the final 8, starting tomorrow at 11 a.m. on Sunday. Day 2 of Beast of the East. Double elimination will be over. That's just a straight-up 8-team bracket.
Exactly. You keep going until you don't. Right now, both jammers trying to jockey for the favorable position. The Dita jammer can't quite make up her mind whether she wants to be on the left or the right of it looks like Teresa Bottom out there.
Spread out pack for the Riot Squad, trying to contain Miracle Whips as she fights her way through. She's only got one blocker to beat. She skips through, and she's lead jammer for the Contra Banditas.
Oh, but taking that outside kind of slowed down Teresa Bottom a little bit. Oh, just shrugs off that hit.
Yeah, it was a monster hit by Gunball Mindy, but it didn't even budge the jammer. She
No.
kept on going, and Mindy took the worst of it.
However, though, it did do its job of putting the Dorito Valley jammer back into the pack. She was on the verge of breaking through. Has about a half track length to make up on the Dita jammer.
Miracle Whips in the pack, scoring points through the front, hands on the hip. 4 more points for the Contra Banditas. They move up to 45. Riot Squad at 12. 9 minutes to go in this game.
We'd like to thank all the awesome volunteers that were putting this day together for us, and we also got an opportunity to say a quick couple shout-outs. On my Facebook feed was blowing up a little bit. D-, wish we were here, our friends, as well as N%, meant we miss you. Like to have you here, but unfortunately we understand that both of you had things that kept you away from the Beast of the East this year.
Definitely. Jam underway and coming through the front of the pack, getting lead jammer. That is Justin Powers, number 15 TW for the Contra Banditas.
Death from below seems to be stuck. No end of trouble working on that strong 2-wall by the Ditas.
Yeah, she's getting worked over by Road Rage, the pivot. No dive Jenny doing a number on her too, but she does find a way through on the inside. But not before 5 points have been scored by Justin, and she's coming around for one more scoring pass.
And it looks like HP Love Crash sent off on a direction of gameplay penalty, but already there were 2 skaters in the box for Rito Valley, so penalties now even starting to rear their ugly head.
And you got to say that's got to be the story of the game for the Riot Squad. Penalties to their jammers, now penalties to their blockers, not helping their cause to get themselves back into this game. 42 points separate the teams, 8 minutes to go.
Down on the line right now, wearing the star for the Riot Squad is Cool, and she's off to a fast little jump off that line. Try to bullies her way through the 4-wall. Opened up a lot of room on the inside and gave the Dita jammer all the time in the world to make it through. That's Miracle Whips. She's your lead jammer.
Trailing just behind her is Jessica Kuhl. She's had an excellent tournament, but Bodema trying to put a hit on the Ditas jammer. Unsuccessful, but it sure looked good. 4 more points for the Ditas.
There was a pirouette action happening right there. Amazing she was able to stay on her feet after that hit. Excellent example of dexterity and nimbleness. Looks like HB Lovecraft now finally serving her penalty in the box. Under these new rules, it's a return of the direction of gameplay penalty and the multiplayer block. Seeing those called far more this year than you have in the last couple of years.
You do indeed, and those blockers often get those little track cuts as well. You only got to cut one opponent in order to go to the box now, and that's been happening with great regularity. Purella DeVille trying to contain Saucisse, unsuccessful. She's going to get lead jammer for the Montreal girls again.
And she had to earn that, though. Purella was really trying to stick it to her at the front of that pack, making her earn her position.
Riot Squad getting some of their blockers back from the box. They've got 3 out there. We've got whistles on the play, and that whistle, unfortunately for the Riot Squad, is going to go to
it's the Warden. It seems to be shades of this morning when they were up against Chicks Ahoy. There was a ratio of 4-1 power jams against the Riot Squad, and still they only managed to lose by 8 points, but you can't give that up against the Ditas as they're showing it to you right now.
You cannot. 3 power jams for the Ditas. Power jams that they have put to good use. Saucisse making her way through the front of the pack. Only the pivot to beat. Number 69 hits the ground, Anderson. And 5 more points go on the Ditas' side of the scoreboard.
Yep. Purella DeVille trying to put a shoulder down in there, but to no avail.
Saucisse taking a risky line going all the way around the outside, but none of the Riot Squad skaters could stop her. She's back around for another pass. Getting knocked around a bit by Purella in accident.
There's Purella trying to make her presence be felt.
And she does. She forces her to call it off, Tipsy.
Yep. That is true. But I think the damage may be done at a score of 72-13 in favor of the Ditas.
And you see this time and time again at Beast of the East, these short formats. You get into penalty trouble, your jammer hits the box a couple times, the score runs away with you, and there is just not enough time to get back on your horse and catch things up again. 72-13, 4.5 minutes to go. Riot Squad jammer still in the box. Contrabandita is the only one with a skater on the track that can score. She's going to try to get through. That's Miracle Whips on the outside.
Oh!
Jessica Kuhl!
She slides herself all the way into the suicide seats, narrowly missing the modest pyramid on the, looks like at the apex of turn number 2.
I'm sure she was just trying to, big hit on Jessica Kuhl once again. That was Wonder Brat hitting her just as Kuhl went to hit the jammer for the Ditas. Jessica's all over the track.
Yeah, she's playing for pride right now. She wants everyone to know her name at the end of this game. And there's the Warden breaking through. I think that was still on her initial pass. So she hasn't scored any points yet.
Miracle Whips cutting through the wall. Hands on the hips. 4 more points on the board for the Contrabanditas. They're going to move to 81. The score differential is quite high, but I got to tell you, Tipsy, it doesn't feel like it's a 70-point game.
No, not at all. Again, it's the 20-minute format. Riot Squad should probably take a little bit of pride away from the start of this game where I think most people would say that the Ditas had them outmatched, but they actually controlled them for the first 5 minutes of the game. But after that, penalties came and reared their ugly head.
Penalties. We've got another jam underway with only 3 minutes remaining in this game. Death from below, trying to get a lead jammer for the Riot Squad, knocked down by the pivot.
And Purella DeVille just leans in shoulder hard, but the Dita Jamma makes her way through.
Yeah, Ghostface Killer was the blocker that managed to keep Death from Below in the pack.
Well, she's got Death from Below shaped shadow right behind her. And we got a late power jam coming in. Looks like a back blocking penalty to The Dita Jammer gives a Death from Below now a minute to start up and try to at least dent this lead a little bit.
And with 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go in this game, Death from Below has an opportunity to pull the Riot Squad to perhaps within striking distance, Tipsy, but she's going to have to get past the pivot.
Now she's got to get on her horse and really hustle. She's got to make up some space there. 2 minutes left to play and a full 50 seconds left on the jam clock. She can still do a little more damage, and that's a nice inside line opened up for her by her blockers.
So the Riot Squad being held off the scoreboard for a good long time by the Contrabanditas.
Well, again, we're looking at it's an issue of penalties. You got a power jam as well as 2 Dita blockers sitting in the track in the penalty box. So there's a lot of room for her to work.
The Contrabanditas heading to the box. Everybody's getting penalties. Back on the track comes the blocker. That's number V8, Wonderbrat.
And that's going to be about the easiest 5 points that Death from Below is ever going to make when she's only got 1 blocker left to beat.
And we're checking for scoreboard updates. We're seeing 33 right now for the Riot Squad. Riot Squad pushing to the outside one more time. Death from Below, another 5 points on the board. They're going to move to 38. Time running out on this jam, Tipsy.
I do believe the Dita Jammer, is she still in on her initial pass? Oh, it doesn't matter because the jam comes to a close. If I was Riot Squad, I'd get some girls out there ASAP, try to line it up. Oh, timeout being called by the Ditas.
Time out by the Ditas. I don't know that I would want to give the Riot Squad an opportunity to get that clock frozen. Riot Squad at 37, Contrabanditas at 82. It's a 45-point lead, usually considered safe in roller derby. But with that clock stopping, the Riot Squad could possibly get 2 jams in. And, 45 points and 2 jams, that's definitely possible, Tipsy.
Well, with only 50 seconds left on the clock, they're going to have to be smart and fast about it. But still, not impossible. Some would say improbable, but not impossible. So I'm sure the Riot Squad, they're working on a little plan right now to pull that type of magic hat, pull that rabbit out of the magic hat and try to work their way through this. Now, as we take this break, we should probably take a quick second to mention that Neon Skates, with its fine owner Georgia W. Tush, you can visit her at neonskateneon.com or drop by the brick and mortar stores located in Montreal and now in Ottawa.
I hear that store in Ottawa is absolutely lovely, Tipsy.
It's a fine establishment in the heart of the Byward Market in Ottawa. Drop on by, say hello to Sister Disaster. She's running the shop there.
Should probably thank AMJ Productions as well, and as always, the world's most amazing breakfast cereal. Holy crap, if you haven't tried it, you really gotta. This could be the last jam, Tipsy.
And right now it looks to be, they've gone with their, it's a backlock, it's a power jam. Who's skating out there right now it's Teresa Bottom. She's got to start moving. Oh no, wait, it's Ostentatious.
It is.
Ostentatious. This is interesting. She had some skate troubles right before this game. She's using borrowed skates right now. And she's putting on a little bit of a show. She can dent this lead. Look at her go.
And there's still time on this clock. I would consider if she can make a quick pass, calling this off, calling a timeout, and getting one more opportunity. We'll see if the Riot Squad does that. And the answer is no. They're going to just roll the dice and keep on going.
They're shooting for broke right now.
So they put 10 on the board. They need to get 35 more points in the next minute in order to advance. That is a tall task, a tall order. Ghostface Killer, the only blocker out there. She's passed. That's another 5, Tipsy.
Yeah, it's another easy 5, but, she's just got on her horse and riding. She's going to ride this one out. She's got 45 seconds left to work with. Another easy 5 points as penalties still just keep racking up for the Ditas. It is troublesome. Oh, but the Dita Jammer's out now.
That Miracle Whip's out. Only 30 seconds left in this game. Knocked down Ostentatious by Ghostface Killer. And I think that's going to wrap her up.
That's right, because now that'll be at least 4 points for the Dita. Up, yep. They made a game out of it at the end, but
they did indeed again. 20 minutes, not enough time if you need to come back from giving up those early power jams. Riot Squad were rolling, but they're going to fall to the Contrabanditas. Contrabanditas join Pidawa and La Racaille as all three home teams from Montreal advance to day 2. Riot Squad will retire from the tournament, but again, I believe this is their best showing ever, Tipsy.
I do. Well, they did win one game. I do believe it was 2 years ago, so it ties their best Beast performance. But I think this is something that against much tougher quality teams than what they had done against earlier. So they've got a lot to be proud of the Riot Squad skaters. This is by far their best showing here at the Beast of the East. And yeah, they were in tough against the Adidas, and they showed for at least for a period of time they could control that team.
They did indeed. 86-57 is going to be your final. Contrabanditas will move on to tomorrow. They are going to end up playing against La Racaille. So we're going to get an all-Montreal game tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
At 11:40. And the winner of that game will move on to the semifinals. We're going to have 2 more games tonight, Tipsy. We have done 18 so far. We've got 2 more to reach that magical number of 20s. Coming up next, 15 minutes from now, you're going to see the TKOs from the Tri-City Roller Girls facing off against the Gorgor Girls from Toronto. Gore's playing just a couple hours ago, so we'll have to see if they've fully recovered. I'm looking forward to that game, Tipsy.
Yeah, that should be a good one.
I got to tell you, I'm so pleased to finally get to call a game with you, brother.
Yeah, man, we've crossed paths for the last couple of years, and it was an honor and a pleasure to call my first game with you there, Lou. And we're going to sign off right here, and we'll see you back here in a short 15 minutes. I'm Tipsy McSaggers saying goodbye.
I'm Captain Lou. We'll see you shortly.
Till then.
Saurus is in the box. That's Santa Muerte forcing Booty Two Shoes out of bounds. That means Lexicon's going to be your lead jammer for the Gores.
Great start to this game, trading scores, trading leads, trading hits on the track. And right now, Lexicon coming up with the TKO jammer still trapped in there. She's going to have an opportunity to maybe go on a second scoring pass here. Nice little juke into the inside. She is through for a 5-point grand slam. 9-8, a lead change.
Booty Two Shoes still hung up in the pack. Hard blocking by the Gore. Santa Muerte is her nemesis on this jam. And Lexicon is around for another 5 points, nerd.
Wow, another grand slam from Lexicon. This is a first kind of jam where we've seen either team able to really take control of this game. And the Gorgo Roller Girls sneaking out to a little bit of a lead here early on as we near the 5-minute mark. Lexicon with a nice move. Staying in bounds, getting all the points and calling it off. 18-8 now is the score, just over 5 minutes into this one.
The pivot, Santa Muerte, sent off for a high block during that last jam, so a 4-on-3 pack advantage going to the TKOs. They send the overkill back to the line. Who do we have for the Gores?
That's Beaver Mansbridge out there for the Gorgo Roller Girls, her first jam of this game. She's had a pretty good weekend so far. Busted skate in one game and fixed and back on the track before that 20-minute game ended. Both jammers now looking to the inside. Both get through. Beaver Mansbridge takes a spill in turn number 2, though. Oh, and it looks like, oh, wow, she's being called for a cut. I guess when she fell, her foot must have, or some body part must have gone outside. So an opportunity here for the TKOs to get back in this one, down by 10, and now on a power jam.
Pivot for the TKOs. Fox Mulder also going to the box. It's a 3-on-3 pack. And Overkill is getting done over by Chronic at the moment.
Nice job by the veteran blocker for the Gorgo Roller Girls, really killing a lot of time on this power kill. Oh, Foxy Sinatra blows a wheel as she was going for that hit.
Overkill is a skater for the Tri-City Thunder, their WFTDA travel team. She was a rookie last year. She's gained a lot of experience. See if she can put it to use here. They've got the TKOs back to within 5.
And that's right, and she was a rookie right on her on the Thunder, right on her rookie year at that. So a phenomenal skater for the Tri-City Thunder. Foxy Sinatra doing a nice job of holding her up. This is a great penalty kill. Getting a lot of points, but still killing time. And nice move by Santa Muerte to pull Overkill all the way back. Brilliant, really, power kill on this for the Gorgo Roller Girls.
Yeah, Santa Muerte doing a great job. And again, this is 8 o'clock at night. A lot of these skaters have been here for 12 hours. They are tired. 20-minute games are sprints, but the day itself is a marathon.
And Beaver Mansbridge enters the pack illegally, and she goes back to the penalty box, back-to-back power jams. And you talked about mistakes, Lou, and how important they are. That was a massive mistake.
And all that hard blocking where it goes for nothing for the Gorgo girls. They're going to have to do it for another minute. The score is tied up. Overkill able to do another scoring pass. Hard hit by Santa Muerte. I believe it's a forearm penalty to her. That's her second of the game. You only get 4 in these quick games. She's going to have to be careful she doesn't foul out. But Santa Muerte attempting to take a swipe at the pyramid as she went by. Unsuccessful, falling to the ground.
Santa Muerte not happy at all with that call. Forearm Major thought it was a clean hit, and Hot Carl not happy with that call either, going into the middle of the track, asking how it was, if that was a forearm.
Hot Carl, known as the Jeff Spicoli of roller derby coaches in Canada, likes to throw those reviews out quickly, but he's keeping it in his holster a bit longer than we expected, nerd. Tie game, power start for the TKOs.
That's right. Beaver is standing. She will be out there quickly.
You know, it's not a power start. Overkill went to the box at the end of that jam. So
yes.
It's going to be a power jam. And no, she's come out of the box. A little bit of confusion on this. And looks like Praying Mantis is going to take the jammer panty, and it will be a short power jam for the TKOs.
That's right, but Beaver Mansbridge now sitting back down. There is some definite confusion going on in that penalty box. And the penalty box timer's asking for some clarification. And there was no jammer penalty. We will carry on as it was. And Carl, though, is still not happy. Beaver Mansbridge remains in the box. Pivot Santa Muerte also in there. 4-3 pack advantage on this power start for the TKOs.
Praying Mantis slamming into that wall of leopard print. Foxy Sinatra.
And now Praying Mantis going off the track on a back block. She came into that hot, knocking down Candy Bar, who's also going to the penalty box, and so is Foxy Sinatra.
Look out. Pack destruction, non-pack reformation happening all over the place. Penalty troubles continuing to plague the Gores, but out of the box is Beaver.
That's right, and Gamma Ray left all alone there out on the track, trying to clear a hole for Beaver Mansbriggs as Foxy Sinatra, seeing that the penalty box is full, gets back on the track. She is on deck. Beaver Mansbridge fighting to get around this pack.
Screamfield Cupcake, the last person to beat. She takes down Beaver Mansbridge, cycled to the back once again. Now Rain Blows Bright and Meow Wallace are trying to keep her contained. Standing in the box is Praying Mantis. Lead jammer is Beaver Mansbridge.
Nice job to stay in there. Now Beaver trying to work this power jam, but the Gores just cannot stay on the track. Gamma Ray still all alone out there. 4-1 power pack advantage on this power kill for the TKO as Beaver Mansbridge is scoring. She's picked up a couple points now, takes a big hit.
And repeated hits by the TKOs. Rain Blows Bright, Meow Wallace, Psychosonic, knocking Beaver down again and again and coming through the pack. That's Praying Mantis. That's her initial pass. She is on a scoring pass. Beaver does have lead, so she can call it off. But what do we do?
There's some confusion there. Beaver Mansbridge picked up a cutting major. She is not the jammer. Beaver Mansbridge heading back to the penalty box as the jammer. Apparently she cut as she came onto the track. Santa Muerta now being called off as well. Out of play. A lot of confusion.
I believe she did not get the jammer panty on correctly fast enough. So she was considered a blocker skating out of play, did not slow down.
I think actually what happened is Beaver Mansbridge never made. What's going to happen here is Beaver Mansbridge actually is going to go to the penalty box as the jammer. The pass was never made because Beaver cut as she entered the track to pass the helmet cover.
So absolute chaos on that play. Hot Carl comes steaming out asking for clarification from Mattisfaction. Santa Muerte, when she hit the box, moved her chair back a fair amount. She's got to be careful. We've seen that happen, especially recently in the Rose versus Bay Area game where Demanda Riot was ejected from the game by making contact with an NSO with her chair entering the box. You got to be careful hitting those, and you can pick up a penalty just for messing things up. So
that's right. The Gorgor Roller Girls unraveling here at the midway point of this game, and it looks like trouble now for the Gores. Such a strong game earlier against the Luscious Lunch Ladies, but running into massive penalty problems, poor re-entries, poor helmet cover passes. They're in tough right now. Two of their top most experienced blockers in the penalty box. Jammer is in there as well. 4-2 pack advantage and a power jam.
But you know, their blocking has still been really strong. 27-8. It's only a 9-point lead.
Yep.
Still 9.5 minutes to go in this game. The Gores are still in this. If they can clear their penalty trouble, get things back under control, it seemed like they were doing a good job with a full crew on the track.
Yeah, actually, neither team has really been able to take advantage of the power jams. We'll see if the TKOs can change that right now. Holy crap. It's been a long day.
It has. You know what's great for breakfast, though? The world's most amazing cereal.
Oh,
and that cereal is actually, holy crap, I had some of that today, and it was pretty damn tasty, nerd.
Yeah, they've been bringing over little cups for us here in the broadcast booth. We've been using it to refuel all day. It's delicious. It's also good for you. Gives you energy.
Should probably also thank Georgia W. Tush's Neon Skates for being a sponsor of Canuck Derby TV. One of the reasons we can actually broadcast from here in Montreal to your place in your home. And one of the other reasons we can do that is the technology behind this. That's an ejection from the game.
And I think, Lou, you're right. It's that moving of the penalty box chair. I don't know. It's not a very popular rule, I would like to say. But it is in the new rule set. And that's going to be a massive loss for the Gorgor Roller Girls.
It is. Santa Muerte having an excellent game. Hitting that penalty box a bit too hard, making contact with the NSO behind the box, and that's going to be an ejection. Gores staggering under the weight of all of these penalties.
And we're going to see who's going to serve that penalty. Someone needs to serve that penalty for Santa Muerta.
I think Santa was also wearing the C, was she not? That means they're going to have to designate a new captain as well.
That's right. We're hearing a chant from the crowd expressing their displeasure at that ejection. BS had something to do with BS. I wasn't quite.
It might be. There was 2 letters involved, I think. Yes.
But I mean, it wasn't BS. That is the rule. She went into the. I mean, if you might not like the rule, but it is a rule.
It is. And I believe it's a newly instituted rule. So it was voted on last year by the WFTDA members. So this was desired by the skaters. I'm not sure they thought it would have the effect.
No, I think they thought the impact spectrum might be a little bigger. Like that was just like the Demanda Riot one. It was not. It's a slight shift of the chair, but if you read that rule to the word, that's all you need to do.
So again, the technology behind this broadcast is helped out by AMJ Productions. Johnny Capote doing a fantastic job keeping Canuck Derby TV on the air. You can do your part by donating to the broadcast. This is all done by volunteers. Nobody's making money. Nobody's getting paid, but the wires cost. That data isn't free getting from us to you.
That's right. All the money will go directly back into boutcasting. And it looks like Candy Bar is going to be designated the C for the rest of the game. One of the founding members of not only Toronto Roller Derby, but just roller derby in Toronto.
And, you know, there are other people involved in this broadcast. Derby Nerd, the Talkers, and I. We just jabber away, but people like El Kaboom, Skinsy, Megaboosh, Olivier, Skanky, and Honey Boom Boom have been doing a great job running the cameras. You wouldn't be able to know what's going on. You'd just be hearing us talk if it wasn't for them.
Now, Captain Lou, I am getting a little confirmation here. All that talk about the penalty box rule, Santa Muerta actually just fouled out of the game.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Well, never mind. She just picked up four majors in 11 minutes.
Yes. So, all that talk, nonetheless, it's still a sketchy rule.
It's still a sketchy rule. That's right. Overkill getting lead jammer, heading to the box is Chronic.
Oh, wow. Chronic back to the box, and the Gores just cannot stay on the track. This reminds me of something that happened to the Chicks Ahoy last year against the Slaughter Daughters.
100% nerd.
And once you get into this bad cycle, penalties breed penalties, and it's just hard to get out of.
Yeah, sometimes you think maybe you just got to stop doing anything on the track, take your lumps, get your players back out there, and get playing all over again. Overkill putting another 5 points up for the TKOs.
And Foxy and Emma Dilemma, Foxy's not might have taken your words to heart. Oh, now they move to the middle, to the front. They were content to sit back there and just try to force a knockout.
TKOs rolling slowly forward, allowing the Gores to actually move this pack forward. I believe that is something that they will like. Foxy Sinatra swooping in for a hit. Again, unable to contain Overkill. Another 5 points. Out of the box is the jammer for the Gores.
And Beaver Mansbridge comes flying out of the penalty box, takes a couple big hits and goes down, but gets right back up. Looking for Elaine on turn number 2, and she is through. Does a little stutter step to stay in bounds. Finally getting through in her first pass.
Overkill going to have to settle with one more scoring pass, although the TKO head coach is telling her to go. I don't know if he's looking to burn time as Fox Smolder is standing in the box. Calls it off as Beaver approaches the back of the pack. TKOs have extended their lead to 51-18. Penalty troubles almost cleared for the Gores, though. They only have one more skater in the box, and that's poor Candy Bar serving Santa's penalties.
That's right. Candy Bar will re-enter as both the pivot and the captain now of the game, wearing the C. 3-3 packs. Both jammers on the track now. It's Lexicon back out there for the Gorgor Roller Girls.
Still 7.5 minutes, Nerd. It's only 51-18. The Gores do have an opportunity to get back in this game, and this will go a long way towards starting them on that path. Lexicon getting lead jammer.
Yeah, 5-on-5. The Gorgor Roller Girls have been in this game, and maybe even early on have been the better team. But right now they are in a big hole, and they're going to need actually some help, I think, to get back in this one. It's not only their strong play, they're going to need a mistake from the TKOs as well.
But as we've seen, mistakes can happen. Momentum can shift. Going to the box again for the TKOs. That's Fox Smolder. She has to be on at least 3. It may be number 4 for Fox Smolder as well. We're going to see if there's a official timeout coming.
Yeah, Fox Smolder, a very important piece of this TKO's pack. Pivot sitting in the box now, 3-3 packs.
Oh, it looks like it's just going to be 3 for Fox. She is in danger, though. 6 minutes and 40 seconds ago, 51-22, jam underway.
A Tyrannosaurus Rex back out there in the leopard print for the Go-Go Roller Girls, taking some big hits at the back, and that allows Overkill to get through at the front. She is your lead jammer.
Yeah, Overkill, a very effective jammer for the TKOs, using that WFTDA experience to good effect, getting through. Tyrannosaurus Rex has also escaped, but Overkill is in the pack and scoring points. Time is the enemy of the Gores now, nerd.
That's right, and Overkill doing a good job of extending this jam. I don't think she's going to mind that it's taking her so long to get her points. Calls it off as she gets them. 4 more on the board for the total knockout. 6 minutes remaining in this game. No timeouts taken by either team, believe it or not.
Oh, exactly. It's only a 33-point game at the moment. Just under 6 minutes. So if the TKOs stumble, if the TKOs make a mistake, the Gores can pounce on it still.
Chronic and Junkie Jenny going out there, the only 2 blockers on the track for the Gores. 2 very experienced blockers, though. 3-2 pack advantage for the TKOs. Lexicon jamming. She's had a very successful game and tournament, and she is through again as your lead jammer.
So Lexicon back-to-back leads. Booty Two Shoes getting free from the pack. That slight, what's going on there? Mia Wallace throwing the pivot panty to the outside. Her pivot was in the box. Can't have 2 pivots out there. Lexicon calling it off. Another 4 points for the Gores. That's going to move them to 26, 29 points behind the total knockouts. 5 minutes to go.
That's right, and that TKO blocker ended up picking up a skating out of bounds major, where she skated out of bounds to take off the helmet cover. Just, I think, a momentary lapse. She didn't need to leave the track, just that helmet cover did.
And we've got ourselves a micro pack. 2-on-2 blocking going on, though. Fox Smolder and Candy Bar both standing in the box.
The pivots will return. Tyrannosaurus Rex out there against Overkill. Again, I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of Overkill for the rest of this game as they try to ice this victory and move on to the final 8.
Overkill takes the outside line, gets lead jammer. Agrosaurus able to knock Tyrannosaurus Rex to the inside to contain her in attack.
Massive hit right there on T-Rex, and T-Rex is taking a beating at the back of that pack. But the trademark of Tyrannosaurus Rex is to take a beating and keep on skating, as you're seeing, she's more than capable of doing that. Oh, a big knockdown, though.
That's a rookie skater, Agrosaurus. She's going to the box for that one as well. But Overkill is through and puts another 5 points up on the board for the TKOs and T-Rex, Tyrannosaurus Rex. Oh, we've got ourselves a clockwise block by Praying Mantis on Terra.
Fox Smolder doing a nice job holding T-Rex at the front of that pack. And, that might have been a very timely major penalty to take because it did buy all sorts of time. And, Fox Smolder heading back to the box.
What is going on? There's no blockers on the track for the TKOs. And interestingly, I believe Fox Smolder picked up a penalty. I think that is her 4th, so she probably should get ejected now. But we'll find out after these whistles. 3 points for the TKOs, 63-26, 3.5 minutes ago. If I was hot Carl, I might consider taking a timeout now, but we'll have to see.
They still do have both timeouts remaining.
Someone took a timeout. The officials did.
Wow, what a game. This has been a very smooth tournament so far. Everything's gone smoothly. Games have gone smoothly. Not so much for this one. And, Lou, are we seeing the end of Fox Smolder's game?
We are seeing the end of Fox Smolder. That was her 4th that she committed while on the track. Fox Smolder heading to the back. Cheers from the crowd as she goes. So that is one player aside, leaving, and both of them very strong players. Both of them on their home travel teams as well.
Yes, that's right. 2 very important skaters for these teams. As we try to figure everything out here, when we do get underway again, Lexicon is going to be jamming. And is that Overkill out again?
That is Booty Two Shoes.
It's Booty Two Shoes.
They're going to rest Overkill for one more. 3 minutes and 22 seconds to go. 63-26 again. The game is actually not out of reach, but the Gores are going to have to pull off some magic in this last 3 minutes of the game.
And I don't think they're going to be able to do it without a power jam. And while the TKOs are running into all sorts of penalty troubles here late, their jammers have been staying on the track.
Staying on the track and managing to get through that pack, limiting the damage that the Gore jammers can do. The Gores may have to roll the dice on one of these passes and just see if they can go for it.
All right, we're all ready to get underway here. Slight pack advantage for the Gorgo Roller Girls, 3-2. Lexicon back out there against Praying Mantis. And Lexicon once again getting through as lead jammer. What a performance for her this weekend.
Booty Two Shoes running up against the front wall of Gores, but they've got to let her go as well. So once again, Booty Two Shoes is going to be able to limit the damage unless Lexicon decides to keep on going. Comes up against the back of Mia Wallace, picks up a back block, and Nerd, I don't know if the Gores are going to be able to recover from this penalty.
No, not that one. Wow, a back block major on Lexicon. It looked like an innocuous contact, but
Mia Wallace also went to the box on that call. So both skaters involved in the incident in the penalty box. Gore box completely full once again. And you know, putting points up on the board is really not as important for Booty Two Shoes as grinding this clock down, Nerd.
That's right. Taking that full minute if possible, just to try to kill this clock. 68-26. This game is getting a little messy. They might just want to get out of here with as little bruises and bumps as they possibly can.
Sure enough, Chronic comes out of the box and immediately starts laying waste to Booty Two Shoes.
And Booty Two Shoes finally able to get by victory lap at the front of the pack and pick up her grand slam. It's going to be 5 more points on the board for the total knockouts, bringing them up to 78-26, a commanding lead as Lexicon re-enters.
Lexicon putting a hip on Booty Two Shoes. Lexicon getting through the pack. Praying Mantis pursuing her 40, 50 feet out of play. Not getting a chop, though.
5 more points for Lexicon, bringing the Gorgo Roller Girls to 31, but with 73-31.
Booty Two Shoes looking to her bench. Her bench is ignoring her. They just want her to continue skating and grind this jam out. Time runs out full 2 minutes. 1 minute and 18 seconds left in the game, and will anyone call a timeout? Because, boy, they really oughta.
I think Hawk Carl's going to let it go. 77-34, 1 minute remaining in this one. It looks like, for the first time ever, the TKOs are going to advance to the final 8, quarterfinal berth.
And you know, Nerd, they had never won a game until earlier today, so they've gone 2-1 on day one, and their second time ever at Beast of the East.
Very impressive performance, and they beat their home team partners, the Vicious Dishes, earlier this season as well. Beaver Mansbridge getting out, being knocked out by Overkill, though. Beaver Mansbridge is lead jammer, being in her bench imploring her to call it off, and Hawk Carl very quickly calls a timeout.
Well, that's kind of the story of this game, Nerd. The Gores, once they got into penalty troubles, were unable to take advantage of any time they got lead jammer. The TKOs getting their jammers out as well, able to limit the damage the Gores could do. Gores unable to claw their way back into this game. Only 26 seconds left. Probably only going to be able to get one jam in, and 43 points is a lot of points to put up.
It's happened.
It has happened.
It has happened, but seems unlikely with the way that the TKOs are playing, and all 5 bodies on the track for this final jam. And the Gores doing a nice cheer on the bench, though, to get pumped up for this final jam of what will be their final game at the 2013 Beast of the East. Sending Lexicon back out there, the most successful jammer for them this weekend. Looking for one final
bit of magic, perhaps. A super jam. Lexicon on the line. Is that Booty?
Booty Two Shoes.
It is Booty Two Shoes. Look at that. 5-on-5 roller derby action. They're going to start the game the way they ended, with everybody on the track. Everybody ready to jump the gun as Brady Cardia indicates that the timeout is over. And now the next whistle will start the jam.
Jammers are released, and again, Lexicon able to get through and take lead jammer. Boy, what a game she is having. Despite the troubles of the Gorgo Roller Girls in this game, she has been a star for sure.
And you know, there's still 15 seconds left in this period. If Lexicon can do a quick pass, she could call it off and get one more jam in, Nerd.
That's right, and she is through.
Another
back block major.
And perhaps the saddest thing at all about this, Nerd, is that she was lead jammer, and that means we're going to have to grind another 90 seconds left on the track.
That's right. Wow, Lexicon going to the penalty box for 2 back block majors near the end. Unfortunate for Lexicon, for the rookie, having such a strong game. Both those hits looked, too, like they were about to be shoulder to shoulder. Maybe the TKO blocker just turning her back at the last minute and forcing that penalty.
Booty Two Shoes fighting her way through this wall of leopard print.
And I think right now the TKOs just doing their best to preserve themselves. They've got a big matchup coming up tomorrow against the Death Track Dolls.
Death Track Dolls are the only team remaining for the Toronto Roller Derby, unless in the very next game there, the Smoke City Betties can book their second trip in a row to day 2.
That's right.
The Gores and the Chicks Ahoy bowing out on day 1.
Lexicon again going through for 4 more points. She has been effective when she can keep herself on the track.
Hard to score points when you're sitting in the penalty box. Booty Two Shoes looking absolutely exhausted after this long day of roller derby and this long jam on the track.
That's right. She's taken a couple big shots from Foxy Sinatra, and Lexicon again through for 5 more points. But it's going to be a little too little, a lot too late.
Indeed, these 20-minute bouts can cause absolute chaos to your strategy. TKO is putting a couple more points up on the board. Looks like the final is going to be 85 for the Tri-City total knockouts. The Toronto Roller Derby Gore girls with 42 total knockouts to face the Toronto sister team, the Death Track Dolls, tomorrow.
That's right. So the Gorgo Roller Girls eliminated again on the opening day. They've had a rough go of it since advancing to the final in 2011.
They have.
2 straight first round eliminations in the TKOs in only their second trip to the Beast of the East will make it to the final 8. We've got one more game coming up to determine who it is that will face off against Les Fidois in the opening game tomorrow of the quarterfinals. Smoke City Betties and Le Rouge et Gore coming up at 8:40. That's in about 5 minutes' time. Maybe starting a little bit late.
Yeah, we might. They might give them a little more time. It is the last game of the night. I've had a great time calling games all day, nerd. I'm Captain Lou Alabama. I'm going to sign out. I believe that you're on for one more, sir, are you?
I am, yes,
all
I
right.
am.
Have fun doing the last cast, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
that's what they'd want from us. Like, if they ever got to broadcasting, they would want us to have shots of the pyramids and Elka, can you zoom out? Yeah, camera 6, can you zoom out? Girls, you guys can hear me? No problem? Thanks.
Welcome. Welcome back, everyone, to the 2013 Beast of the East. Derby Nerd here with Plastic Patrick to call the final game of the opening day of the 6th annual Beast of the East.
And a long day, lots of Derby, and I must say, in my little French-Canadian heart, there's a little special place for the Quebec Roller Girls.
Yes. Well, this will warm your heart then. The Rouge et Gore set a Beast of the East record earlier today with the highest scoring game by any one team in a 20-minute bout of the Beast of the East, 159 points against the Derby debutantes.
Well, look at that. I had no idea.
Yeah.
They will be playing a team that's close to your heart from the Tord Roller Girls, the Smoke City Betties.
Smoke City Betties, yes. Smoke City Betties have had an up-and-down day for sure, but hopefully they've regrouped, and we are underway already in Helicopter, the jammer in the black and blue for the Smoke City Betties, pushing that front wall, and she is finally through as your lead jammer.
And that is La Pinocchio au jam pour les Rouge et Gore de Québec, qui également passe le peloton.
Just past Rennie Rimbaud, the last line of defense, and Helicopter coming in now to score. He's got a 4-wall to back. Nice offensive blocking by So What to open up that wall. Helicopter forced to call it off, and she got at least 3. Just 2, sorry, on that
And
pass.
La Pinocchio thought she was going to get some. There was a little bit of a space on the inside. She squeezed in, tossed her hips. It's the hips that count, but no cigar on this one. 2-0 Smoke City Betties. Smoke City Betties in the black, and Rouge et Gore in the red, in the rouge.
I'm assuming that that's a play on Le Rouge et Or, the Laval football team.
I must say, you know your football.
Football, one of the most popular football teams in Canada. And this is Nina Bastori.
Yes.
Coming through as your lead jammer for Le Rouge et Gore.
Most definitely a prominent jammer for the entire league in Quebec.
Udra, the transfer from Finland, through on her first pass, trying to race to the pack here to force a call off. But Nina Bastori gets through and calls it off with that big 4-point pickup. Smoke City Betties losing to the Slaughter Daughters in a resounding fashion, 117-2, which is what saw them get to this must-win elimination game. They opened the tournament with a tight victory, 47-37, over the luscious Lunch Ladies, now fighting for their lives.
That's right, because the losing team in this bout is done for the weekend. The winner will go on to face the Filles du Roi at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.
So, very important matchup here. I think the Rouge et Gore, whatever happens, have got to be happy with the way they performed in this tournament, and they have another lead jammer. But Wolverina hot on her tail.
That's Nelson Mandel.
Wolverina, though, making up a lot of track time very quickly.
No, excuse me, that's Minnie Small for the Rouge et Gore. Calling it off from the floor. She still managed to get 2 points, pushing her lead, her team's lead, to 4 points.
6-2, 2.5 minutes into this one. So what was in the box? So 1 point picked up for the Rouge et Gore, and then the ghost point for the skater in the penalty box. 4-3 pack advantage for the Rouge et Gore. Helicopter back out there to jam in the black and blue for the Smoke City Betties.
She will be facing Nana Bistouri du Rouge et Gore de Québec.
And Helicopter through just ahead of her, but Nana Bistouri not far behind at all. And again, I was saying earlier, this is the first ever Beast of the East for the Rouge et Gore, and they've had a phenomenal tournament.
Et Nana Bistouri qui oblige la jammeuse adverse d'arrêter le jam parce qu'elle la rattrape. Donc, la jammeuse ne veut pas que Nana Bistouri compte des points. Elle arrête le jam.
So that means the score remains 6-2. 3.5 minutes into this one. Again, this is game number 20 of this 6th annual Beast of the East.
You know, it is the Rouge et Gore's first Beast of the East, but the Les Duchesses that were here last year was the one team from Quebec that split into two.
Yes.
Which is now Le Rouge et Gore and the Casse-Gueule.
And with the Duchess now just a travel team exclusively.
That's right.
And they'll be playing May 4th in Alliston, Ontario against the Renegade Derby Dames.
Oh, look at that.
Udra through as your lead jammer.
And then la Pinocchio, toujours aux prises avec la défensive des Smoke City Betties. La jammeuse doit effectuer un passage initial avant de compter des points. Et Udra,
sneaking.
facilement, se prend 5 points à Grand Slam pour les Smoke City Betties. La Pinocchio toujours aux prises avec la défensive. La Pinocchio has to get out in order to stop this bleeding right here if they want to remain ahead. No, actually, they're 1 point behind.
Yeah, lead change. 7-6 now is the lead for the Smoke City Betties. And Udra's going to try to build on that. She does pick up a couple more points. Calls it off. 11-6 will be your updated score, just nearing the 5-minute mark. This bout. What a day it's been. Please remember to tune in tomorrow. The action gets underway at 11 a.m. You can sleep in a little bit.
Just a little.
Just a little.
Yeah, 4 games in the quarterfinals. 4 20-minute bouts, and then semis. And then, you may not know about this, Derby Nerd, but we will have a Montreal Junior Derby exhibition bout.
I did hear about that earlier. That's very exciting.
Yes, tomorrow afternoon. And then, third place bout, which will be 30 minutes. And the final at 5 o'clock, the grand finale for Beast of the East will be 2 20-minute periods.
So a little bit of a change to the format this year for the tournament. So generally the championship is the 30-minute game, so going for 2 20-minute halves this year.
Well, it's an unsanctioned tournament, so we can do whatever we want.
Exactly. I think it adds a little bit more excitement. It makes it feel more like a full, real game.
Yeah.
For the championship final.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Killer at Large, the rookie out there for the black and blue. She's getting a lot of important experience this weekend, jamming and in the pack.
And that's Nana Bistouri.
Once again for Le Rouge et Gore, speaking of getting a lot of track time. Tommy knockers. Tushy galore working on the defense there. And Tushy galore getting sent off of the high block, but that allowed Killer at Large to sneak through on the inside, and she is your lead jammer. Misery May.
Nana Bistouri, quelle chute à plat ventre. Right flat on her stomach.
Big hit from Misery May, the pivot for the Betties, and Killer at Large. Oh, no! Speaking of taking a big hit. Whoa.
That's Moby Dick.
Oh,
pour
a
les
cutting
Rouges et Gorges.
major.
Et malheureusement, Nana Bistouri en prison pour avoir coupé la piste. Ça veut dire un super jam pour les Smoke City Betties. A power jam for the Toronto team.
Oh, and killer at large, but that seemed not to
for
be
long.
not to be too picky, but that was a very weak major penalty being called. Barely touched her with the forearm, but nonetheless,
She
them's
will
the
serve.
rules.
She will serve as long as Nana Bistouri serve, which is about 20 seconds. And now the Rouge et Gorges are in a power jam.
Nice defense, though, starting things off here is Nana Bistouri, who is an extraordinarily talented skater. Oh, makes her way through. A nice little move by Tommy Knockers.
And that was her initial pass, so no point there. C'était son passage initial. Elle n'a pas de point pour ce passage. Now she's scoring.
Killer at large has served her time. She's coming back onto the pack now. Tushy Galore also getting back onto the track. So we're back to 5-on-5 roller derby. Tommy Knockers, the last line of defense, goes down on her knees. And Bistouri picks up 4 points.
That's right. And because the lead jammer went to the box, there is no lead jammer, so this will go for the whole 2 minutes.
Which is just about to wind down, and that's the end of that 2-minute jam.
Et Nana Bistouri se prend quand même 3 points pour ce dernier passage. 3 more points for the Rouge et Gorges, which puts them 3 points behind. 13 for Rouge et Gorges, 16 for the Smoke City Betties.
And we've already cut off 7 minutes in this clock. Its game has gone by very quickly.
Indeed. After a long day, if you're going to end a long day of derby, you might as well end it with a hot game.
That's right. Timeout called by Les Rouges et Gorges.
I'm very glad that it appears to be a really good game.
Yes. As to be expected, based on how these teams have performed so far, they're each 1-1 so far in the tournament, fighting for their lives. As you mentioned earlier, Patrick, fighting for an opportunity to play Les Filles du Roi tomorrow at 11 a.m. in the first quarterfinal matchup, the 2013 Beast of the East. Teams back on the track now. Helicopter out there, co-captain to jam for the Smoke City Betties.
Et c'est la Pinocchio pour les Rouges et Gorges.
5-on-5. The penalty boxes are empty. And we're ready to get back underway here. 20 out of 28 games. 6th annual Beast of the East.
Seems big, doesn't it?
Seems epic. Always seems epic. And they're off. Jammers released. Nice scrappy start off the jam start. Oh, and Helicopter being a direction of gameplay major. Another penalty to the Betties Jammers right off the opening whistle, too.
Mais quelle opportunité pour le Rouge et Gorges de reprendre la tête. La Pinocchio doit effectuer son passage initial avant de compter des points. Et c'est fait. Initial pass complete. La Pinocchio is now the only jammer scoring and ready to go.
Betty's Jammers running into some penalty troubles here early.
And she gets pushed to the outside. She has to come back.
Oh.
She has to come back behind the blocker that pushed her out. But
She did not do that, but the referee missed it completely.
But you know, sometimes all
Well-
the blockers back up to confuse the jammer, but I guess she got it right. And
Yeah, well, it was Rennie Rumble, and she was well behind the pack. Power jam continues for Le Rouge et Gorges. And she is through for another big pickup. Le Rouge et Gorges adding to their lead as we just passed the 12-minute mark. What a story this could become if the Rouge et Gorges could pull this off.
first time a team from Quebec made it past the first day.
That is right. Les Duchesses did pick up one victory last year, but it wasn't enough to get them through.
Et la Pinocchio qui redonne la tête à son équipe. 28 pour les Rouges et Gorges, 16 pour les Smoke City Betties. Les Rouges et Gorges sont en rouge. Les Smoke City Betties en noir de Toronto.
Ooh, Wade Wilson with some words for the referees there, claiming there was not one but 2 cuts. She cut 2 skaters, he is claiming. Had a few words for Satisfaction, the head referee.
Well, from up here, it looked a little sketchy, but we have no say.
That's right. Lead jammer once again for Le Rouge et Gorges. Udra, though, getting through on turn number 2. Got about a half a track to make up, though. 4-3 pack advantage throw, sorry. Misery May, as I was speaking, sent off for a major penalty, 3-3 in the packs.
Et c'est Mini Small qui est première jammeuse pour les Rouges et Gorges. Elle entre le peloton, elle compte des points. Arrête le jam immédiatement et se prend 2 points. Et maintenant 30 points pour les Rouges et Gorges, 16 pour les Smoke City Buddies.
Wow, 30-16 as we near the midway point of this one. The Rouge et Gorges in control right now, and it's again the power jams that are making the difference. A couple jammer penalties for the Betties, and
Well,
that's going to kill you in these games.
Yeah, 14 points and 2 power jams. That sounds fair.
Yeah, actually, the Betty's doing well, all things considered. Wolverina getting through on the outside. She is your lead jammer in her first jam of this game.
Et c'est Nana Bistouri au jam pour le Rouge et Gorges.
Rennie Rumble doing a nice job one-on-one, but she can only hold her for so long. Wolverina, though, already back and picking up points. A nice offensive block from Rennie Rumble. But again, this great pack work from the Rouge et Gorges.
Moby Dick is really a pillar in the pack. Oh, there we go. Lays a big hit, forced the call off. Moby Dick.
Yeah.
Really a game changer in that pack for Le Rouge et Gorges.
She's been some nice positional blocking. She's laid a couple massive hits.
Yeah. When she gets it right, they go flying.
Yes. She's a bigger skater, very agile, strong on her skates, and boy, can she hit hard. 4-3 pack advantage for the Rouge et Gorges. Helicopter back out to jam number 1 in the black and blue. Takes a big hit right off the start.
Et on a Mini Small. Speaking of which, it was Moby Dick that laid the hit, landed her in the box. And that's Mini Small getting through first, picking up lead jammer status.
And she's got a half-track lead on Helicopter.
And she's getting ready to score some points. The pack really speeding up, of course.
Yep.
The Smoke City Betties pulling at the front.
Really,
She does have a bit of time, but turns on the Jets, cuts to the outside, and picks up 4 points. The 3 blockers and the ghost point sitting in the box.
Yeah, a nice burst of speed there to get all 4.
Yeah, that was impressive.
Udra now out there to jam against Nana Bistouri. 34-19, 8 minutes remaining.
Nana Bistouri, the workhorse of the Rouge et Gorges, it appears.
Yeah. She seems to be out there every second jam, and it's been effective. And Udra now at the front of the pack, though, having a hard time trying to get through. Breaks through the front wall, splits her apart. She is your lead jammer, and boy, the Betties needed that. It's been quite a while. And Rennie Rumble doing a nice number. And again, and just, wow, Nana Bistouri just able to absorb those blows and stay in bounds.
Nobody saw her coming on the inside, but in the meantime, Udra comes right through on her scoring pass, calls off the jam, and wastes no time. They have to make up a few points. Therefore, she didn't waste any time. Called it right off. 7.5 minutes left in this game.
And the Smoke City Betties are slowly crawling their way back in. They've seemed to have ridden the wave of penalty troubles. Now within 11 points with 7 minutes to go. Wolverina out there. She was successful in her only jam so far. She's been having a great tournament both in the pack and with the star.
And that's Mini Small for Le Rouge et Gorges.
Oh, Rennie Rumble with another big hit on the jammer, and that's going to allow Wolverina to come out through, and she is your lead jammer. Back-to-back lead jammer statuses for the Smoke City Betties.
Mini Small recyclé à l'arrière du peloton. Et elle doit faire son passage initial. Oh, à l'intérieur.
Oh, no, it was not a cut. It looked like she'd come back on the track, but I guess she didn't.
Yeah, she didn't get up. Crawled out, and that was not a cut.
But nice pack work right now from the Betties, really tightening things up. And Wolverina sneaks through, and she is through for another big grand slam.
Yeah, nobody saw her coming. 5 points for the Smoke City Betties. They needed that. They are now 1 point away from tying the game.
The Betties have been have had the upper hand as long as they've been able to keep their jammers on the track. And now we're seeing Wolverina. She was thinking about maybe trying to play a little jammer offense. Instead, she's just going to call it off, and we'll reset with the Betties back in front.
3 points separating these two teams. Smoke City Betties 37, Le Rouge et Gorges 34 or 34.
6 minutes left. Boy, there have been some fantastic games in this opening day of the 2013 Beast of the East.
And I'm so glad we're ending on a high note.
Yeah, exactly. 3 points is the difference. 5:45 left. Helicopter out there against Nana Bistori. How many times have we said that already this game?
Nana Bisturi has to be there at least half the time. And oh, look at that. She picks up lead jammer status right off the bat.
Once again, where would they be without her? Helicopter having a hard time. Rennie Rumble finally pulling some offense for her, and Helicopter's able to get through. But Bistori is already back around and ready to score.
My guess is she is takes a hit, absorbs it, gets right through, calls off the jam for 4 points, and that will give them, they added the points to the Smoke City Betties.
38, that's better. 1 point lead now for the Rouge et Gore. 5 minutes remaining in this final game of the opening day of the Beast of the East.
You know, that's the way I like it.
Yeah.
Back and forth with the lead.
3-2 pack advantage for the Rouge et Gore. Tushy galore, Mouth of the South out there all alone for the Betties.
Et je crois que c'est...
Wolverina through again, her third lead jammer. She's at 100% lead jammer status so far this game. She's only got about 30, 40 feet. She's going to have to skate fast to keep ahead.
Et c'est Lapinocchio pour le Rouge et Gore qui tente de rattraper. Oh, à l'intérieur! Personne n'avait vu la jammeuse des Smoke City Betties. She just snuck on the inside.
Wolverina having a strong game right now, and that helps them increase their lead to 3 points, 41-38.
And 4 minutes to go. So much can happen in 4 minutes.
Oh, yes. We've seen so much, some of these games today. Wild swings in momentum, and does not take much.
Oh, and what a surprise. Nana Bisturi for le Rouge et Gore.
And Udra back out there. Nana Bisturi goes into that wall hard, takes down a couple Betties, and I think that's going to send her to the penalty box, back blocking major.
Yeah, I think you're right. Nana Bisturi, and she has to go all the way around the track, all the way to the penalty box, and her minute does not start until she's sitting down. And that gives enough time for Udra to pick up 5 points, and that's just the start of her power jam.
And more penalty troubles for Le Rouge et Gore. Now it's the pack players heading to the penalty box. Big pack advantage on this power jam now for the Betties. They have a very good opportunity to put this game away. Udra through again, 5 more points. 51-38 now will be the updated score. 3 minutes remaining. Oh, and Udra with a momentum cut on the track. And that's going to send her to the penalty box. I don't think she quite realized. Oh, yes. Okay, she did.
Yeah, now she knows. Nana Bisturi was not done her penalty, but that's going to spring her back into action. Udra will serve as much time as Nana Bisturi served, which will be like 40 seconds.
Yeah, almost a full power jam now. Rouge et Gore with a huge opportunity, and this is the jammer they want out there, too.
But she does have to complete her initial pass.
And she does do that.
And that's done. Only 35 seconds left in this jam. Can she make up the difference? That's a tall order.
Rennie Rumble with some big hits, but Nana Bisturi takes them and keeps pushing that front wall. Tommy Knockers is last to beat, and she gets through. There it is, the 5 points.
And the Rouge et Gore saying we're not dead yet. There's 2 minutes left. 15 seconds in the jam. Let's see if she can complete one more pass. And yes, takes another hit. 5 points for the Rouge et Gore, which will bring them to 48-51 for the Smoke City Betties. That's a 3-point game, Derby World.
Wow. Just as that jam comes to an end, Udra just coming out of the penalty box. Timeout being called by the Betties as they nurse a 4-point lead with 1:43 left in this game. Whew. Wow. Holy crap. What a game.
Say what?
Holy crap.
Holy who?
Holy crap. Haven't you heard, Patrick? The world's most amazing breakfast cereal? And you can hear it. I hope you can hear it at home, how loud it is in this building right now. It's been non-stop cheering for the last 5 minutes as these two teams putting on quite a show here to end this. Looks like that this timeout has turned into a review of some sort. Wade Wilson and Helicopter talking something over with Mattis Faction, our head ref. The ketchup bottle running around the track, trying to get the the pack fired up.
Hey, why not a ketchup bottle running around the track?
Yeah, why not?
I'd like to get one for my living room.
That is Smoke City Betty skater Zomboni in that ketchup bottle. So it's going to be a big 4-2 pack advantage, though, for the Rouge et Gore, and that could be a very important advantage.
Well, definitely, and getting that ever so important lead jammer status.
Wolverina is back out there. She's had limited action as the jammer in this game. She's also been playing in the pack, but you know what? She's gotten lead every time she's been out there. 3 for 3 so far. And surprisingly, it's not Nana Bistori out there.
It's not. It's La Pinocchio, the captain for le Rouge et Gore. 4 points seulement séparent les deux équipes. Un léger avantage de 2 bloqueuses pour le Rouge et Gore. Est-ce que la Pinocchio pourra donner le statut de première jammeuse à son équipe?
It looks like Mazel Tov being sent off now for a low block, but Wolverina is through, and she is lead jammer. It's Tushy Galore all alone out there and doing a phenomenal job for the Smoke City Betties. Strong positional blocker, big hit from Tushy Galore. Oh, and Tushy
She didn't even wait for the call. She said, okay, I did it. See ya.
But you know what? It did give them lead jammer status.
It sure did. It sure did, and at this point, it means the world.
Tushy Galore throwing a big hit in there. Oh, and they got to watch out for the jammer. She gets through.
Yeah,
Picks up 4 points.
5 points.
But 4 points also picked up for Wolverina, and so they will keep their lead.
And with that, oh, somebody's injured. It's Mitsubishi on the ground. And of course, the skaters take a knee.
Looks like she took a high block there.
It wasn't the legs. She was crawling out, but as it turns out, she got a hit in the nose.
Yep. Looks like there is some blood being drawn.
Well,
so just to update you, though, 50 seconds left in this one, 56 to 53. Both jammers picking up points on that pass.
You know, as rough, as violent as roller derby can be, I don't think I've ever seen an injury that's drawn blood before.
Oh, really?
I don't think so.
Huh? I've seen a few bloody lips in my life.
No. And I've seen one fight.
One fight. Who was that, Patrick?
Shall we go into storytelling? Many moons ago, a team from, I believe, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
All right.
Came down to play the New Skids on the Block. And this is, I think, 2008, when the New Skids on the Block and Little Mama were extremely cocky. Little Mama laid a serious hit on one of the blockers, hit her outside the track, and followed her and hit her again. Then when this blocker came back out, she grabbed Little Mama's helmet, yanked it down, and the brawl broke out.
Yes, well, I can see that happening. Tushy Galore, when it's all said and done, is being sent to the dressing room. She is being expelled from this game. I don't know if that was her 4th major penalty. It could have been, or if she's being expelled for that high hit. Nonetheless, we're going to need to serve a penalty there. Trying to figure out who's going to serve that penalty for Tushy Galore. Nonetheless, it's going to be a big pack advantage for this final, well, not necessarily the final jam, but there's only 55 seconds left on the game clock.
And the Smoke City Betties are still leading by 3 points, 56 to the Rouge et Gore, 53 points. And there goes there goes Moby Diff.
And it looks like
rally her team, or rally the crowd to their cause. They really want to get through to that second day.
Trying to figure out, there's a lot of talking going on. I think the refs they're going to call another official timeout. Oh, no, sorry, official review being charged to Le Rouge et Gore. Obviously, they saw something they didn't like. Mattis Faction now talking over with his ref crew. Now, when we do get things underway, it's going to be a massive pack advantage. Very briefly, it's going to be 4-1 on the track for Le Rouge et Gore.
And look, they've already got Nana Bistouri set up and ready to go.
Helicopter for the Betties, co-captain. And Rennie Rumble is going to be the lone blocker on the track for the Smoke City Betties. Huge opportunity here for Le Rouge et Gore. Take big advantage of this pack advantage. Again, 55 seconds, not necessarily the last jam, but I think the way things are going, this will undoubtedly be the final jam of this game, the final day, on the final game on the first day of the 2013 Beast of the East. Jammers are off. Anita Bistouri very quickly.
Nana Bistouri picks up lead jammer status right off the line. That was a serious advantage you were talking about. That's what you get. One blocker for the Smoke City Betties.
Tommy Knocker's coming in, and now this is going to be a lead change if Nana Bistouri can get around. Helicopter is through.
And if I were the Rouge et Gore, I would slow it way down. And I would not engage. Oh, she calls it off.
And they're going to call a timeout. Someone's going to call a timeout.
Yeah, I think.
Might have been a miscue there by the Rouge et Gore. They could have skated that out.
That's what I thought they were going to do, and I think they think that they've won. But there's 20 seconds left, and obviously someone from the Smoke City Betties is going to call a timeout.
As they did. Wade Wilson called that timeout.
Oh, they're playing with fire. They're playing with fire. They're bringing back Nana.
Wolverina going out there. She's 4 for 4 in terms of lead jammer status this game. And now the Betties are going to have 2 blockers on the track.
Well, with the stats that this jammer's been getting, it may not be a factor.
But again, with only 2, it's going to be hard. A lead jammer status for Le Rouge et Gore would settle the score.
That would. They're only leading by 2 points. They really want to make it to day 2. Smoke City Betties last year made it to day 2.
That's right. And they right now only one Toronto roller derby team has made it to day 2. And the Betties are going to try to make something miraculous happen.
But what an impression the Deck Track Dolls have made today. I think definitely establishing themselves as a contender for the winners of Beast of the East this year.
For sure. And we are about to get underway here. And we are off. Jammers are off. Nana Bistouri running into that 2 wall, but Wolverina trying to push through that 4 wall at the back. Bistouri has 1 to beat, and she has done it. She is through. Lead jammer status for Le Rouge et Gore. And now I think she's going to wait that final 10 seconds to call this off.
I would not go into that back, risk getting a penalty. No way. There she is watching it. 0. Calls it off. Le Rouge et Gore makes it to day 2 for the first time.
Wow, a big upset here in the final game. 58-56, Le Rouge et Gore pulling off the improbable and making it to the quarterfinals in their first ever Beast of the East. Wow. And again, when it's all said and done and when it all comes down to it, it's going to turn into those power jams early on in the game.
Absolument. Le Rouge et Gore pour la première fois en semi-finale de Beast of the East. C'est quand même un beau moment pour l'équipe de Québec. The Quebec League, that's, third time at the Beast of the East. They were always kind of the underdog. The first year, they went home after 2 games. Day 2, they won 1 game. And this year, they brought 2 games. And here they go on to day 2.
Quarterfinal showdown is in the cards for Le Rouge et Gore. And they will be facing Les Filles de Roy first thing tomorrow at 11 a.m. Well, Patrick, that was quite a way to end this day.
I think we couldn't have asked for a better game.
No. What more could you want?
No.
Blood. We had sweat.
We had blood.
And we have tears right now, undoubtedly, from the Smoke City Betties. They were hoping for a shot at the quarterfinals. And the Betties now taking their final lap. And yes, we do have it. It's now official. 58-56 is the final score without any scoring passes in that final jam. We kind of knew that was a foregone conclusion.
There didn't need to be. And if you didn't get enough roller derby, we start all over again tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. Dès demain, 11h, on recommence avec le tournoi Beast of the East. 11h, on aura les Filles du Roi avec le Rouge et Gor, évidemment. Tout de suite après, la racaille contre Banditas et Montreal Showdown. Ensuite, midi 20, les Dead Track Dolls contre les Total Knockouts de Tri-City. Et finalement, à 13h, les Tame Fatales contre les Slaughter Daughters de Rideau Valley. Et ça, c'est les quarts de finale. Quarterfinals underway tomorrow morning.
Again, a big thank you to our sponsors, Holy Crap, Georgia W. Tush's Neon Skates, and AMJ Productions. Big thank you, of course, to Johnny Capote, the mastermind behind this all. Also, tech support from Layer 9. Our whole camera crew today, Al Kaboom, Skinsy, Megaboosh, Olivier, Skanky, and Honey Boom Boom. They've been doing a fantastic job all day. All of our announcers, we thank you. Patrick, as usual, it's been a pleasure.
Likewise, and we want to thank you for watching. Merci beaucoup de regarder Canuck Derby TV, Derby Nerd. Would you like to sign off?
From the Arena St. Louis in Montreal, we will see you tomorrow.
Oh, hi, I'm ZZ Slop at Fog City Rollers, and you're watching Canuck Derby TV.
It's not true.
It's not just about the shorts. It's about inspiring others. It's about having fun and making new friends. It's about getting hit down and getting back up again. It's about being a team. Pivot Star. It's about roller derby.
Oh, hi, I'm ZZ Slop with Fog City Rollers, and you're watching Canuck Derby TV.
It's not true.
It's not just about the shorts. It's about inspiring others. It's about having fun and making new friends. It's about getting hit down and getting back up again. It's about being a team. Pivot Star. It's about roller derby.